So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku was the inventor and fell in love with Mei movie. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku the Inventor by Anthony Tyler 9. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. 200 years ago, there was a bright light shone on the world. It was the first of many children who were born with a superpower that at the time, we had thought was a mere myth. Children around the world were being born with powers that of a comic book, and it took the world by storm. Soon over the time that superpowers were becoming mainstream, a new job title came about. It was that of a hero. Anyone with a superpower that doctors and scientists soon called quirks would be able to go to a school and learn how to become a hero to any and all. It was a world that I was born in, and I was born without such power. I was born quirkless, and I was severely bullied and abused for it. My only saving grace was my own home, as my mother made sure that I never got any treatment that I had received at school at home. She was the light in my darkness, and I am really grateful for her presence in my life. If it wasn't for her, I don't know what would have happened to me, nor do I really wish to know. A young voice said, as we see a young boy of around 5 years of age walking around a doctor's office. "Can Mrs. Midoriya please enter the office?" a gruff voice called out. "Come on, Izuku. We need to see what your quirk is," a woman said, presumably Mrs. Midoriya. She brought her son Izuku into the room with the doctor, who had a mustache that looked like Dr. Eggman from Sonic the Hedgehog. "So, what brings you here today, madam?" the doctor asked. "We came to see what was taking so long for Izuku to have his quirk manifest. It's been over a year since the projected time frame for when he should have manifested a quirk, and now I'm worried," Mrs. Midoriya said, worriedly. "Don't worry, ma'am, I will get to the bottom of this," the doctor said, pulling Izuku into another room for some tests. As soon as Izuku came back, he was muttering about which quirk he was going to get. Soon after a few minutes, the doctor came back inside with a solemn look on his face, which was not good news. "Is there something wrong, doctor?" Mrs. Midoriya asked. "Mrs. Midoriya, what is the quirks of yourself and your husband?" the doctor asked. "Well, my quirk is a really weak version of telekinesis, while my husband's are fire breath," the woman said. "What's wrong, doctor? Can I still be a hero?" Izuku asked. "Sai, you should probably give it up," the doctor said, bluntly. "What do you mean?" Izuku's mother asked, confused. Izuku sat there as he was thinking about what could have happened to make him have to give up on his dreams of being a hero. "Well, your quirks are minor telekinesis and fire breath for you and your husband, correct?" the doctor asked. "Yes, and we are both third-generation quirk users," Izuku's mother said, concerned. "Well, if you look here, this is an X-ray of your son's foot, as it shows right here." The doctor paused as he pointed to a small joint on Izuku's foot on his pinky toe. "This right here is a major concern for us, as it is a major reasoning as to why your son hasn't manifested a quirk yet," the doctor said. "What does that mean? Is my son going to be okay?" Izuku's mother asked. "He most definitely will not be manifesting a quirk anytime soon or in the future. I am sorry to say that he is quirkless, so any dreams of being a hero should be left at the front door," the doctor said, leaving the room as Izuku and his mom leave the doctor's office. As Izuku and his mother returned home, he was sent to his room as he needed time to recover from the visit, as he didn't know what to do. Later on, that night, Izuku was sitting at his computer as his mother was walking by, and she heard him listening to a video he loved very much. She entered the room only to hear what Izuku was watching from the computer, breaking her heart as she saw the screen. "Whoa! Look at that! He already saved hundreds of people, and he is still going," a voice called out from the computer. "Do not fear, for I am here," another familiar voice called out. Mom. "Can I still be a hero too?" Izuku asked, tears streaming down from his eyes. "Izuku, you are already my hero, but I can't tell you that," Izuku's mother called out, crying and holding on to him. The only thing Izuku heard was the fact that his mother was apologizing for not being capable of giving him a quirk. "That wasn't what I wanted to hear from you, Mom. You didn't answer my question that day, and I still don't know what it meant for your answer," a much older Izuku thought to himself as he ran to school. He was wearing a black garquan that was in a long-sleeve shirt over his chest as well as long-sleeved pants. He had some glasses on his face as he had lost some eyesight over the years. He was focusing on a gadget he was in the process of making. He loved to tinker with new things as he found out his love of inventing as well as repairing. He found out about this love one day when he found a broken computer frame on a beach one day and studied harshly to understand what to do to fix it. As it turned out, he had a genius-level intellect in terms of inventing items as well as repairing stuff. He even repaired some items in his own home to make them a lot better for use, and his mother loved him for it. He even turned the kitchen upside down in order to fix the entire electronic devices in there as he fixed the fridge, dishwasher, as well as the sink, stove as well as the lights in the house, making sure that they use the required amount of electricity in order to save up on money. He wasn't the richest kid in school. In fact, he was very poor since his father had stopped sending child support to his mother over the years. It was mainly because of the fact his father didn't recognize him as his son. It broke his heart to hear that his mother and father split up from one another as he was now fatherless, as his mother was now a widow. But that was a story for another day. He was making his way across the city when he heard a commotion as people were watching a man with a shark head fighting a wooden man with a costume on. Oh my god. It's Kamui Woods, the newest hero. I wonder if he will use his super move on the villain. Izuku gushed. He was a fan of heroes. The fight continued until Kamui made the comment about the man's crimes and stating him as the incarnation of evil, but Izuku felt a little off about that comment. Not that he felt the need to sympathize with villains, but stating a low-time thug was pure evil was a bit much. As he made notes on Kamui Woods, said hero was using his super move. Lacquered chain prison. But moments before he could get the move off, another voice called out, falling from the sky as it was feminine in nature. Cannon Canyon. The heroine called as she kicked the thug in the face, knocking him out. Hello there. My name is Mount Lady, nice to make your acquaintance. Mount Lady said, showing her ass to the reporters. Ass shot. Ass shot. Ass shot. The reporters called out, taking pictures of the new heroine. Wow. Mount Lady's quirk seems to be gigantification. I wonder what else she can do with her quirk. Can she only increase the size of her arms, legs or other portions of her body? Mutter mutter mutter. Izuku went into a muttering spree when a man with a star on top of his head looked over at him. Hey, you really like heroes, huh? Well, I say, are you going to be a hero? The man asked Izuku, snapping him out of his mutter spree. Oh yeah, it's the job I wish to have in the future, Izuku said, holding his notebook close. Well, I say, shoot for the stars. I will be rooting for you when you enter the field, the man said, with enthusiasm. Thank you very much, Izuku said, smiling. He then noticed the time as he ran off to get to school. Izuku entered his classroom as he went to sit down at his desk only to find some not very nice writing on it. He also noticed some red flowers there as he sighed in his desk. The people here still wished that upon him. He focused on his lesson as he placed each and every flower in his backpack as he pulled out his homework. The day continued on until their teacher for their last period of class came in with some papers that caused Izuku to immediately tense. Good afternoon, class. I am here to tell you about your career aptitude papers that are needed to make sure you know which high school you wish to go to, the teacher said, smirking. The class collectively groaned in boredom as well as not wanting to fill out the papers again. But that doesn't matter since you all wish to be heroes, the teacher called out, tossing the papers in the air. With that, the collective class celebrated while using their quirks except for two students, Izuku and an ash blonde-haired one. The ash blonde then jumped onto his desk proclaiming that he will become a hero as the others would become sidekicks of some D-lister heroes. You're going to UA, correct, Bakugo? The teacher asked, stroking his already sky-high ego. UA? I heard that it is only a 0.2% chance of getting in their hero course. I can't believe he is trying to go there, the collective students called out. That's right. I aced the mock exams as well as proved that I will be the next #1 hero. I will become more powerful than All Might, not to mention smarter and richer than him as well. He called out. That was Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's longest friend. Not only that, but his biggest abuser as well as the main reason he has to wear glasses for the rest of his life. Ah, I guess Izuku Midoriya wishes to go to UA as well. The teacher droned, smugly smirking. What? He's trying to go there. He's quirkless, he won't even be let inside, he will just die in the entrance exams. Were what all of the students in the room were talking about until Deku, the ash blonde, called out furiously. Gah! Izuku screeched as he fell to the floor. What the hell, Deku? You trying to get on the same playing field as me? Bakugo called out. No. I only wish T to become AH hero as well. And not get in your way. Izuku stuttered out. Not only are you quirkless, but you also can't even fight. How do you plan on being a hero? I won't even accept a quirkless fuck like you anyway. Bakugo yelled. They got rid of T that rule. Izuku tried to reason, only to get an explosion to the gut sending him to the wall behind him. The other students watched on, leering at him, as well as some silently thanking the Lord above that it was Izuku incurring the wrath of the blonde. Bakugo finished that up after class. The teacher said, getting on with the lesson as both students sit down in their seats. Bakugo was staring daggers in Izuku from his position as Izuku was tentatively listening to the lesson. Soon the end of the day was here as Izuku collected his items and placed them in his backpack, and as he got up to leave, Bakugo came up to him taking his notebook from him. We're not done here, Deku. Bakugo said. Please give that back, Kachan. Izuku pleaded, reaching for the notebook as he tossed it to his lackeys. Hey, look at this. Hero analysis for the future, huh? He still thinks he can be a hero, Longfingers said. So, you're planning on being a hero, huh, Deku? Bakugo said, staring daggers into Izuku's eyes, making him tremble. You know there are many stories about how heroes become great. Mine will be that nobody from this worthless school will be in my way to become a hero. That means you too, Deku. So, word to the wise, don't go to UA. Bakugo said, as he grabbed Izuku's notebook and blew it up and tossing it out the window into a COI pond. Come on. Izuku mumbled. You know there is a way for you to get a quirk. Bakugo said, staring at Izuku's trembling form as he stared at him with hopeful eyes. Just pray that in the next life you get a quirk and jump off the roof. Bakugo said, laughing. Izuku stared at him in shock before a small hint of anger showed on his face. What are you gonna say? Bakugo called out angrily. Izuku shrunk in on himself because of the popping of Bakugo's quirk. Izuku was walking towards the koi pond when he found his notebook being softly chewed on by the fish. And my notes have become fish food. Sai, please don't eat that, it's not healthy for you guys. Izuku said as he saved his notebook from the water. Izuku wringed out the water from the notebook as he was thinking about the day's events from earlier. Sighing in pain as well as mental exhaustion, he walked under a bridge with a manhole cover in the dark of it. He walked to the other side of it whilst thinking about what to do. His only friend had basically told him to kill himself, and he doesn't want to do that. The voices are getting louder in his head though, and he doesn't know how much longer he can last like this. He gets beaten up on a daily basis that it isn't funny. He walked in silence as he heard the manhole behind him get blasted up. Alright, I need to escape from that bastard. I didn't know he was going to be in this town. A sludge monster called out, breathing heavily. Said monster looked around and found Izuku staring at him in a comedic setting as his face was deadpanning as the monster stared at him as well. You don't think I could borrow your body, could you? The slime monster said. I would rather you didn't. Izuku deadpanned. Well, too bad, I am taking it to get myself to safety. The villain said, covering the boy up in slime as he tried to push himself down Izuku's throat. Why can't I do anything? What did I do to even become like this? What did I do to earn the ire of my peers? Were all what Izuku was thinking in this moment. As soon as Izuku was about to run out of oxygen and die of asphyxiation, the manhole cover blasted off again, as this time a man came out of it wearing a large white shirt with cargo jeans of a sea green color. Do not fear. For I am here. The man called out, as Izuku passed out. equals 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 ID. Wah. ID. 1. Wake up, kid. A voice called out, slapping his face softly. Just as that happened, Izuku fully woke up from his small nap. As he looked around, he found the number 1 hero standing in front of himself with a smile on his face. AA All Might. Izuku screamed, in both awe as well as shock. Ah, thank goodness you're alive. Thought we lost you. I normally don't involve civilians in my harrowing, but good thing is you're alive. Sorry about that, by the way, the hero said, embarrassed. I need to get your autograph, Izuku said, looking for his notebook, and as he opened it, he found it already signed. He already signed it. Thank you so much, All Might. I will treasure it like a family heirloom. Izuku said, bowing. Worry not about it, young man. Now I must be off, the hero said, getting ready to jump. Wait, I still need to ask you a question, Izuku shouted in his mind, unconsciously grabbing onto the hero's leg. As the hero was in the air, he found out that his left leg was a little heavy as he looked down to find Izuku in a compromising position. His face was being blown out by the speed they were flying as he was asking to talk to him about a question he had, that only he could answer. Get off of me. I know my fans are diehards, but this is a little much. All Might panicked. I need to ask you something, All Might. Also, if I let go, I would die, Izuku screamed. Oh right. Hold on and close your mouth and eyes, All Might said. Shit. The hero said to himself as he felt blood come out of his mouth. As soon as they landed, All Might noticed Izuku holding onto his pocket primarily as he set the boy down as he looked to make sure the villain was still in the bottle. And to his surprise, the villain still was. This boy had prevented another attack on another civilian because of his carelessness. The least he could do would answer his question. Wow, I almost died there for a second. Izuku said to himself, if you could please give me your question. I don't have all day. All Might said, could I become a hero without a quirk? Izuku asked. Without a quirk? All Might asked, confused. All my life everyone has been telling me that being a quirkless hero is impossible. But I have been training all my life, and I have primarily been training my mind to achieve this goal. But it seems like that only garners the attention of bullies instead of praise. I only want to save people with a smile like you, but I need to know from the pinnacle of all heroes, could I save people with a smile on my face? Like you do? Izuku asked, looking at the hero who seemed like he was in thought. As much as I would want to tell you that you can, young man, I can't on good conscience tell you that you can do that. It would be like me telling a civilian to go out and fight a villain without any experience. I'm sorry to tell you, but I can't tell you that you can become a hero. Please be realistic and look elsewhere for being a job profession. But being a hero would make me uncomfortable in sending you out to fight a villain without something to defend yourself. Being a quirkless hero is possible, but you wouldn't last long in history. So, to answer your question, no, I don't think you could be a hero without a quirk. All Might said, moving to jump away. It's all right to dream, young man, but please make sure that you can at least stay within the realms of reality. The man said, jumping away. As he left Izuku there all alone, Izuku was lost in his thoughts. He couldn't believe that his hero talked to him at all. But at the same time, he was completely heartbroken at the fact that he was slapped in the face by his own hero with reality. It was here that he realized that he was never destined to be a hero. He was destined to be some punching bag for those who have quirks. Maybe Kachan's advice would work here, Izuku thought, dangerously moving towards the edge. Just as he was at the edge of the building, his phone rang as he pulled it out in a hurry. As he looked at his phone, it showed his mother's number as well as her picture of her and him when they were younger. Hello? Izuku asked, on the phone. Izuku dear, there are some missing ingredients in the fridge. Could you please go get them, please? Izuku's mother asked. Sure thing, Mom. I will be home soon, Izuku said, hanging up. As he moved away from the edge of the building, he walked towards the stairs as he thought about what he was about to do. 2. Izuku entered the house with a look of pain on his face as well as scuff marks on his body as well as bruises on his face and hands. He just had to run into Bakugo on the way home as he had tried to defend himself, but he couldn't beat Bakugo on his own. He walked into the kitchen and found the light of his painful life. His mother. She cared for him even though he was quirkless, she stayed with him when she could always leave at any moment. Izuku. Oh, you're home. I can't believe that you, Inko. Izuku's mother turned to look at her son. Only to be met with his dead-looking eyes as well as his hurt face. Oh my god. Follow me to the bathroom, Izuku, Inko said, running to the bathroom. Over the years after finding out Izuku was quirkless, she stresses ate food as Izuku was getting bullied by others at his school. She had found out that it was Bakugo mainly because of the hand-shaped burn marks on his body. That was when he came home without a shirt one day. She looked short in size, but she was plump and round from overeating. In terms of stress, she couldn't stand the fact that her son was always getting beaten over every little thing and her stress was about to be detrimental to her health. How did this one happen? Inko asked, cautiously. I was walking back from the store when Kachan found me and beat me up. I don't know what I did to even warrant his physical abuse today other than wishing to be a part of UA. Izuku said, sighing in pain. As Inko finished patching up Izuku, she pulled his shirt off and found yet another hand-shaped burn mark on Izuku's body. Please, Izuku, give me the signal and I can help you. I don't wish for you to be suffering like this. Allow me to place that boy behind bars. Inko pleaded her son. She was a lawyer at a law firm, and she has led many cases against criminals and only needed a word from her son to place her best friend's son behind bars for what he has done to her son. She may have been the best friend of her son's bully's mother, but that didn't mean that she cared for her friend's son either. He needed something to take his ego down a peg or two. I don't wish for that, Mom. I don't want to be the reason he loses his chance at becoming a hero. He was failed by the system too. I won't be able to live with the fact that I was the reason he was placed behind bars and incapable of becoming a hero. Izuku said, staring at her as she patched up his stomach. I see. Well, I guess that we need a different way to make sure that your calls for help are heard. Inko said, getting into a thoughtful stance. Please, Mom, let's just forget about him. Can we have some dinner, please? Izuku asked. What happened to the light in your eyes? I know it wasn't Bakugo who could do that, Inko asked, concerned. I met All Might today. Izuku said, explaining how he met the hero to the point of which he asked said hero if he could become a hero without a quirk. Inko stared in shock at her son and the only thing that she could think about was what the hero said. Did anything happen today with Bakugo before him? She asked, concerned even more. Kachan said that if I want a Q quirk so bad. Izuku pauses, looking at his mother's eyes conveying what he was thinking as tears came out of his eyes and streamed down his face. Don't say anymore. I know that this is a sad moment for you. Do you wish to take down your All Might posters as well as figurines? Inko asked, cautiously. I want to keep one All Might figurine, but all the others can be sold. I'm sorry, Mom. Izuku said, crying into shoulder. Don't worry, dear, you did nothing wrong. I will make this right and make sure you get your smile back. How about helping me clear the beach up and fix some support items for the entrance exam? Inko asked. That'd be great, Izuku said, still crying. Izuku entered the school of his dreams as he walked through the gates with some gadgets in a small box that he made from the beach. It had taken 10 long months in order to clean up the whole beach with his mother, but it was worth it as he was able to make schematics in order to make some gadgets in order to help the heroes. Some ranged from foam bombs that hardened around a criminal, villain to prevent their escape, others were electric nets. And his most favorite one was his electrical scarf that he made for Eraserhead to use as he knew that the man needed all the help he could since his quirk erased others for a short time. Only for as long as he kept his eyes open as well as making sure that his eyes were well watered as well. The longer he could keep his eyes open, the better use he could get out of his quirk. As Izuku entered the building, he found himself inside the campus of the most prestigious academy in Japan. UA Academy. The best hero school in Japan. This is where I show off my gadgets and make my place in here known to the world. Izuku said, as he entered the schoolyard and moved towards the main building. Walking around the corridors, he found himself getting a little lost when someone walked up to him. "Hello there, how can I help you today, little listener?" A cheerful voice called out. "PP present, Mike?" Izuku called out, surprised. "That's me, little listener. So, do you need any help?" The man asked. He was wearing a black leather jacket as well as a beatbox on his neck that amplified his quirk to the best it could handle. He also had his hair slicked up to where it looked like a small mountain, not to mention it was blonde in color. He had a small stubble on his lips to show that he had some semblance of a mustache growing. I am just looking for the support course exam area," Izuku said, looking at the man. "Oh, want me to show you?" Present Mike called out. Sure. Could you also sign this notebook?" Izuku asked, pulling out his hero analysis for the future number 13 out of his backpack. When Present Mike saw the notebook's condition, he found it had watermarks on it as well as was burnt as if someone tried to burn it away. "Sure thing, little listener. Where do you wish for me to sign it?" he asked, concerned. "In the back. I want to get the autographs of famous people, that way if I have kids in the future, I could pass it on as an heirloom," Izuku said, solemnly. "I see. Is there a dream you wish to complete here?" Present Mike asked, signing the notebook. "For the longest time, I had always wanted to be a quirkless hero. But recently I found that it wasn't for me," Izuku said, looking away with a dead look in his eyes. Present Mike didn't like that look in a UA prospect. "What made you wish to give up that dream?" he asked. "A very popular hero who was my idol in everything that made me wish to be similar to them but not completely. He told me to be realistic with my dreams and to stay grounded with my dreams," Izuku said, following the hero to the exam room. "Here we are, I hope that you have a good time in there," Present Mike said, looking at him. "I will try, but I don't know if I will pass," Izuku said, looking away. "Just give it your all, and I am sure that you will be noticed," Present Mike said, walking away with a wave. As Izuku waved back, he entered the room and sat down next to a girl with goggles on her head as well as having salmon-colored hair in a black tank top as well as blue jeans. Her eyes had crosshairs on them as she was particularly fixing one of her gadgets. Pulling out his notebook, he wrote about her quirk and what his thoughts were on it, muttering about it in curiosity. As the girl heard him muttering, she found him sitting next to her as his box of gadgets was next to him as well as holding a notebook that was oddly named Hero Analysis for the future number 13. She watched in awe as he made some observations about her quirk, as he also made some theories about how her quirk could be used in heroics as well as other areas of expertise. "Wow, those are some cool theories," she said, getting into his personal space to look at his notes. Snapping out of his trance, he looked to his left to be face to face with the girl next to him as she looked through his notes. "Gah," Izuku yelped, as he moved back. "Sorry about that. My name is Mei Hatsume, future owner of Hatsume Industries," the now named Mei said. My name is Izuku Midoriya." Izuku stutters. "Wow, those are some cool gadgets, glasses. What are they for?" she asked, curious. "Some are for capturing villains in some foam that hardens fast, others are for disorienting some villains as well as a potential new scarf for Eraserhead," Izuku informed, getting into the grove of his gadgets info. "Do you wish to open up a workshop together?" she asked. I don't know, would I be getting in your way?" Izuku asked. "No, you wouldn't, I just wish to work with you is all. You seem like someone who has a great head on their shoulders, as well as smart enough to keep up with me," she said, smugly. "Gee, then sure, I am not sure how we'll do it. But I guess we could work together," Izuku said, a small smile on his face. "Well, then let's work really hard to pass the exam together then," she said, smirking at him. He nods his head as the person in charge of the support course exam came inside the stage. "Hello everyone, my name is Power Loader, and this exam is for you all to build a gadget with the materials here and make them usable for any hero in this school. You have Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Smentos, Ectoplasm, Snipe, Vlad King, Hound Dog, as well as 13. You are to have these gadgets completed after about 4 hours of work. As soon as the 4 hours are done, you are to step away from your workstations and allow me to look over your work. If you pass, I will give your gadget a stamp of approval. If you fail, I will personally send you out of the room. Power Loader said, staring at them all with a scrutinizing gaze. I already know who I am making some gear for. Izuku mumbled as he pulled out the scarf he made for Eraserhead. He stared at it as he wished to make 2 items for him. An electric scarf that was made out of some materials that were similar to his capture scarf, as well as adding a few functions such as heating, cooling, as well as a small pouch for if he collects some stray cats on the road. The other gadget was keeping his eyes clean as well as covering his eyes from the enemies that would allow him to look at them indefinitely. It was a really good piece of work. As the time had started, Izuku went over to the area of materials he would be allowed to use. He grabbed as much as possible and moved back to his workstation. As he was beginning to build his gadget, he found out some of his notebooks were missing. These notebooks were what he used for schematics for his gadgets. Without it, he wouldn't be able to make Eraserhead's scarf as well as goggles that protect his eyes. He looked around the room only to find out that one of the other contestants took his notebook and he could only look on in slight anger. As this was happening, Power Loader was watching this from afar. He saw the student who took his notebook and was using it for his own benefit. Cheating on this test would not be tolerated, so he moved from his position and moved closer to the student. As Izuku went back to his work, he had already memorized his schematic. He just couldn't understand why someone would take his notebook without asking him. He would lend it to them if they had just asked. Soon Power Loader made his presence known in the room as he used a microphone to talk. Alright everyone, I need to make the rules clear since someone didn't follow them clearly. Student Masauka, please come over to me with the notebook you have. Power Loader said, as the student smugly walked over. What do you need, sir? The student asked. Why do you have the student Midoriya's notebook? He accused. I found it on the ground nowhere near him. The student said. Wrong, you took it out of his backpack. I watched you do it. You could have made another student fail his test because he could miss the item he needed to make his gadget work, or possibly could have caused an injury to happen to him since you thought it necessary to take his things without asking him first. Not only that, but you are trying to use one of his ideas and spin it off as one of yours. Masauka, you are to leave this room immediately. Power Loader said, staring into the student's eyes coldly. The student gave him the notebook as he sulked out of the room as Power Loader looked at all the students in the room before returning the notebook to Izuku. This is the reason why we struggle to find new students. They are keen on stealing the ideas of other students by taking their things to do it. That kind of behavior is not tolerated in this school. Now get back to work, the teacher said, giving Izuku his notebook back with a smile. Izuku stared at him and then the notebook in awe. Nobody had done that for him before and it showed by the look on his face. Equals 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 equals. In the 4 hours that Izuku had to build his gadgets, he managed to get both done within 2 hours as well as test them himself to see if they worked. They did, and he focused on other items he could make and decided to make a robot that could analyze their opponents as well as send that information to other robots in their vicinity to take advantage of. He wanted to make sure that Bakugo's chance of getting in would be hard as well as difficult. As soon as he finished the robot, he noticed that time was almost up. So, he moved away from his area as he sat down on his chair as he looked at his creations. A scarf that had a small pocket for animal strays Eraserhead could place in order to get them to safety, a set of goggles similar to the ones he uses now, and they assist his quirk in every way possible. And finally, a small robot that could be used for recon in order to find out how students use their quirks and force them to use them in more complex ways. Alright everyone, stop what you're doing and move away from your workstations. Power Loader said. As he went over many students' gadgets, he finally reached Izuku's as he looked at the scarf as well as goggles and finally the little robot. Could you tell me about what you made? Power Loader asked. I made a scarf for Eraserhead. It has an electrical function that can disorient his opponents as well as a small pocket for when he finds a stray cat on the road. They had a small area to lay down in. Not to mention there is a cooling and heating pad inside the scarf all over it so he can stay cool and warm in different weather cycles. The goggles actually help his quirk and make him able to use it better than he can now. Izuku said. How so for the goggles? Power Loader asked, intrigued. They allow him to keep his eyes open for longer periods of time as well as keeping his eyes plenty watered to prevent him from blinking. The goggles also hide the fact he is using his quirk since they cover most of his hair, since whenever he uses his quirk, his hair always floats. Izuku said. Now what about the robot? Power Loader asked. This robot is supposed to be used for recon. It can analyze the quirks of those it looks at and it can store the information and send it to the other robots within a 50-meter range from its location. Izuku said. What is this supposed to be for then? Power Loader asked. I was kind of hoping it could be used inside the heroics entrance exam. It would make the robots there be more capable of learning how to fight their opponents. Izuku also withheld the info that it would only target Bakugo Katsuki. I can see that it can be used in that way, but is it supposed to specifically counter someone in particular? Power Loader asked. He had heard from Present Mike that the kid in front of him wanted to be a quirkless hero, but something happened to make him stop having that dream entirely. It was supposed to watch after one specific person. He has a hard time finding some kind of challenge, so I made this so he could get the challenge he wanted. Izuku said, not naming the person. Can I get the name of said person? Power Loader asked, curious. You will know who it's for when you see him. He has an angry face all the time and looks like he will blow up at any point. Izuku informed, causing the teacher to have a look of confusion, then morphed into pure happiness. Well, you will get your letter at the end of the week, young Midoriya. I hope to see your little robot in the heroics entrance exam if I can get Principal Nezu's permission. Power Loader said, walking away. As Izuku left the building he found Mei walking away as well with a smile on her face filled with satisfaction. Did you pass? Izuku asked. Did I? No, I know I passed the exam. It was so easy. I made so many babies for the staff it wasn't even funny. Mei said, laughing. Babies. Izuku stammered. Oh, when I say babies, I mean my gadgets. I really love making babies. Mei said, looking at Izuku with a smile. Okay, I thought you meant something else. Izuku said, blushing madly. How do you think you did? She asked Izuku. I don't know, I want to think I passed, but I am not sure they will accept me. Izuku said, solemnly. Why? She asked. I'm quirkless. Izuku stuttered, waiting for the punch to the gutter laughter. You built those items with just pure brain power. That is so awesome. Mei called out. Why you don't care about me being quirkless? Izuku asked, in confusion. What does that have to do with anything? Mei asked, confused. Well, it means that I shouldn't have been able to do all of that without a quirk. I mean you should be thinking that I cheated and stepped on your chance to be noticed. Izuku stammers, losing every ounce of confidence as he pours his heart out for her to see. All she sees is a boy her age who was constantly put down in order to allow others to walk all over him as well as abuse him for something he couldn't control. What she saw was a bright kid who wished to be something he was told he couldn't but lost that wish due to something out of the picture. I don't know if you know this, but you really shouldn't care what others think about how you do something. If you did it and got the correct answer, then you didn't cheat as long as you showed your work. Mei said, looking at him with worry. All she saw was Izuku's dead eyes looking at her as he told her about his school as well as how he was treated there. He even told her about how no matter how many times he does a problem and even showed the teacher how he got said answer they kept thinking he was cheating. Saying that a quirkless person shouldn't even be that smart as they weren't even human. It was right there that she realized that Izuku was really asking for help in his own way. It was him leaning on someone and pleading for help. It was so obvious. How did they not notice this? How did the heroes not notice this? Hey, have you ever told anyone else about this? Mei asked. I tried over and over and over and over again. But nobody believed me. It's been me and my mom against everyone, and even then, she gets mocked by everyone because of me. I sometimes wonder what would happen if she had left me in an orphanage, as a kid. Izuku said, dejectedly. How is your mother raising you? Mei asked, concerned. She raised me to be kind to others no matter who they are. She raised me to be the kindest person you could ever meet. She is the light in my day, even on my darkest ones. She is the only one who is on my side, no matter what happens. There isn't anything we can do. No matter how hard we try, they all just ignore us. Izuku said, crying now. He really needed help and fast. From what she was seeing, Izuku was reaching his wit's end and couldn't hold on any longer than this. Hold on, I will meet you tomorrow, okay? Mei asked. What tea time? Izuku sniffled. Around 10 a.m., meet me at the park near your home, alright? Mei asked. My home is near Musudafu Municipal Beach Park. Meet me there, Izuku said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Receiving a nod from Mei, Izuku walked home alone as Mei walked into her home, keen on making sure that she creates something to show the world that there is something wrong with his life and he needs to be helped. Equals 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 equals. The next day Izuku was waiting for Mei at the park at 10 a.m. He was really looking forward to hanging out with her as she was similar to him in his love of inventing. But before she showed up, Bakugo did, and he didn't even look happy. Hey Deku, what the hell are you doing here? This is my zone, back off. He said, snarling. I'm just meeting a friend. She is really nice, and we will leave as soon as she gets here. Izuku said, looking at him in the eye. What happened next was a no-brainer. Bakugo attacked him with explosive punches as well as kicked him in the gut many times, making him lose the breakfast he had that morning. He left Izuku there in a heap of bruises as well as burns in shapes of starbursts, and Izuku had a prominent burn mark on the back of his neck. Mei showed up not too long later as she saw him sitting on a bench tending to his wounds. She ran over to him to make sure he was all right, and seeing the burn marks and bruises she was feeling guilty. Don't look that way, always smile, Mei, those that smile is the strongest. Izuku said, smiling at her. Do you believe your own words though? She asked, concerned. I do, I live by them every day. Never has there been a moment where I haven't smiled. I don't fall into anger because there is no reason to. In order to be happy, you need to smile, Izuku said, looking at her. They spent some of that afternoon talking about heroes as well as support items that they could use. Izuku even showed her his schematics in order to make some babies together. He even allowed her into his home, which didn't look too great. His mother wasn't home, and she was beginning to believe that they were extremely poor to the point that he couldn't afford to go to school. How are you both living in this condition? Mei asked. My mom tries her hardest to live here, but our landlord keeps increasing the price of our rent. Soon we will be on the streets because my mom simply won't be able to make enough money to support us. Izuku said, solemnly. What about your father? Mei asked. What about him? He called off their wedding years ago, and to add insult to injury he stopped paying child support 5 years ago. Mom has been doing what she can with her job as a lawyer, but even that job is taxing on her. I don't know what to do, Izuku said, grabbing the temples of his head to ease a headache coming in. His mother couldn't have arrived any sooner than that moment as she entered the house to see her son sleeping on the couch with Mei sleeping with her head on his shoulder. Oh my, those two better become a couple at the end of this, Inko said, taking out her phone and taking a picture of both of them. This will be my wallpaper for my lock screen, she said, moving about in the kitchen. A few hours later, Izuku and Mei woke up with one on top of the other. Izuku's hand was on Mei's ass while her hands were on his chest. Completely embarrassed about their position, Izuku sat up with Mei doing the same. As their faces were red from embarrassment, they heard movement in the kitchen as they saw Inko working on dinner. Afternoon, Mom, Izuku said, gaining her attention. Hey son, how was the entrance exam today? She asked, whilst cooking. It was great. I met Mei there today. She became my first real friend in a long time. Izuku said. That's great, sweetie. How about you get a shower with her and come back out for dinner? Inko said, teasing them. Izuku got up immediately and ran into the bathroom to take care of his problem. Mrs. Midoriya, Mei asked. Oh please, call me Inko. Inko said. Okay. Inko-san, do you know about how your son is at school? Mei asked. Yes, I do. I help him with his injuries when he comes home. I can't believe that the school doesn't even take his side when it comes to Bakugo or his grades. Inko said, angrily. I'm sorry to ask this, but why haven't you both gotten help? Mei asked. Believe me, we tried, but nobody is willing to defend a quirkless boy nor his weak-quirked mother. I have gained my license as a lawyer in order to take care of the issue myself, but Izuku doesn't wish to destroy the life of his once best friend. Inko said, crying a little. I love my son more than life itself, and if there was anything that makes me feel worse than I do now, it's not being able to help my son when he is very clearly asking for it. Inko said, sobbing. Izuku had long came out of the bathroom as he was around the corner listening to the conversation. What about the heroes? Have you tried contacting them? Mei asked, confused. You sound as if I haven't tried. I have tried everything, heroes, villains, the school system. I have even tried to sue them in terms of mental as well as physical abuse on my son, but nobody believes me and him whenever we try. We just gave up, and I don't know how much longer my son can handle it before he either snaps or does something that I don't want to think about. Inko said, making Izuku's mind worse. What if you had actual evidence about what was happening? Mei asked. What do you mean? Inko asked. That was when Mei revealed a camera on her that could record anything. Not to mention the fact that it was so small that she was surprised that she didn't see it at first. What is that? Inko asked, holding the camera. It's a baby I made in order to record everything that happens in Izuku's school and make sure that those who are responsible for his mental and physical abuse pay. Mei said, which was when Izuku came out from where he was hiding. Why you're doing this all for me? Izuku asked, confused. You are my first friend ever in my life. I will be damned if I don't help you when you are clearly asking for it. That extends to you as well, Inko-san. Mei said, looking serious. Izuku, are you willing to wear this to school tomorrow? Inko asked, her son. I don't know. Nobody's ever been this kind to me other than you, Mom. Should I? Izuku asked, on the verge of tears. If this can save us from the discrimination we are facing, then I think this is the perfect opportunity. Inko said, staring into the emerald crying orbs of Izuku. Izuku turned to Mei as she was standing off to the side with a serious look on her face. Mei, could you come closer to us? Izuku asked, confusing both females. As she closed in on Izuku, he grabbed her and pulled her in for a hug as he cried on her shoulder. As that happened, she closed her arms around his body as it stiffened before relaxing in her hold, and just as that happened, Inko came in from the side hugging both of them. Please make sure that this works by tomorrow, Mei. I don't know what I would do if it failed to work when we really need it to. Inko said, finishing dinner as they ate katsudon together. The very next week, as Izuku was walking to school, he had the camera on his shirt as he wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to get caught with it on. Bakugo would sadly be not in the school since the entrance exams for the heroics course will be going on that day, so he would be getting off scot-free, until they found out about his abuse of Izuku. Izuku entered the school and used his phone to message Mei about turning on the camera on his jacket for his Gakuren. As soon as he heard the click of the camera's record button, he continued his way around the school, and almost immediately he was encountering a bully who punched him in the face as well as the gut. It went for a little while as they even used their quirk of being capable of vibrating their hands to the point of causing muscle spasms in the person they touch, kill if they vibrate their hands enough. As Izuku was groaning on the ground after the bully left, he entered his first classroom to start his day. 1. equals 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 equals. Izuku was in his class as he heard about the villain attacks that Mt. Lady and Kamui Woods had defeated from his phone, as he had already completed the classwork as well as homework for the day. He was on his phone writing his analysis and muttering about what the quirks of the villains were as he recorded them down in his notebook. But not before long the teacher called him out and smacking him on the head to get him to stop muttering. "Midoriya, you know the drill. Get the muzzle out and sit in the back corner of the classroom and you will wear it for the rest of the day," the teacher said, smugly. Sighing, Izuku placed the muzzle on his face as the teacher drilled it into his face in order to keep him from muttering. "Quirkless trash, I wish you would already die," the teacher snarled as he walked back to the podium of the class. The rest of the day was similarly spent with Izuku having a muzzle on his face, as it would prevent him from speaking and Izuku couldn't even do anything about it. All of his homework is also signed off as him cheating yet again when he was doing his work in front of the teacher, and they still ignored the fact that he didn't even cheat in front of them. This could have continued until the last bits of the day, when Izuku's mouth recovered enough to be able to mutter freely when someone in the classroom told the teacher about it. And it didn't turn out too good. As the teacher moved closer to Izuku, who was writing in his math homework, the teacher grabbed the muzzle harshly and pulled Izuku away from the classroom. The camera showed where Izuku was being dragged, and it showed a basement filled with dried blood everywhere. And there was even a few bodies of females down here crying from something that happened to them. They were some of the school football team's cheerleaders, as they had very large breasts that were showing since they had no clothes on. Izuku was tossed onto the ground as the teacher that dragged him down there placed his hands over the boy's throat, choking him to death. Izuku was kicking as well as punching the arms responsible for trying to kill him, and as soon as Izuku had enough of being choked, he moved his face lower as the muzzle was forcefully taken off, as a small amount of blood and skin were ripped from his face. As that happened, he bit hard into the teacher's hands as he screamed in pain as he kicked Izuku in the rib as it threw him into the wall, next to the cheerleaders. Oddly enough, they were the ones to make sure that he was all right, and as he slowly stood up he stared at the teacher as Izuku was in shock the entire time. Why you just tried to kill me?" Izuku rasped, confused. "Yeah, right, I was trying to kill you. You were worthless, quirkless, waste of space. I am doing this world a great service by making you die down here," the teacher claimed, as he pulled out a familiar device to Izuku. It was a massive and girthy whip that the teacher held. He knew what it did, as he found out what the teacher did to these very girls down here, and he had tried to help them before. It ended up with him taking the attention from them, as he was left down there to keep the teacher's full attention on him as he took the whippings like a man. But this wasn't any kind of girthy whip, it was a spiked whip that was girthy as well, and Izuku knew that this would hurt really badly. This was only one teacher doing this, and he knew that he had more that would come down here to take out their frustrations out on him. And sure enough, the whole staff of the school came down and took out their frustrations out on him, and one of the teachers began to do something the others didn't. He tried to take off Izuku's clothes as his Gakuren was already on the ground, but the camera was facing them as those watching the video was in shock as Izuku fought as hard as he could, but in the end couldn't even stop what was happening. Not going to talk about what the teacher did, since you all know what I am insinuating when I placed what the other teachers didn't do. By the way, he was whipped 50 times on the back. After Izuku was left alone, his body twitched as he trembled in getting his clothes back on as he moved out of the basement of the school. His Gakuren was sloppily placed on him as he stumbled out of the school with a dead look in his eyes. No matter how he screamed out for help, no matter how much he begged for the teacher to stop, he just continued until Izuku couldn't even move for a small while. Izuku wouldn't ever wish what had happened to him on anyone else, even the worst villains out there, not even the hero killer himself. As he made his way near his home, he found Bakugo right there as he was blocking Izuku's way home. Great. Izuku thought to himself, forgetting that the camera was even on. Deku, what the hell are you doing here? Bakugo asked, snarling. But his snarl was stopped when he noticed Izuku's dead look in his eyes, as well as the bruises on his neck. What the hell happened to you, Deku? Bakugo asked, slightly concerned. It doesn't concern you, Kachan. Can I please just go home? Izuku asked, pleading. Well, I guess I can. But you need your daily beating by yours truly. Bakugo said, launching at Izuku. Equals 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 equals. Izuku got up off the ground as he nursed his new bruises as well as burns on his lower abdomen. Nice, now Kachan's not even giving me a break. Can I please just get a break? Izuku asked, crying. He was truly at his wit's end as he couldn't handle it anymore as the day's events settled in as he threw up what he had for lunch that day. As Izuku entered his home he found Mei and Inko standing there watching a video on the laptop and he realized that the camera was on all day. And they saw what happened. As soon as the mother and close friend of the broccoli boy heard the door open, they looked over and found Izuku there, steam coming from his gakuren as well as a dead look in his eyes. As Izuku stumbled near them both they caught him as he was feeling a little faint from the day's events. PP please. Make sure they don't get away. Izuku said, crying profusely. Mei and his mother had hugged him right then and there as he wailed about the worst of the worst things he had endured all in that one day that he went to school. And Inko plus Mei were getting more and more infuriated as he went on. What he was talking about was similar to how the slaves were being treated in America during the 1830s. What was worse was what the last teacher did to Izuku. Raping a young boy before he could even get into high school was not okay. And Izuku clinged onto them in fear of authority figures of the male gender as he couldn't trust being alone with another male teacher. Hell, he would rather take midnight teasing him until the heat of the universe and he would still like her. Izuku went to sleep that night with Mei sleeping next to him as Inko didn't think that Izuku would be able to sleep without someone close to him. And with the information she got from Izuku's camera on his gakuren she knew just what to do, as she called someone from the Musudafu police department. Ring, 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 click. Hello, this is Musudafu Police Department. How can I help you today? A male voice called out. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I would like to report abuse at Aldera Junior High. Inko said, on the phone. Abuse? At Aldera Junior High too? Okay, so who do you wish to be on this case? Do you have evidence we could use? The officer asked on the other side of the phone. If you could please get Detective Tsukauchi on the case please, also could you please send him to my address to get the evidence? It is all on a small camera. Inko said, why didn't you ask the police before? The officer asked, curious. Nobody would listen as soon as they found out the status of my son's status with a quirk. Inko said, nearly in tears as she watched the video again. What is his quirk status anyway? This is just for the case, madam. The officer asked, will you actually help us, if I tell you? Inko asked, I promise on my life as an officer of the law. NYA. The officer said, my son's name is Izuku Midoriya, and he is quirkless. Inko said, she heard sighing on the other side of the phone. Don't worry ma'am, I will send over Tsukauchi immediately. Give him the evidence and we will conduct an investigation immediately. The officer said, angrily. Are you actually going to help us? Inko asked, truly concerned. Don't worry ma'am, I will make sure that your family gets help. Anything else? The officer asked, my landlord is treating me the same way. He keeps increasing my rent as well as utilities because of my son's quirkless status. Inko said, crying now. Don't worry about that, Tsukauchi will take care of it as he is on his way over to your apartment. Please hang on a little longer. Everything will be all right. For the police are here. NYA. The officer said, trying to get a laugh out of Inko. Hee hee. Thank you. Could I get your name? Inko asked. My name is Officer Sansa. NYA. I hope you have a good evening. The officer said, getting a good evening from Inko before hanging up. Inko sat down in her chair as she sighed in relief. They were actually going to get help. They just needed to last a little bit longer and they would be free from the discrimination of the people around them. 1 equals 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 equals. It wasn't until the next morning that Inko got a knock on her door as a man in a trench coat stood at the door with a fedora. He also had dark-colored hair with brown eyes, as he was seemingly tired from probably staying awake all night. Is this the Midoriya residence? The man asked. Why yes. My name is Inko Midoriya, are you Detective Tsukauchi? Inko asked, after introducing herself. Yes. My name is Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi. And I am here on an accusation of physical, mental, as well as sexual abuse from an Izuku Midoriya. Tsukauchi asked. Yes, that is my son. Izuku, the detective is here. Inko called out, letting the man inside their home. And as soon as he looked around, he found the place covered in dirt and grime, but at least it looked mostly clean since they tried their best to make it look at least good for his arrival. How much do you pay for an apartment like this? Tsukauchi asked, concerned. Way too much, it costed me and my husband 89,000 yen a month, and now it's almost 200,000 yen per month. Inko said, sighing in frustration. Why didn't you call the police? Tsukauchi asked, even more concerned. You think I haven't tried? I have all over except your station because everyone ignored us or hung up on us before I could even report anything. Inko said, sadly, I see, is your son able to talk to me alone? Tsukauchi asked. No, he can't stand being alone with a male authoritative person alone, his last experience didn't go so well. Inko said, almost crying more. All right, you can stay with him and soothe him as I go through the questions. He said, as Inko nodded her head. As that happened, Izuku was sitting on the couch as he held a remote for the recording to show the detective what happened. Soon the detective entered the room with his mother right behind him, and as she sat down next to him the detective got out a notebook as he began to interrogate him. All right, Izuku Midoriya, my name is Naomasa Tsukauchi, and by law I am legally required to tell you my quirk is lie detector. Anything you say that is a lie will be stated against you in a law of court. Do you accept these terms? Tsukauchi asked. Yes, Izuku said. All right, with the first question then. Are you really quirkless? He asked. Yes, Izuku said. Truth. All right, any reason as to why they treated you this way? He asked. No, I was only muttering in class, and they told me to get a muzzle and place it on my face. They then drilled it on my face and drilled it to the point of which if pulled out it would pull skin as well as muscle out. Izuku said, sadly looking away. Truth. All right, the next question is how is your school life? He asked. My school life is a total disaster. Everyone in the school except for the cheerleader squad as well as the football team bullies me on a regular basis, sometimes in the early morning and sometimes at the afternoon. I am sometimes caught by them on my way home, even the teachers are in on it. Izuku said. Truth. Okay, that was the second to last question. Now for the final question. From what I heard about from your mother, have you tried to contact adults, heroes, as well as local police to try and get help? He asked. If this ring true he would have a case on his hands. I tried everyone. The passers-by on the street, local heroes, even some patrolling officers. They all ignored me or threatened me with death if I continued to lie to them. I was ignored and left to the wolves. She was right in saying that we tried everyone but your law firm. Izuku said. Truth. Okay, that's all Izuku. I would like to see this evidence that you collected so I can use it to take down the school once and for all. The detective said. You can watch it here. Izuku said, turning on the television as he walked into his room. The detective looked at Inko as she gave him a look that pleaded that he stay there to see it before he watched it at the station. So he sat down and with a cup of coffee he watched the video that spanned over 6 hours of what would amount to torture of a minor for 6 hours in a school that was meant to be safe for all children. He spat his coffee out many times as he watched the video, and he finally had enough when he found the rape scene as he paused the video and turned it off as he moved to the bathroom as he vomited in the toilet as Inko rubbed his back in guilt. "How is your son even still alive, and able to not commit seppuku?" The detective yelled in anger as well as guilt. "I don't know, but when he came home yesterday, he had a dead look in his eyes. I hate to see him look like that. I stayed by his side as I made sure that he kept his kind nature as well as made sure that he doesn't commit that. I'm not even sure if there is an evil bone in his body." Inko said, chuckling, "Your son is one of the strongest kids I have ever met. If he is willing to become a hero, I would completely vouch for him in the future." He said, immediately, "Why, you're kind of late on that. He already gave up on that dream when the #1 hero told him that he couldn't. But he made sure that my son wasn't let off badly. He let him down easily, stating that he would feel unsurmountable guilt for sending him in Quirkless to fight a villain who had strength or power hundreds of times stronger than him." Inko said, looking at the shocked look on the detective, saving his potential ally from his wrath. "This school will be placed in the depths of Tartarus or hell itself," the detective said, walking away from the home. He then found the landlord not too far away as he arrested him for discrimination against a minor as well as a mother. The man was livid, and he would be making sure that the school drowns in its own blood. And he has the videotape of what happened in the day up to the basement as he didn't leave without the evidence he needed. Inko walked to her son's room only to find him sleeping with Mei as his body pillow, but the funny part was that said girl was currently trying to fix a small television that sat on his desk. I can't believe that he found himself a beautiful girlfriend, not to mention the size of her rack," Inko said to herself as she closed his door. The people who took the smile from her son yesterday would see the devil and would get sued out of continuing to live in the area if that was the last thing she could do. Izuku was walking with a pep in his step as his mental problems weren't messing with him today, not to mention that he hadn't had a nightmare again. He was walking to class with Mei next to him as they were talking about how they would increase the appeal of some of the heroes in the school, not to mention the hero students. Izuku over the timeframe had heard that Eraserhead had tried out his invention and was really happy about it, and he took Izuku's analysis to heart and made his hair tied in a bun in order to prevent himself from being predicted by villains. Izuku had even gotten a much better looking body since he had been working with Mei over the weeks before the school year had started up again. He had some more muscle on his arms and legs as he was lifting heavy items more often and he was putting more strength into his inventions. He even had a 4-pack of abs on his torso, and he was proud of it. He entered the classroom of 1H and sat down in his desk as he waited for Power Loader to enter the room and start the homeroom lesson. By the time Power Loader was heard closing in on the classroom, the rest of their classmates were inside the room and Izuku Cities
couldn't
lost
care
to
less
time.
about them
The
since
story
he
of
only
human
needed his friend Mei.
civilization is written in stone.
Good morning,
But
class.
what if some of the
My
most
name is
important
Higuri
chapters
Majima,
lie beneath
and I am
the
your
ocean?
homeroom teacher for the next
Across
3
the
years.
world, there are
Now
ruins
this class
submerged
is
beneath
supposed
the
to be
waves,
homeroom, but
suggesting
since you
that
were in the
entire
support class, you will
civilizations
be
once
taught all your
thrived
other
where
lessons
only
from
fish
math
now
to literature
swim.
by me.
Some of these
Just so
lost
that you
cities,
all can get to
like
making your
Dwarka
own
in
inventions
India,
in a
are
timely
mentioned
manner.
in ancient texts.
Just remember,
Others,
don't stay
like
here after
Yonaguni
school,
off
as
the
it would be
coast of
taking
Japan,
points off of
appear
your
to
final
be vast
grade when you were
artificial
graduating.
structures, but mainstream
Power
science
Loader said,
hesitates to
smirking
acknowledge
at
them.
The class
Could
continued
these sunken
as per
ruins
normal
be
for the
proof
school
that
as
advanced
Izuku and Mei worked
civilizations
together on
existed
most of
long
the class's
before history
assignments, as
tells
they
us
were
they
already
did?
close to one another.
And if so,
It
what
was all
wiped them
going
from the
great when
earth?
everyone heard an
Tonight,
explosion sound
we descend
from
into the
outside
deep
and Power
unknown
Loader
to
noticed
uncover the
Izuku
truth
flinch
about
really
the
hard
lost
at that, and
cities of
after
the
the
ancient
flinch, he was
world,
scowling.
and whether we're only
Looks like
scratching
the
the
hero
surface
force
of
is
what
already
lies
making
beneath.
their presence known.
Chapter 1.
I hope that you all
The
are
mystery
ready to
of
be making their
Dwarka,
hero
India's
costumes for them.
Atlantis. For centuries,
Loader said,
the ancient
looking at
Hindu
Izuku
epic,
with worry.
the Mahabharata,
After the class
spoke
was
of a
over, Higuri
legendary
called
city,
Izuku over
Dwarka,
to have a small
the
chat
golden
in order
kingdom
to
of
find
Lord
out
Krishna.
why he flinched at the explosion.
According to the text,
Why, yes,
Dwarka
Power
was a
Loader
thriving
Sensei.
metropolis,
Izuku
a place
asked,
of unimaginable
nervous.
beauty,
Don't
with
think that you're in
palaces of
trouble,
gold and
Midoriya.
silver.
I just
But
want to
after
see
a
if
great
you're all right.
war, it was
You
said to
flinched
have
really
sunk
badly
beneath the
when you
sea,
heard that
lost
explosion.
forever.
BOOM
For thousands of
Higuri
years,
said, before
most
getting cut
historians
on from yet
dismiss
another
Dwarka
explosion.
as myth,
Until
he heard
underwater
another
archaeologists
explosion, Higuri
actually
watched as
found
Izuku
it.
flinched really badly
The discovery.
again, and the teacher
In
sighed.
2001,
Are you
researchers
deathly afraid
found
of
ruins
explosions, young
120
Midoriya?
feet underwater,
Higuri asked,
off the coast of
concerned.
modern-day
I'm not
Dwarka,
afraid of
India.
explosions. It's just
These
that I have a
ruins
bad
contain
history with
massive
them.
stone structures,
Izuku
arranged
said,
in a grid-like
grimly,
pattern,
could you tell me
suggesting
how?
they were once
Higuri
buildings,
asked.
roads,
My best
and
friend
walls.
from when I was younger has
Some
a
of
quirk
the
that is called
artifacts
explosion.
recovered from the site date
He
back
used to beat me
9,000
up all the
years,
time with
making it one of the
Izuku
oldest
said,
underwater
not even
ruins ever
trying to lie to
discovered.
his teacher.
If
I
true,
can see that.
would
Have you
mean
tried
Dwarka
seeking help for
existed
that?
thousands of years
He
before the
asked,
earliest known
concerned.
civilizations,
Yes, but
and
nobody
long
until
before
recently
history
had
says
even tried
cities
to
should
help
have
me.
even existed.
Izuku said,
Could this be
sadly,
proof of a forgotten
don't worry, I won't hurt
civilization,
you for it.
one that
I
thrived
just
before
wanted
being
to make sure
swallowed
to
by the
watch out
sea?
for the said student.
And if so,
I know
how
his
many
name by the
more
way
lost
since you
cities
told
are
me his
still
quirk.
waiting to be found?
Katsuki Bakugo.
Chapter 2.
He went to the same middle school
Yonaguni,
as
a
you as
man-made
well.
structure
This
or
doesn't
natural
bode well.
formation. Off
What
the
is his
coast of
personality
Japan's
like?
Yonaguni
Higuri
Island,
asked.
deep
He
beneath
is
the
loud,
waves,
abrasive,
lies one of the
cocky,
most controversial
arrogant, not to
underwater
mention
discoveries
quick to
of all
anger.
time.
But the
In
worst part about him
1986,
is that if he
a
finds
diver
out that I'm
stumbled
here,
upon a massive
he
stone
will be
structure
fight first,
with
ask
staircases,
questions later.
platforms,
Izuku
and straight
informed.
cut walls.
Higuri was already
The
not liking
structure,
this student.
now
How
called
did
the
he even get
Yonaguni
inside
Monument,
this fine
sits
establishment
100
anyway?
feet below the surface
From
and
what
appears to be
Midoriya
an
is saying
enormous,
is that this Bakugo
multi-tiered
kid
complex.
is really dangerous and needs to be
Some
kept on a
researchers
tight leash.
believe it is a man-made
Higuri
pyramid,
thought to
similar
himself,
to those
is there
found in
anything
ancient
else
Egypt
that I
or
should know about
Mesoamerica.
him? Higuri
But mainstream
asked, if he is in the
archaeologists
hero
claim that
course, and
Yonaguni
he
is
sees
just
me
a
in this
natural
school,
rock
he will
formation,
immediately try to
shaped
bully
by
me and oust
underwater
my
currents over
quirklessness to
thousands
everyone
of
present
years.
and make them bully me as
Could
well.
nature really create
Izuku
something
said,
so geometrically
looking at the
perfect?
ground. I
Some
see.
theorists
So he
suggest
destroyed
that
your chance to
Yonaguni is
talk
the
to
remnant
other
of a
students
lost
without even being
civilization,
given a chance to
possibly
make new
dating back
friends.
to the last ice age.
Higuri asked to no one
If
in
true,
particular.
it would rewrite history,
and if he does it
proving
here,
that an
I
advanced
don't know if I
society
can handle
existed
having
over
another school
12,000
where I am
years
bullied
ago,
on a daily
long
basis
before
with
the
him at the
first
head of
known
it.
civilizations of
Izuku
Mesopotamia
said,
and
all right,
Egypt.
I will bring this
What
up
else
with
might
Principal
lie
Nedzu
hidden
as
beneath
well
the
as
Pacific,
Aizawa-san.
waiting to be
If
uncovered?
he knows how abrasive
Chapter
the student
3.
is, then
The
he will be
global
more
flood myth,
fine-tuned to keep
a
him
memory
on a
of real
leash.
events.
Higuri said,
Nearly
allowing
every ancient
Izuku to
culture
leave to
has
the
a
workshop.
story of a great flood,
Higuri
a
Majima was a
cataclysmic
kind
event
man.
that
At least
destroyed
he
an
tried to
advanced
think he was.
civilization.
He was
The
in
Bible
charge of
speaks
making
of
sure
Noah's
his
Ark,
students were
a
safe
flood that
in this
wiped
school,
out
and he would
humanity.
be damned to think that
The
Izuku
Epic
would
of
be feeling
Gilgamesh,
unsafe in
written
this
in
environment.
ancient Mesopotamia,
So he was
describes a
immediately
great
heading to the
deluge that
principal's
ended an
office in
advanced
order to
kingdom.
have him call Aizawa
Hindu
here to
texts
inform him
like
of
the
situation at
Manusmriti
hand.
tell of a flood that
The
destroyed an
situation you
ancient
may ask is
civilization,
Bakugo's
leading to the
eventual reaction
rebirth
to
of the
Izuku
world.
being in the same school
Could these
as him
myths
again, and the boy
actually
told
be
him that
memories of
Bakugo
real
was
events?
punched first before
Some
asking
researchers
questions
believe
later.
these stories may be
Izuku
connected to
also
the end
gave
of
him
the
some
last ice
information
age,
about Bakugo
around
actually not
12,000
caring
years
that he was
ago.
being a support hero,
When sea
and still
levels
beat him up
rose
for wanting to
dramatically
go to
due
the
to
same
melting
school as
glaciers,
well.
this
He
sudden
was right
rise
at the
in
door
water
of the
levels
room when
may
he
have
heard
wiped
it
out
open and
entire
Aizawa was right there
civilizations,
with a young boy
leaving
with
only
purple
scattered
balls for
ruins
hair.
beneath the sea.
All right, Mineta.
If an
You were
advanced
to collect
culture
your
once
things and get
thrived
out of
before the
property
flood,
of this school.
then the remains of their
Aizawa
cities may
said,
still
staring
exist,
at the young
deep
boy with
underwater,
anger.
hidden
You
from
won't
view.
hear the last of me.
Chapter
Shota
4.
Aizawa.
Other
My
sunken
mother will
cities
make
that
sure that I'm
challenge
not
history.
expelled from this
While
school.
Dwarka and Yonaguni
Mineta
are
said,
among the most
running
famous,
off.
they are
Sigh,
far
this
from
will
the
take
only
some time
submerged
before I
ruins
can
found
actually get
worldwide.
rid of him.
1.
Aizawa
The
said,
lost city
said
of
man was
Heracleion,
wearing a black
Egypt's
sweater as
sunken
well as black
metropolis.
cargo pants with
Once a
black
thriving
combat
port
boots to
city in
complete the
ancient
look.
Egypt,
Not to
Heracleion
mention the
mysteriously
scarf that
sank
was a new
beneath the
addition to his
Mediterranean
overall
over
look as a small kitten was
1,200
sitting in the
years ago.
pouch.
When
Aizawa
divers
said,
found it
"We
in
need to talk
2000,
to the
they
principal about
discovered
one of your
massive
students."
temples, giant
Majima
statues,
said,
and even
staring
ancient
into his
ships still
colleague's eyes.
preserved in the seabed.
Which one are you talking about?
What caused
Majima?
it to sink?
Aizawa
Earthquakes,
asked, bored
a
and done
sudden
with life.
flood. The
It's
answer
Bakugo
remains
Katsuki.
unknown. 2.
Majima said,
The ruins
earning
of
a heavy
Kambei,
sigh from the
a
underground hero.
9,500-year-old
They re-entered the
city
room
in
to find
India.
Principal Nedzu
In
sitting in his chair
2001,
looking at the documents
sonar
of the latest
scans
case
in the
he was
Gulf of
tasked to
Kambei
figure
revealed
out.
the remains of a
The hero
city-like
killer
structure
staying.
submerged
As soon as said
120 feet
principal heard the door
underwater.
open up again.
If
He turned
confirmed,
off the
the
document and
ruins
looked
could
at
be
both
over
of his teachers.
9,500 years
Majima-kun,
old, far older than any
Aizawa-kun,
known civilization.
How can I help you both today?
However,
He asked,
mainstream
cheerfully as his
archaeologists
face
remain
showed grief
skeptical,
concern.
claiming the findings
It's Majima
lack
who
solid
wished to
evidence.
speak to both of us.
3.
Aizawa said,
Pavlopetri,
bored as
the
always.
world's oldest
Well,
known sunken
what is
city,
the issue, Majima-kun?
located off the coast of
Nedzu
Greece.
asked. Well, one of
Pavlopetri
my
is over
students has a
5,000
massive
years
issue with
old
that
and
person
features
being in
roads,
this school,
courtyards,
and I am feeling a
and
little
tombs
leery about said
preserved in the
individual.
seabed.
Majima
Unlike
stated,
other sunken
pulling out
cities,
2 documents about
Pavlopetri
the
was
two he
never
was
believed
concerned
to be
for.
mythical. but its discovery still challenges the timeline of civilization.
What was wrong with both
How
of
many
them?
more cities like
I will
these
need you to
remain
tell
hidden
me what
beneath
is
the
wrong with
waves?
both of them,
Could we
Majima
one
Kun?
day discover evidence of a
Netsu
truly
said,
advanced
getting
lost
angry.
civilization,
My student
one that
expressed
thrived
violent
before
flinching
history
when he
even
overheard
began?
Bakugo's explosions
Chapter
from the
5.
workshop during our
What else
homeroom.
might be waiting to be
And
found?
at the end of classes
Only
he heard it again and
5%
was
of the
flinching
world's
harshly.
oceans have been explored.
I asked him about
That
it and
means
revealed that Bakugo
95%
Katsuki
remains
had been a
unknown.
bully for him when
If
he was in
entire
middle
cities
school.
like Dwarka,
Majima said,
Heracleon, and
causing both
Pavlopetri can
principal and
disappear
Aizawa to
beneath
look
the
at him in
waves,
alarm.
how many more lie
How
waiting
did we
to be
not know
discovered?
of this?
Could we
Netsu
one
asked,
day find the
because
real
the day
Atlantis,
of the case
a
against the
sunken
school of Aldera
civilization
Junior
so
High.
advanced that its technology was beyond even
Bakugo
our
was
own?
taking the entrance exam
Are there
for getting
ruins
into
at the
our
bottom
school.
of the ocean that
Therefore,
hold the true
he was
history
able
of
to
humanity,
escape the
one
charges
we've
of bullying,
completely forgotten?
harassment, not to
As
mention
technology
suicide baiting that
advances,
the other students
deep
as
sea
well as teachers
exploration
of that
may
school
one day reveal
participated
the
in.
truth.
Not to
But
mention
until
that when
then,
the case
the
was still
lost
going on,
cities of the
Bakugo
world
Katsuki
remain one
was
of the
nowhere near
greatest
the school
mysteries
as
of
it
our
happened.
past.
As they were
Conclusion.
conversing what to do with
The final
Bakugo,
question.
they heard an
Over
explosion
the past
inside
10
their school
episodes,
as well as
we have
blast breaking
explored the
from what they
greatest
all
ancient
thought was the
mysteries
cafeteria.
science can't explain.
What the hell
From
was
impossible
that?
megaliths
Aizawa
and ancient
called out,
maps to
I
lost
think you should already
civilizations
know
and
who
sunken
has the power
cities.
over explosions to a
What
degree,
does all of this
Aizawa
tell
said.
us? Perhaps
Majima
history
said,
is far
angrily.
older, far deeper, and far more mysterious than we've ever imagined. Perhaps the answers to our past aren't in books, but hidden in ruins, buried beneath the earth, and lying at the bottom of the sea. The truth is still out there, waiting to be found. Until next time, stay curious, and keep exploring the unknown.
A few minutes earlier, Izuku was walking to the cafeteria with Mei as they were talking about their inventions together. They were talking about which hero needed the assistance the most and came up with manuals since the water hose duo were killed by a man named Muscular. He was the only hero who could control water to a degree that could be compared to them in their prime. As their conversation was greatly disturbing the people around them who thought they were crazy scientists, Izuku suddenly felt the eyes of a monster set on killing him watching him from afar. He looked around to find crimson-red eyes drilling holes into his head as he stared at them. In fear, almost instantly he pushed Mei down, making sure that her food was still on their table as an explosion made contact with his lower abdomen, launching him from his seat and out the window of the second floor of the cafeteria. The sound of an explosion as well as glass breaking caused everyone present to look at the carnage as they found a green-haired boy being beaten half to death by their first-year hero course student Katsuki Bakugo. The entire room erupted into chaos as they all went to go see the fight that was happening at the moment. As the people surrounded the duo, Izuku was crawling away from the boy as he was terrified of him. I guess Majima couldn't get to the principal in time. Izuku thought to himself, giving up. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? Question mark. Did you forget what I told you would happen if your quirkless ass came here? Question mark quote. Bakugo yelled, getting everyone to look at them both incredulously. Quirkless. He got in without a quirk. Did he cheat to get in? Wow, that's really sad. The countless people said, causing Izuku to shrink in on himself. He was getting dangerously close to snapping when Bakugo slammed his fist into Izuku's face and started to beat him up even more. His face was all busted up, his left arm was burned to a crisp, and his left leg was broken. But Bakugo then decided to do something that would scar people for life in this school. He placed his hand on Izuku's left arm right at the shoulder as he charged his explosion quirk to the maximum as Izuku realized what the explosive boy was going to do. Wait, stop, Izuku screamed, before he felt something being torn from his body. Mei had finally managed to get to where Izuku and Katsuki were and was horrified at what she saw him do. Izuku was staring in shock, the pain wasn't even registering to him at the moment before Mei ran over to him, shoving Katsuki out of the way, making the boy even more angry. Just when he was about to blow her up, Izuku jumped in the way of the blast, tanking the blow with his back. Boom. With how loud the explosion was, many teachers as well as All Might came out to see what the explosion was and found Bakugo blasting someone up. As the smoke cleared up, they found Izuku lying on the ground with blood coming from his missing left arm as well as his lower back. All Might, getting into action, ran over and knocked out Bakugo and placed him in quirk-canceling cuffs.
Then tossed him to Hound Dog as he was the next hero on the scene as he found the boy in his arms almost as fast as he arrived. Don't allow him to leave the school. All Might called out with an injured student in his arms, and a salmon-haired girl in his arms knocked out. 3 equals 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 equals. To say that this day was very bad for Majima would be an understatement. He had to call the mother of Izuku in order to tell her what had happened on their watch, and she wasn't just sad about it, she even called him out for not being there to stop it. Mrs. Midoriya, I know that you're emotional about your son being in intensive care, but please don't take it out on me. I was in the principal's office trying to inform him that something like this might happen. Majima said, sighing. I knew that Bakugo should have been placed in prison already, and these further cements it. Inko said, angrily. She had gotten there as soon as her son had been stated to be in the hospital, and she was furious about how it happened. How do you know about Izuku and Bakugo's interactions? Majima asked, confused. I watched my son grow up with that bastard of a Bakugo. He made fun of my son for all their life and I couldn't do anything about it. Now my son told me to just let him go when he had the chance to make that boy pay for what he did. But now I regret not doing it behind his back. Inko said, just as another family arrived. Inko, I heard about what happened to Izuku. I'm so sorry about what Katsuki did. If you wish to stop seeing us, I understand. An ash blonde-haired woman said, going into a Caesar position. Mitsuki, I could never take our friendship and throw it away, but your son nearly killed mine. He needs to be punished for his actions. He has already done too much. Inko said, I know, and I will allow you to press charges on him. We are thinking of disowning him after this. Masaru said, shocking everyone present. Why aren't you defending your son? Majima asked, concerned. He has always had an attitude, but we never knew that he was this bad to Izuku. He may have been failed by the system, but with his mindset of him attacking Izuku because he is quirkless, then he really needs to have his ego stripped away from him as well as taking his chance of being a hero taken from him as well. Masaru explained, if there is anything that my son is, it's that he has too much pride. And he won't see that he did something wrong. And he will think that he is in the right, and I can't think of being his mother because I had failed in raising him correctly. Mitsuki said, sobbing as she held onto Izuku's right hand. Inko sat there as she remembered a memory of Izuku and Bakugo, as they were sitting on the couch watching All Might fight a villain in a movie. Wow, All Might is so cool. I want to be just like him when I am older. 6-year-old Izuku called out smiling. You'll never be a hero without a quirk, Deku. You'd just get in the way. A younger Bakugo of the same age called out in anger, slapping him on the head. Inko was brought out of her memory when Izuku coughed some blood out of his body, causing alarm to all present. What happened? Izuku asked. Izuku, Inko yelled, hugging her son. Wait, where is Mei? Is she all right? Izuku asked in complete concern for the girl. She's fine, young man. She will make a full recovery. But you, on the other hand, no pun intended, are missing an arm as well as dealing with multiple fractures in your spine as well as a broken skull that was all just healed by recovery girl. You're lucky to be alive. Majima said. Kachan. TT tried to kill me. Izuku trembled as he was now fearful for his life. I'm sorry for not being able to stop it from happening before it happened, young Midoriya. Majima said, sadly, it's not why your fault, sensei. Why you just weren't fast enough. Izuku said, trying to make the man feel at least a little better. Kid, I'm supposed to be making you feel better, not the other way around. Majima said, ruffling Izuku's hair. Well, who are supposed to save the heroes when they need saving? Izuku asked, looking into the eyes of everyone present. You are truly too innocent. Majima muttered. What is happening to Kachan? Izuku asked, still fearful. He is being transported to Tartarus prison. He tried to kill a UA student unprovoked and will stay there until the day he dies. Mitsuki said, staring at Izuku. But what about his dream? Izuku asked. His dream of being a hero is null and void. He takes no problem in hurting one of my students, and I do not tolerate bullying in my school, much less on the other courses of my school. He tried to kill you in the times before he didn't get any reprimanding. He is getting punishment for nearly killing you. A voice called out. As everyone else looked around, they found the principal of UA riding in a man with a scarf around his neck. Scarf. That's the scarf I made for Eraserhead. Izuku gushed about the hero. Thanks for the new scarf, by the way, kid. I want to apologize for not being there to rein in Bakugo. Aizawa said, looking at the one-armed Izuku. Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound. Izuku said, cheerfully as he pulled a notebook out of nowhere. Where did he get that? Majima asked, confused to all hell. Trust me, I stopped asking years ago. Inko said, chuckling. Could I get your autographs? Izuku asked, extending his arm out with his notebook. Aizawa grabbed the notebook and looked at the analyses as he was amazed by their accuracy as well as the potential hero costumes for each person. You would be dangerous as a villain. Nedzu said, signing the notebook on the cover. I've been told, Izuku said, looking away bashfully. Well, young man, we came here to tell you of the fate of Bakugo. And he will never be seen again, for the rest of your life. You can rest easy knowing that your future is secured as well as completely safe. Nedzu said, looking at Izuku. And as soon as that happened, Izuku smiled. For the first time in his life he genuinely smiled as big as he could, while crying. He was free from the torture of Bakugo for the rest of his life, and he could finally go on with his life without worrying about Bakugo interfering with it. We find ourselves 5 years after Izuku and Mei entered the Academy of Heroes, and the world has been reduced to a bunch of small-time thugs and villains trying to get into the #1 villain spot since there was a power vacuum since both Shigaraki and All for One had been defeated by their respective opponents. We head over to a house within Musudafu as we find an old woman walking around the house getting things prepared for breakfast. She had worried about her son during the whole war against the heroes and villains, as she had told him that this had been what she worried about. He had told her many times that since he was in the support course of the school that the only things he would be worrying about are potential explosions from gadgets gone wrong. 5 years had passed since then, and Izuku Midoriya couldn't be any happier since her son had gone after his new dream of helping the heroes in becoming even more powerful to protect the populace. She heard a door open as she smiled happily as she watched her son walk into the kitchen and grab a cup of green tea. Morning, Izuku, Inko said, smiling at her son. Morning, mother. How did you sleep last night? Izuku said. He had changed over the time he spent at UA Academy. He had gotten taller as well as more muscular around his upper body, and his legs became leaner, but you could still see the muscles on them. His face became a little sharper but kept the baby fat, as his hair was still as messy as his father's. Not to mention the fact that he had a hickey on his neck as he was still waking up from the night he had. Both mother and son heard the shower turn on as Inko looked at her son expectantly as she smirked at him. So, when am I going to expect grandbabies? She asked, teasingly. Probably once Mei starts showing. Izuku said, still not registering what he was saying. Oh, well then make sure to be there for them. You know how that turned out for you. Inko said, as Izuku nodded his head. It wasn't much longer before a woman with big breasts appeared behind Izuku as she hugged him from behind. She had salmon-colored hair with a black tank top as well as black cargo pants, not to mention the crosshairs for eyes that were a golden amber in color. Morning, honey, she said, as she sat down next to Izuku. Morning, Mei. How did you sleep last night? Izuku asked, taking another sip of tea. Great, I can't wait to start our company in the next few hours. I wonder how many babies I can make within the time frame of being in business at the start of our day. She said, eating some eggs that Inko made. Remember, we need to be there together for the grand opening today. We just managed to get our company built by the Urarakas within the weekend since Ochako had helped them with the building process. Izuku said, standing up. As he stretched his body, some cracks as well as pops were heard as his shirt lifted to show his abs as well as pectoral muscles to Mei. As that happened, Inko could only chuckle at Mei's expression as she had been looking at Izuku like he was a piece of meat. "Careful, Mei, you'll drool at this rate," Inko said, causing the girl to become red in color as she shoved her food in her mouth. Izuku went to take a shower as Inko decided to have some girls talk with Mei. "So I heard about what you and Izuku were doing last night," Inko said, smiling. "What do you mean?" Mei asked, confused. "I heard that you and Izuku were trying to go for having a child last night. You both were talking about it last night and I couldn't help but wait until now to ask about it," Inko said. "Well, we are trying to have a child, but Izuku is unsure if the child will be born quirkless like him or will have a mix of both my quirk or yours and your husband's," Mei said, looking down. "He's worried about the child being quirkless?" Inko asked. "Yeah, especially since he is quirkless, he will be getting a lot of flack for making gadgets and people claiming he stole the ideas from them. Many students at school during our high school days had reported him for that. He just had the same thought process as them but went about it a different way," Mei said, sighing. "I see. Well, make sure you stay by his side since he will need you nearby because of the bullying in his middle school days. You are perfect for one another, Mei, and I wouldn't have it any other way," Inko said, as Izuku arrived at the door of the apartment. "Let's head to work, Mei. We need to be there before opening time," Izuku said, getting his red high tops out. The duo gave their farewells to Inko as they left out the door as Inko was crying as they were grown up. Izuku and Mei entered the building next to the agency of Lemillion and Sun Eater. They had bought this building since it was close to the #1 hero and his sidekick because it was the perfect spot to get customers and have the support of them as they could see the heroes in action. They looked at the building as there was a ribbon in front of the building as Izuku gave the honors of cutting it to Mei. "This is the first step of becoming a CEO, Mei. You should be the one to cut the ribbon since you came up with the idea of working together," Izuku said, as Mei hugged him as she grabbed the large scissors. "The grand opening of Midoriya and Hatsume Industries is now here," she called out, as people looked at her smiling face cutting the ribbon. They entered the building and saw that all their materials were ready to go and they immediately got to work. Izuku had been getting the supplies to make hovercraft vehicles since they couldn't be made without the proper materials and the government hadn't been able to get to it yet, so he decided to make them. As he was building, a hero entered the place as he saw Izuku working on some equipment and walked over to him. "Hey man, my name is Ajiro Kirishima, Pro Hero Red Riot, and I was hoping you could help me in making some equipment to help my quirk out better," he said, as he flexed his muscles. "Oh, alright, what is your quirk, Red Riot?" Izuku asked, pulling out a notebook. "Well, my quirk is called hardening. I can harden my skin to the point it is too hard to crack, but it is similar to rocks since you could see the indentations of each fight I've had," he said, smiling. "Hardening, huh? That seems extremely lax in terms of power, so how about adding some power to your punches as well as defense by having some armor as well as some Air Force gloves?" Izuku asked. "That's so manly, I would like to see where you could get them," he said, smiling happily. "Follow me, Mei has created the Air Force gloves already since she had to help Lemillion in school," Izuku said. "You know Lemillion?" Red Riot asked. "Yeah, he came to me and Mei in order to help him adjust his new power to his suit since it kept ripping," Izuku said, leading the red-haired man into a workshop. "Mei, we have a customer to use the Air Force gloves," Izuku called out, as Mei came out from under the mainframe of the hovercar that Izuku was making plans of making. Red Riot blushed as he saw her. "Damn, I never thought someone like you could catch a girl like her. That's so manly," Red Riot called out. "Well, aside who I am engaged to, look at the Air Force gloves that Mei made," Izuku said, pulling out the gloves from Mei's box she pulled out. They went into the backyard to see what kind of power Red Riot had, and they weren't disappointed. He could make the gloves work as he could finally have some range against villains that were too far from him. "These will work just fine. Any armor you could make for me on hand?" he asked. The gloves would cost about 30,000 yen, but the armor would cost another 40,000 yen. Izuku said, looking at the man. "That's chump change. I can handle it," he said, smiling. All right, Mei will need to take your measurements. Also be careful, she has no concern for personal space. Izuku said, warning the poor man. I take that as a challenge. He called out. Equals 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 equals. 15 minutes later and he was already running away with the armor as well as gloves with a red face. Izuku couldn't understand how people couldn't stand being in close proximity to Mei since she was really nice. But at least they had their first customer and they got paid, not enough to pay bills, but once they got a steady influx of customers, they would be capable of paying for the bills as well as being able to keep the rest. They were nearing the end of their day as Izuku had placed their earnings of the day into the safe he built since he was the only one who could understand the makeup of it. They had many customers as well as have a few more days before their alpha version of the hovercraft car was completed. If it didn't explode on the first try, then they had made history, but if it did, that meant they had some work to do. Not like they didn't appreciate the work. They were closing down the shop when Izuku noticed Mei was looking down an alleyway. Walking over to it he found someone eerily familiar lying on the ground seemingly knocked out. Izuku walked over and found a man with scraggly black hair that extended to his lower neck as well as familiar yellow goggles. He ran over and lifted him up off the ground as he hauled him to his car. Mei, call the ambulance, Izuku called out, as she pulled out her phone. They were mid-call when Izuku heard someone talk from in front of him in the alleyway. Someone came out as they had dark brown hair with blue eyes. He had this look of anger as if Izuku had wronged him. You are the reason why heroes can live longer in this world. ? I will kill you, the man yelled as he attacked Izuku. Izuku, having some training from Power Loader during his high school days, had got into a fighting stance as the man came closer and Izuku kicked him in the leg sending him to the ground. As soon as the man was on the ground Izuku used the man's scarf in order to tie the man down. Soon the police as well as an ambulance arrived at the area and took both men separate directions, one to the hospital and the other to the prison nearby. Izuku and Mei continued to their own car when they heard yet another noise from the alleyway. Meow, hum. Izuku and Mei looked down and found a black kitten next to their feet. Mei looked at Izuku as he picked up the kitten as he placed it on his shoulder, and both watched as the kitten held onto him for dear life as he sat in his seat of the car, and they drove off. The kitten was closing its eyes as well as opening them slowly, it seemed it was tired. By the time they got home the kitten was asleep on his shoulder, and they entered the home. Izuku placed the kitten on a pillow in the living room as he prepared some tuna for the animal as Inko came into the room. Oh Izuku, Mei, how was work today? She asked. Shish. There is a sleeping kitten in the living room, Izuku said, causing the mother to look and indeed there was a black kitten sleeping on the couch. Ah, she looks so cute, Inko said, cooing at the animal. Found it nearby the building as we were leaving. Next to the pro hero Eraserhead, Izuku said, shocking both women in his life. What was Eraserhead doing near your workplace? Inko asked, confused and worried. I don't know, but he was knocked out. Had Mei call paramedics, Izuku said, as Mei looked at him. We will take the kitten to the vet tomorrow and see if she is alright or needs shots. Mei said, smiling sadly at the poor thing. Well, make sure to give me some grandbabies. Inko said, heading to bed. Izuku chuckled as he brought Mei to his room with the kitten and placed the animal on his desk with the tuna getting the kitten's attention. It woke up and moved closer to the warm tuna and started to eat it. There little lady. You are just adorable, huh? Izuku said, petting the kitten on the back. The kitten then finished the tuna as she looked into Izuku's emerald eyes with their own as he chuckled and picked up the kitten and placed her on his chest as he laid down next to Mei. The kitten then saw the big mounds next to his chest and moved there and started kneading. Well, looks like she found a new mother, Izuku teased, getting a knock on his head from her. They would fall asleep during the night as the kitten had fell asleep on Izuku's head using his hair as her blanket. Izuku and Mei woke up the next morning as they noticed that the kitten they had with them was eating the leftover tuna that Izuku placed on the desk the previous night. As they moved over to see if the kitten was all right, Izuku noticed that the kitten had finished eating the tuna in the can as it looked towards him and Mei. "All right, little lady, we are going to take you to the vet to see if you need anything to make sure you're all right," Izuku said, moving his hand out so the kitten could climb into his hand. As it does, Mei was recording the little event as she never saw Izuku being gentle with anything, much less animals. He had always been a little more of get them out of the way by any means necessary and get back to work. As soon as he got the kitten to climb up to his shoulder, he started to move towards the door where Mei was standing with the camera. "Come on, we need to see if Kia has any diseases that we need to treat her for," Izuku said, walking down the hall. "You named her?" Mei asked, curious. "Yeah, can't keep calling her little lady now, can we?" Izuku asked, chuckling as the kitten licked his cheek. "You're right about that, now let's go see if we need to get her some help at the vet," Mei said, smiling. As they walked outside the apartment complex they were living in, Izuku noticed that there were some heroes around the neighborhood and they were seemingly chasing a villain. "Well, the heroes seem to be occupied today," Izuku states, concerned. "Yeah, I heard on the news that there was a new villain out there that had been a particular annoyance to them since he could levitate as well as teleport," Mei said. "I can't believe people still use their quirks for evil nowadays. Can't people just get along that way? We don't need heroes to defend us?" Izuku asked, a little agitated. Mei was looking at Izuku now in concern since she had heard what Izuku had done in their high school days, when he tried to get into the hero course without a quirk. He had made it into the hero course by turning off the robots via the off button on each and every robot, but on the first day of school he was rudely expelled from the class based on his quirkless status. Apparently, he had gotten Shota Aizawa as the teacher of the class and was immediately targeted for expulsion because Aizawa didn't think that he would be a good fit for the class, and replaced Izuku with someone who had a quote-unquote villainous quirk that was more useful than a quirkless hero. Even she was surprised when Izuku was extremely calm when she watched as Izuku stared at the student replacing him in the heroics class. He wasn't the same ever since, as he never said a word about heroics and only cared about helping them, but not once did he help Shinso Hitoshi with his career since he was still bitter about it. He liked the young man as a hero, he just was still sour about Aizawa's reason for him not being allowed into the hero course. Back to the original storyline, Mei watched as Izuku was slowly getting more and more agitated with how the heroes were near them at all times and she couldn't stand to see him like this. He might wish to be friends with heroes, but it is still known that he doesn't like heroes as much as he used to. They arrived at the veterinarian clinic and checked their kitten inside there as they waited for the bill to come out so they could take care of the kitten. As soon as they were waiting, another person came into the place as he stared at Mei as he walked over to talk to her while Izuku was in his own little world. "Hey babe, how about you ditch the short stack and come with a real man?" he said, looking smug about it. "Are you really trying to steal me away from my boyfriend?" Mei asked, curiously. "Yes, do you wish to go out with a real man?" the young man asked, smugly. As soon as that was heard, everyone heard a pen snap and everyone looked over to see Izuku staring at the person with an angered look. Even the young man who was trying to steal Mei out from under his nose looked at Izuku, and even then, he didn't seem scared. "I suggest you move away from my woman before I give you a reason to lose your balls as I take them off and replace them with a woman's vagina and slam your own balls down that new form of genitalia," Izuku threatened as he stared into the young man's eyes. "Oh, please, as if you could hurt me," the man said, going to grab Mei by her ass. But before he could, his hand was grabbed by Izuku, who was now standing in front of him and was much taller than the young man. "You lay your hand on my girlfriend and no hero alive will save you from what I will do to your body," Izuku said, glaring into the young man's eyes. "You can't hurt me, I am a hero," the young man said. "Which hero are you, since I have no idea who you are?" Izuku asked, curious while being angry. "I am the pro-hero Grape Juice. And I am trying to get a girlfriend by taking her from you with my status alone," he said, smugly. "You're going to have to try harder than that to get my girlfriend." Izuku said, staring into the young man's eyes. As soon as the young hero looked into Izuku's eyes, he then placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder as he then stated something appalling to the others surrounding him. You are under arrest for threatening a hero in the name of the law. Not to mention that you used your quirk on that woman. Grape Juice said, pulling out handcuffs. How can you arrest me for something that I didn't do? I was defending my girlfriend from you and you were the one who was trying to sexually assault my girlfriend. I was within my right to threaten you, hero. So next time, try and think of another reason to arrest me because I am not going with you. Izuku said, walking back to his girlfriend. Could Midoriya and Hatsume come to the back room please? A vet said, as Izuku and Mei walked away from the young hero. Sorry you all had to hear me like that, Izuku said to the veterinarian. Don't worry, he always comes over and asks some of us out. He always turns everything into trying to have sex with us when we don't do as he says. The vet said, looking at the kitten they brought. Still, I should have kept my mouth shut and ignored him. Izuku said, looking at the floor. Like I said, you are doing us all a favor by standing up to him. He has been using his status as a hero and flaunting it around to have sex with any woman he can find. He even uses it on the younger generation and tries to have sex with them. We couldn't get his hero license revoked because we have no proof. The vet said, while giving a prognosis on the kitten. The kitten was fine and healthy, just needed some more food as well as water, not only that they managed to get a small chip inside of the kitten in order to make sure that she doesn't get lost. Alright, now that that is done, what are you naming her? The vet asked, happily. We named her Kia, I couldn't come up with a better name, and Kia just came to mind. Izuku said, as the kitten looked at him when he said the name Kia. Well, it seems like she recognizes the name as hers. You have a good week, and we will send you the food as well as supplies needed to take care of Kia. The vet said, smiling. Thank you for helping Kia, I really was hoping nothing bad was wrong with her. Mei said, shaking the woman's hand as Izuku held Kia in his hand. As soon as they exited the vet clinic, they saw some police officers outside the place as they told Izuku to put his hands up. What did I do, officer? Izuku asked, curious. Pro-hero Grape Juice sent a complaint that you threatened him with death, and we need to take you into the station. The officer said, looking at Izuku's stoic face. Does he have to, officer? Mei asked. This is just protocol. If I could, I would just let you off with a warning, but he kept annoying me, so sorry kid. The officer said, as he cuffed Izuku and placed him in the police car. Please could you drop my girlfriend and kitten at my apartment please? Izuku asked, looking at the officer. Where is the apartment? The officer asked. Musudafu. Izuku said, as the officer put in the location and allowed Mei into the car and drove off. As they arrived at the station after dropping Mei off at home, Izuku was hauled into the interrogation room, and he sat at the table with a calm expression. What is he in here for? A voice called out. Apparently he threatened a hero with death, for apparently no reason. The officer told a detective. For no reason, the detective asked, confused. That's what Grape Juice said, but knowing him he might have been lying. The officer said, sighing. We need one more case of sexual harassment in order to take away his title as a hero. Maybe he will be the one who gives us that information. The detective sighed. As he entered the room, he was met with Izuku, who had gotten his hands out of the cuffs on the table and was cleaning the room up with a spare rag in his pocket. Took you long enough, wasn't sure how long it would have taken you to get in here. Izuku said, angrily. The detective could see his anger coming off in waves as his aura said, nothing but pure anger at why he was here. As you name Izuku Midoriya? The detective asked. Yes, I am Izuku Midoriya. I am quirkless and my girlfriend was sexually harassed by the hero Grape Juice. Izuku said, looking at the detective. True, he said, as he wrote it down. Alright, so what can you tell me about what happened at the animal clinic? The detective asked, trying to get more information. I was with my girlfriend going to the vet for the kitten we got off the street. We were going there to get the kitten checked for anything bad in them when he showed up trying to steal Mei from me. He openly admitted to it in front of everyone there. When I told him to back off from her, he tried to grab her ass and claim it as his, That was when I threatened him that I would kill him if he continued. I don't care that he is a hero, his quirk could be used in a variety of ways, but him being a hero to get women is not a good thing. Izuku said, looking at the floor. Alright, anything else I need to know? The detective asked, all the while thinking to himself that he finally could take down pro-hero Grape Juice. I may or may not have threatened to turn him into a girl and stuff his balls down his new form of genitalia. Izuku said, blushing. You what? The detective asked, snorting. I threatened to change his body to that of a female's, and after taking his penis off of his body I would shove it right into his new genitals. Izuku said, whistling. That is a new one from the victims of this man. The detective said, sighing. New one of what? Izuku asked. What you threatened him with is a new threat to him for trying to take the girls of other men. The detective said, oh, all right, can I leave, detective? Izuku asked. Yes, you can leave. The detective said. As Izuku left the precinct he overheard the intercom as the detective's voice was heard all throughout the station. Could someone get me Grape Juice, the pro-hero? We need to arrest him. Can't believe that he got himself into trouble so many times that they needed actual proof against the man. Might as well put a restraining order on the hero or ex-hero. Izuku said, entering a law firm. Equals 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 equals. After getting the restraining order placed on the hero Grape Juice, as well as learning that his name was Minoru Mineta, Izuku made his way back home in order to have a night of rest without the heroes getting in his way, but today was just not his day as a hero exploded his way into Izuku's area. You've got to be shitting me, Izuku said, with a deadpan expression. Get over here, you little shit, the hero called out, angrily. It was a voice that Izuku recognized completely, and he was now fearful since the hero was someone who went to his school as well. Not to mention that he was a bully from his past who wanted him dead by all rights, and Izuku couldn't help but scowl at him. As the hero took down the villain, Izuku kept walking by as the hero looked at him before calling him out. Hey you, do you have a phone? The hero called out. Yeah, why? Izuku asked, slightly angered. Don't get prissy with me. I need to borrow it for a second. The hero said, for the first time a little tame. Will I get it back? Izuku asked. Yes, you will, God, I am not a thief. The hero said. Alright, here you go. Izuku said, tapping his foot on the ground. As soon as the hero was finished tying up the villain and finished the call, he gave Izuku's phone back as he looked at the young man again. There is your stupid phone. Can't believe you are like this to the people who protect you, he said, before dragging the villain away. Wouldn't you like to know? Izuku muttered. As he walked away, the hero noticed the mutter as he turned around and looked at the young man leaving. He thought about who he was, and then a small memory came to the hero as a younger Izuku, but his upper face was covered. Let's go play at the park. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The voice called out. Who are you? The hero thought to himself, angered at the young man.
9. Izuku managed to make it inside his home as Mei and Inko were cooking dinner for him. As he called out that he was home, his mother gave the cooking duty to Mei for the time being as she ran over and hugged her son. Izuku. I am so glad you're safe. Do you have any idea how much you made me worry about you? Inko said, crying. Sorry mom, just a hero was trying to take Mei from me. I defended her though, while also threatening him twice. Izuku said, chuckling. You shouldn't be doing that. You have a job as well as a reputation to live up to as one of the best support gear creators with Mei. Inko said, worrying about him. Don't worry mom, I won't go to jail for something like that. Izuku said, looking at his mother. Alright, but don't make this a habit, okay dear? Inko asked. I won't mom, let's have some dinner already. Izuku said, smiling at her sadly. As they ate dinner, Kia was sitting on the counter as she ate some tuna that Inko made for her as well as some water next to it. As they were eating, Izuku decided to speak up about why he was home later than he said. Mom. Izuku paused. Yes, dear? Inko asked. I met Katsuki again. Izuku said, with an angered face. As Inko sees this, her face becomes a scowl as well, and Mei was looking at the pair with pain in her eyes. Seeing Katsuki again was like a nightmare to the two, and seeing them both scowling at his name being mentioned, caused Mei to unconsciously scowl as well. That man had caused Izuku so much heartache that it took their entire time at UA for Izuku to build up the courage to ask Mei out on a date. Now hearing that he was back into their lives, it was a sour feeling in the air as Izuku was scowling at his food with his mother. Even after all these years of not seeing the young man, they still harbored hatred for him, and everything he had done to Izuku. And you want to know the worst part, Mom? Izuku asked, looking at her as she looked back as tears were in his eyes. He didn't even remember me, Izuku said, crying. Izuku woke up with a start as he remembered what happened the night before with Bakugo. He hated the individual as he had bullied him in the past for many years, but at the same time, he couldn't exact revenge on him since that isn't what a man should do. So, he decided to become a hero to the heroes. He couldn't get started without dealing with someone who would most notably go around and find out who he was and where to find him. So he went to the park nearby the house as he watched as the children of the next generation are training together, as he watched them with a smile on his face. Hello there. A young man called out. Izuku looked over and found a young man with black hair with a hat that had horns on the top of them. Hello there, young man. How can I help you? Izuku asked, curious. Do you create support items for those who are heroes? He asked, as if he was pleading. Yes, I am. What do you need? Izuku asked, curious. Could you make me a support item for the entrance exam in order to make my power of water pressure increase to the maximum threshold? The young man asked. Are you by chance the child of the water hose duo? Izuku asked, concerned. Yeah, nobody has even noticed me based on them. How could you tell? He asked. Well, based on your explanation about your quirk, I guessed it was about the same as your parents. Izuku said, as he thought about a support item. Well, I could use something to increase the power of my water quirk. The young man said. Well, the best thing I could think of was the power washer that is placed onto your back that is very lightweight as well as made to increase the power of your attacks tenfold. Izuku said, as the boy in front of him nodded his head. Thank you for the advice, but could you make that for me? The young man asked. What are you willing to pay for it to be completed by the entrance exams? Izuku asked. I will pay at least 134,272 yen in order to get the support item. The young man said. 1,000 USD? That is quite a lot in order to get one support item. Izuku said, chuckling. Will you do it? The young man asked. I will make it for free. I always wanted to do their family justice by giving their child the best chance at being a hero. Just don't lord over everyone and make them feel inferior, alright? Izuku asked, curious as to what he would say. I will. I have to make it to become a hero. I have to make their presence known again. The young man said. Just testing your resolve to be a hero. Just make sure that your main goal is to sacrifice yourself when the time comes. If you die, you won't be saving anyone. But sometimes you need to put your life in the clutches of death's hands in order to save the day. Izuku said, getting up and leaving the confused boy alone to his thoughts. Equals 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 equals. It had been a week since the meeting between the child of the water hose duo and Izuku. He had finished his support item and sent it out to Mandalay of the Wild Pussycats. He loved the way her group had placed rescue first before fighting villains. They saved those around while Tiger had fought those who would place the civilians in danger. Thanks to Izuku and Mei working as hard as they could as well as placing their workshop as close as possible to the #1 hero duo Senator and Lemillion. Their business was booming. Many customers of hero variety were coming in and getting the best quality gear from them as they passed on the information of their support to other heroes. Izuku had been trying to get Mei pregnant for a while now and nothing was happening. He was concerned if he was unsterile, but when he got the doctor's note it stated that he was completely healthy, not to mention that for some reason he was super fertile. When Mei came back with her results, it was similar, but not entirely. They were just doing their stuff at the wrong time, and Izuku was getting a little miffed at that since he wanted a kid to raise to be better than he ever was. But as he was assisting Mei in making a support item for some students of UA Academy as they were being sponsored by the school enough to warrant them to be able of making support gear for them, the front door opened up and Izuku looked up from his position and noticed the gear on the hero. Immediately scowling, gaining the attention of Mei, she looks around the store and finds Dynamite of the hero team of Pinky and Red Riot had entered their store. "Where is Deku?" Dynamite called out. Izuku came out from behind his cubicle as he stared at Dynamite with a glare that could kill. "What do you want, Katsuki?" Izuku demanded. "I want you to make some support gear for someone special," the man said, staring at Izuku with malice. "What kind of gear?" Izuku asked, still glaring. "It is for Uravity. Her hero suit was destroyed in a fight against Gigantomachia," Dynamite said, staring at Mei. "All right, while I remake her costume, you two catch up. I know that this reunion is a long time coming. Don't hurt each other too much," Mei called out, leaving into her workshop. "So, what's it been? 10 years? Izuku asked, angrily. "Yeah, but ever since then, I have mellowed out, and I want to say that what I have done in the past was right all along," Katsuki said, waiting for Izuku to get sad by his look on his face. What he didn't expect though was Izuku punching him in the face and sending the man to the ground. "You have no right to come here and say that to me after all these years. Do you know what it's like to be underestimated and called out for cheating? All because I am Quirkless," Izuku screamed as the hero got up. Some people noticed how Izuku attacked the pro-hero Dynamite and pulled out their phones. "It wasn't my fault that you got diagnosed Quirkless, that was your own damn fault. You gave up on our dream when you were declared Quirkless," Katsuki goaded. "That is the only punch I will ever give you. I can't simply give up on my dream to be a hero to at least someone, so I became a hero in my own way. Being a hero to the heroes. I make the items with Mei in order to keep some semblance of my dream alive. Do you want to know what happened to me when I tried to enter the hero course?" Izuku asked, angrily. "What?" Katsuki asked, angrily as well. "I made it to the final round of the sports festival without a quirk. I beat you in a fight, and I was close to defeating the Son of Endeavor. I should have been placed into the hero course from that experience alone, but no. I was kept inside the support course because of something I had zero control over. They kept me there because I was Quirkless, Katsuki. I was a shoe-in for the hero course and they rejected me for someone who had an amazing quirk who thought it was villainous. They pushed me aside for someone who was perfect for the course. I'm not petty to go out and tell him that I should have been in the hero course. I was raised to congratulate them on a job well done, not to mention bullied to the point that I don't think that I should be alive anymore," Izuku called out, staring at Katsuki with a glare that made the man tremble a little. "What are you going to do about it then? Are you going to sue me and reveal our past?" Katsuki asked, angrily. "No, I am going to do something worse for you. I will make sure that your popularity goes far down to the point you will lose your license if you step near me ever again," Izuku said, slamming his court papers near Katsuki, who looked at them. "You put a restraining order on me," he yelled, angered. "Yeah, since you can't seem to apologize for all you have done to me. You will never get gear from this place. We will give gear to your allies, but only them. Not you. You are only a fake hero," Izuku said, walking away. "You'll never see me again if you do this. Wouldn't you want our kids to be friends?" Katsuki asked, genuinely concerned. "No, if you raise them, they might bully my kid if I ever get one. I don't want my kid to live the life I had. If they are Quirkless I will teach them how to fight as well as get them into the hero course with their intelligence as well as fighting skill," Izuku said, as Mei entered the room again with a box. "Here is your friend's hero suit. Added some things to make it better for her as well as made it a little puffy in order to accommodate for her pregnancy," Mei said, looking at Katsuki. "How do you know that?" Katsuki glared. "I am her friend as well as the one who made her suits when we were in high school," Mei said, looking at the duo. To Izuku, an image of when they were inside school and growing up was shown to him as they stared at one another. First it was when they were kids, around the age of 4 years old. Then it moved to when they were in middle school, and finally it showed Izuku and Katsuki in their UA uniforms, but there was a recurring observation. Izuku's eyes in his childlike form as well as middle school form had stars in his eyes staring at Katsuki, but when it reached high school, his eyes were dead inside as they were broken. Equals 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 equals. Izuku sat on the couch of the store as he had Mei cooking lunch for them. He couldn't think straight to cook for both of them. Mei had learned how to cook when he wasn't looking with his mother, as she made sure to follow the recipes to the letter as she didn't want to mess up. She made good food, just not to the level of the Midoriyas, and she couldn't understand how they could do it. They would both head home into their apartment complex as they had a very long day of customers as well as the Bakugo incident. But it seemed like things were getting worse as they entered the home only to find Izuku's mother in the hands of someone they all knew. But his face was not that of a hero, it was of a villain who was taking pleasure in their sadness. "That is what happens when you are placing me as far away from you, Deku," the man said, walking out the door, blasting both of them inside. Mom," Izuku stuttered, confused. He walked over to her corpse as she laid in her own blood as she was lying on the ground with a confused look on her face. She probably was taken by surprise when he came in and killed her. But the most haunting thing about it was the fact that her eyes showed no life in them, but Izuku was about to see red when he was hugged by Mei. "Don't go after him, this is him trying to get a rise out of you," Mei said, staring at him with tears in her eyes. How could he do this? He loved her like another mother. She didn't do anything," Izuku wailed as he held his mother in his arms as the police entered the apartment to find the couple hugging it out as Izuku cried over his dead mother's body. Across the yard, Bakugo was standing there with a smirk on his face, as he stared at the destroyed family that he caused. He walked away with a smug look on his face before the events of what he just did caused him to run to a nearby bush and throw up his lunch. "I should have killed that woman with him, that way he wouldn't have the chance to create offspring," Bakugo said, as he walked away with a smirk on his face while laughing. Those around him didn't know why he was laughing, but they waved at the hero as he waved back, but that would be the last time he would see Izuku. When he sees him again, it will be when he has a child, and what he will do will be a surprise, and when it happens, he will truly see the young man break his will against what he holds against Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku woke up with a start. He had stopped having nightmares since he had been 20 years old, and he now is having them. This is definitely concerning. He had been in charge of taking care of the shop since Powerloader had Mei apply for a job at UA as its Class 1H homeroom teacher. When Mei had come to him about getting the job there, he knew that she would impart her intellect to the next generation. Considering they are having a kid in a few months, as he had finally gotten Mei pregnant with his child. When he was told that he was the father of their soon-to-be-born child, he was ecstatic. He couldn't believe that his luck was changing since his childhood, that he made the best dinner that he could that evening. Mei was full for the rest of the week after his meal, since she was craving his food for the entire time she was growing their baby. "At least now you have an actual reason to say, 'Look at my baby,'" Izuku said, looking at Mei. "I know what you're trying to say. You want to feel my stomach up to see where the baby is, don't you?" Mei asked, teasingly. "You know me so well," Izuku said, smiling. It had been 5 long years since he fought his old friend and bully Bakugo Katsuki. During that time, Lemillion had announced his status as being married to Tamaki Imajiki, his sidekick, as they came out to the world as gay, and the world took the hit like no other. Reporters were guarding the place like vultures as they were wanting the deets for their relationship. Because of this, so many people who were heroes had become their customers, and Izuku was happy with all the heroes asking him for hero suit designs as well as updates since they wanted something better. During this time though, Izuku noticed on the news that there was a wanted villain out there who had attacked the school he went to as a kid. His name was Shigaraki Tamura, and he was the #1 villain as he managed to take down most of the heroes in his full power form as he fought them quirkless. It made him look at the fight and look on in awe as that villain had made the impossible possible as his body mutated beyond belief just to stand a chance against all the heroes. And since he had been alone for a while, Izuku decided that he was going to assist the heroes in all that he could. He became a vigilante, as well as a quirk analyst overnight. He had found Eraserhead as he asked the man if he could train him in how to defend himself should his support shop be attacked by villains. It turned out all he had to do was make sure that he didn't use his skills taught to him for villainous actions. And he decided to just tell the man that he only wished to help the heroes from the sidelines his entire life, and now he wanted to be on the rearguard taking out villains in the night. As a vigilante, but made sure that he would be near Eraserhead in order to have the man near should he need assistance. The man told him that he shouldn't become a vigilante if he never tried to become a hero. Izuku straight up told the man that he had tried to enter the hero course when he was in UA during his freshman, junior, and senior years there, and none of the teachers there bar him had even given him a chance, and he was rejected each and every time. So Eraserhead told him that if he was to become a vigilante, then he would become his protege after his original protege Shinso Hitoshi, who he also found out was his biological son, as the kid had never really had friends. Izuku would stalk the night as he was near the patrol of Eraserhead and his student Mind Freak. Izuku would have preferred him have the name Mastermind, but that was good too. As they were near his area, he found some people being attacked by some villains as he made his way to help them. As he landed behind the people attacking the young kids, he overheard what they were talking about. "You girls are going to do nicely in my bedroom tonight," the first man said, as his belly jiggled at his movement. "Ugh. Gross. I don't want to have my first time with you," the girl said, moving backwards. "Don't worry baby, we will take care of you," the second man said, pulling out some rags and chloroform. As soon as Izuku overheard that, he made his move and attacked both men in the swift motion he was taught by Eraserhead. As soon as he took down the first man, his buddy turned around as he prepared to use his quirk to take down the unknown individual. But before he could, he knocked the man on the ground and beat him to unconsciousness. The girls looked at him in fear that he was going to continue where they left off, when he moved closer to them as he looked over their injuries.
"Are you young ladies all right?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Who are you?" one of the girls asked, bravely. "My name is Tutemhamon, the new vigilante coming around the night. I protect the weak and teach them to be strong. Also, I make sure that they are okay after the experience of getting attacked," Izuku said, giving them his vigilante name. "Thank you. We wouldn't have been able to go home if it wasn't for you," one of the girls said, smiling. The other looked at Izuku with a cold look. She really didn't like how he was standing near them as he checked over their wounds. "I've never heard of you Tutenhamon. Are you really new here or are you lying?" the girl asked, suspiciously. "To be honest, you taking my word for how it would have been suspicious. But yes, what I said is true," Izuku said, staring into the girl's eyes as he said this. "Why do I get the feeling that you will attack us later tonight?" the girl asked, more nervous. "I won't, I am just making sure that you both are all right. I need to save other people in the night. Can't rely on the heroes only, right?" Izuku asked. "I don't trust you. How do I know that you won't follow me home and rape me in my own room?" the girl said, staring into his emerald eyes. "I am already married and have a kid on the way. I would never leave her for some teenager," Izuku said, looking at the girl a little miffed. "So, I'm not cute?" the girl asked, sadly. "You are cute and adorable, yes, but since I have someone in my corner to sat my desires. I don't want to go after those who are younger than me. That isn't right, not to mention that it would make my relationship with my wife ruined," Izuku said, standing up and getting ready to leave. As soon as he walked one step, he noticed movement behind him as he immediately turned around to defend himself to only get hugged by the girl who was right behind him. "Thank you for not trying to take me for my body," the girl cried. As she cried into his chest, he decided to sit her down at a park bench to talk out her troubles. From what he sees, she doesn't seem to have a good family life. "So, is your home life good or are you being abused?" Izuku asked. "I am being abused physically and emotionally. My mother tries to have me used as a sex toy for her friends in order to pay the bills. She had went down the deep end when she started taking cocaine drugs. She just kept using me to sat the desires of those horrible men. I just don't know what happened to my mother. Why does she not love me anymore? Quote. The girl cried onto his shoulder. Izuku placed his hand on her shoulder as he pulled her into his arms as she used his chest to empty her tears onto him. You've had that on your mind for a while now, huh? Izuku asked. Yes, I don't hate my mother, I just don't know why she doesn't love me anymore. She just leaves me for her stupid friends to fuck senseless. She said, sadly. Well, I will give you an address to go to in order to search for help. There is a friend of mine at this support item shop just down the road from here. He is a survivor of abuse like you and he might be capable of getting you out of that home and into one that you would love to be in. Izuku said, looking at her eyes. What's his name? The girl asked, wiping her tears. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said, as the girl recognized the name. Izuku Midoriya. I am his biggest fan. He started the evolution of heroes and sparked the new age of inventions. The girl said, fangirling. What do you mean? Izuku asked, teasingly. He helped the former #1 hero All Might get back into his prime for his fight against All for One during the war against the villains. The girl said, as Izuku chuckled. Well, he sounds like a good person. Do you want to know something about him? Izuku asked her. What? Did he secretly want to do something else? The girl asked. Yes, he for his entire life wanted to be something that society had told him that he could never be while he lacked something important. Izuku said, staring into the girl's eyes. What did he wish to be? I don't remember anything that he couldn't have that stopped him from doing anything else. The girl mumbled similarly to him. He was quirkless, and he spouted out dreams of being a hero. And he tried over and over again in order to become one. He tried in the sports festival as well, but the teachers didn't allow it to happen because of the fact that he was quirkless. Izuku told her, how do you know so much about him? It was like you were there with him. The girl asked, looking into his eyes. Because. Izuku paused, taking off his hood. I am Tutankhamun. Izuku said, as the girl looked at him in awe. Why you're Izuku Midoriya. I can't believe I'm meeting my idol. The girl said, smiling like a little kid. Nice to meet you. Name's Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless wonder kid, as well as the quirkless inventor. Also, a vigilante in his off time. Izuku said, introducing himself. My name is Isha Tadarogan. I can't believe that you're actually talking to me. The now named Isha said, pulling out something from her bag. Can I ask you a question, if you don't mind? Isha asked, curiously. What is it? I know that from your quirk it seems you have a mutation quirk, correct? Izuku asked, curious. Yep. The girl said, her ears now shone as they were moving up and down as her tails showed up as well, swishing back and forth. I wanted to know that. What would you think if a mutation quirked individual became a hero? Would you support them? Isha asked, looking into his eyes. I support almost all heroes, but if you have the heart of a true hero, one who would sacrifice their life for others and save the people first, then I will support your dream. But if you are in it for your own gain, then I am sorry to say that I will not support you, but I will make your hero suit. Izuku said, bluntly. All my life I have wanted to become a hero. My mother told me that being born with a mutation quirk stopped my chances of being one. Everyone in my school bullies me because of it. They are more terrified of me losing control of my own quirk than they are of knowing that I've had it under control for my entire life. Could I become a hero if I save everyone that I can within my reach? Isha asked. Since you wish to save people instead of fighting villains and earning money in order to support yourself. I can say without a doubt, you too can become a hero, Isha Tadarogan. Izuku said, staring into her eyes. See, can I get my hero suit made by you? Isha asked. Yes, I already have made one for one of the students who graduated from that school. Izuku said, staring off into the distance. Who was it? Isha asked. Izuku pulled out his hero notebook and showed her the hero that he had made notes on, and Isha was surprised that it was the number 50 hero of Japan, Water Hose. That's Water Hose. How does he know you? Isha asked. He came to me on a bad day, about 4.5 years ago, asking what you did. I made his suit as well as made some items to support him. But overall, he has used my items to save lives instead of hurting others. I will do the same with you, so you better keep your promise of saving others first before hurting them. Izuku said, looking at the girl now with conviction. I will do my best. I will make you proud, Izuku-sama. Isha called out. Go home and meet me tomorrow at me and my wife's shop. I will make you some breakfast as well as teach you some self-defense techniques. Izuku said, standing up. As Izuku watched the girl leave the park, he left the area in order to not be found by any heroes in the area. As he left, he failed to notice the portal appearing where he was last standing. Tutankhamun, the newest vigilante to grace our streets. I hope that you provide me with a lot of amusement. A scratchy voice called out as he came out of the portal. Revealing white scraggly hair with a red cape, and ruby red eyes that could look into the soul. He then looked on towards the retreating form of Tutankhamun, as he laughed crazy-like as he went back into the portal. Izuku was walking to work one day as he had been thinking about what he had done to his childhood friend Bakugo. He hadn't even tried to stop him from placing the restraining order on him, nor had he even had any kind of backlash from his fans for doing so. They all assumed that Bakugo just didn't go to him in general since the other heroes are going to him. He was their main goal in life to surpass, since he had shown people that not all heroes are in teams, as he had the most arrests under his belt since he exited UA's doors. His early time arrests were already closing in on Endeavor's amount during his time of reign on the leaderboards of heroism. Izuku entered the store as he prepared for his day of getting support items completed as well as shipped out to certain individuals. He had been having a great day since he found out a couple days ago that he was going to have a child with Mei. So imagine his surprise when he finds Melissa Shield coming into his shop as she was crying about how her day was the literal worst in the world. Izuku sat down on a chair as he tried to calm the woman down, during which he was successful as she stared at him in jealousy. I can't believe that I lost you to Mei of all people. I thought that I could get you since we were Quirkless and be inventors together. Melissa said, sighing. I know, I felt some things for you when I came to Island with Mei during that time. I just want to let you know that. Just hearing that there was another person out there who was Quirkless like me, you have no idea how much that means to me to hear. Izuku said, smiling sadly at her. They had been very close friends since they had been introduced by All Might, and he had been trying to get them together before he was killed by Shigaraki. It was as if it was her mission from that day on to try and seduce him, as he told her no every time. It got worse over the years when he was in a relationship with Mei, as the woman seemingly never noticed how he would always groan whenever the woman was in the conversation. But nowadays she was calmer as well as focused on her job as an inventor extraordinaire, as she was taking on the position of her father since he was arrested for treachery. Izuku calmed the woman down as she started to talk to Izuku about how she had been dating some guy named Dynamite, and he cheated on her with another girl. A heroine going by the name of Kami Utsushimi. A graduate from Shikatsu High School. God damn it. Bakugo. Izuku muttered to himself. Melissa heard the name as she looked at him in confusion. You know him? She asked, incredulous. Yes, he was my bully in middle as well as high school. He never left me alone until I placed a restraining order on him, so that he will finally leave me alone. I don't wish for him to die, just that he leaves me in my life alone. He tried to force me to continue our friendship and force it onto my child. He is so arrogant that he has tried to take my wife from me a few times in my life. Izuku said, looking at her deadpanning. Wow, he really hates you. I never thought that he would treat anyone like me, but it seems like you are treated worse than even I was. How did you stand him for all those years? Melissa asked. I didn't. I tried to get him out of my life, and he just kept coming back and never left me alone. So I just went Mia for him and disappeared and came back here with Mei and created our workshop. Now she works at UA as she works for Ida, as he is now the principal of the school. Izuku said, drinking some fruit punch. How far is Mei into her pregnancy? Melissa asked, curious. She is in her final month of pregnancy. I am so worried about what might happen to her or the baby. I don't know what I would do. Izuku said, as he rubbed the back of his head, sighing. Well, at least you can live your life peacefully, right? Melissa asked. This just in, pro heroes are in a fight against the #1 villain Shigaraki Tamura. A reporter called out from the television that was on in their conversation. Wow, they are not pulling any stops in order to catch him again. Melissa said, incredulously looking at the screen as 15 pro heroines are standing in front of the monster. It has been reported that Shigaraki Tamura had been in search of someone important to the hero society that he had been looking to kill. But he settled on some heroes instead. Pro heroes Lemillion, Sunniator, Dynamite, Flash Freeze, Uravity, Yukio, Mirko, as well as Mindfreak have been seen fighting the monster. The reporter said, watching the fight. The fight was long and hard, even throwing Sunniator as well as Lemillion across the battlefield as they fought the monstrosity. I can't believe that this man still hasn't gone down. He has all of the top 10 heroes here fighting him. One of the reporters called out. Izuku watched as Dynamite had moved backwards as he was collecting some sweat in his palms in order to release a large explosion. He's going to make himself useless. Izuku mutters, catching Melissa's attention. What are you talking about? Melissa asked, before the television finished her question. Take this, machine gun barrage. Dynamite called out. Izuku watched as the villain tanked the damage as he moved closer to the young hero, and Izuku couldn't help but shake uncontrollably. His bully was about to be attacked from within the smokescreen and there was nothing he could say or do. Dynamite noticed movement from within the smokescreen as he blasted the smoke away only to reveal Shigaraki already closed in on him with his hand outstretched towards his face. Confusion as well as fear was on his face before he pulled up his left arm in order to block the attack before everyone watched as the young hero had his entire left arm blasted away from his body. But in that moment Dynamite had done something else that caught the villain off guard. His hand was placed on the villain's face. Try regenerating this. Howitzer blaster. Dynamite called out. As another smoke screen was shown from the explosion, Izuku and Melissa felt the explosion from there. And as soon as the smoke cleared, they found Dynamite standing over a headless body of the #1 villain as said villain's hand was placed on his face. I may die from this, but I will take your life. Katsuki Bakugo. The villain's voice called out. The voice was so soft as well as calm, nobody had even thought that the villain was still alive, but Flash Freeze moved closer to the bodies of the two as he burned the body of Shigaraki Tamura as Dynamite's body was completely disintegrated. Izuku watched on in horror as his bully and old friend was killed so fast that he couldn't even think. Melissa was now wishing that she never wished his death on her way over to Izuku's workshop, and all the heroes and heroines were none the wiser about his death. Pro hero Dynamite was dead, and now Flash Freeze was now the #2 hero in Japan. Izuku didn't know what to do, so he called the only person he could call. Hello, an old woman's voice called out. Mitsuki-san. I don't know how to tell you this, but Bakugo is dead. Izuku said, staring at the television screen in front of him. What do you mean, my son is dead? Mitsuki asked, concerned. Yes, I watched as Shigaraki Tamura had disintegrated him from the head down on live television. Izuku replied. Mitsuki's cries of anguish could be heard over the phone as she cried in pain. She had been diagnosed with cancer a few years prior as she had been fighting to survive until her son had managed to achieve his dream of being the #1 hero in Japan. But now that he is dead, she doesn't know what to do. I'm sorry Mitsuki-san, I didn't wish for something like this to happen. Izuku said, as tears were oddly coming out of his eyes. Don't worry Izuku, there is nothing you could do about it. I need to have some time alone. I hope that you can raise your child with Mei right. Don't make the same mistakes as I did with Katsuki. Mitsuki said, preparing to hang up. I won't, I will raise my child better than you or my mother. Izuku said, smiling, tears streaming down his face. He may hate the young hero like none other, but that doesn't mean that he wished death upon someone. In fact, he wouldn't wish that on anyone who was his ally nor enemy. As Izuku hangs up, he called Mei as well as Tenya as they had become close after hearing Ochako had been married to the young man. Izuku moved over to Melissa as she looked at him sadly, and the young man asked her to head home so that he can think to himself. She left without a word as Izuku walked back to his back room of the store as he pulled a book from a shelf as it showed a pole heading down underground. Using the pole to go underground, we find a deep cavern that is covered in technology as Izuku walked amongst it. He had a small smile on his face as he stared off into the void of the cavern. He looked at his supercomputer as he started to look for crime nearby as he wanted to vent his anger out on something. As he walked near his hero's suit, he puts it on as he dons his vigilante attire. He is the vigilante mastermind. A vigilante is seen standing over the destroyed building that was overlooking most of Tokyo. This vigilante had a hood over his head as he had his face covered with a smile-like piece of metal that served as a rebreather. His boots were black as night as they held spikes in the heel of the boot, as well as held knives in the boot themselves. We look over his facial features as the vigilante is watching some drug dealers dealing in front of most people. He jumped down as he kicked one of them in the face, causing their face to be opened up by his kick. They fell to the ground unconscious as he twirled around the air as he smashed his knee into the other guy's nose, breaking it. After getting them covered in capture tape that he made to be self-restoring, he started to interrogate them for information. "Where is Shigaraki Tamura?" the vigilante demands. I don't know. He's been in the underground for a while." One of the guys called out, fearful. As the vigilante moves to the other guy to demand where the man is, a hero lands down right behind him. "Stop what you're doing, vigilante," the hero calls out. The vigilante turns around to show them his bloodied hands as well as his bloodied face from kicking the man in the face with his boots. "You are under arrest for the attacking of villains without a license," the hero said, rushing towards the vigilante. But just as the hero is about to attack, he uses his quirk to go even faster for but a moment before he feels an attack in his gut from the vigilante. "To think that you thought you could fight me. Ingenium," the vigilante called out, punching the hero to the ground. As Ingenium looks at the vigilante closer now, he finds himself in a predicament. This vigilante is the notorious mastermind. He has knowledge of all the hero's tricks as well as powers. Every single hero in the top 10 has been in his knowledge of quirks, and they haven't been attacked by him since he only attacks criminals in search of someone. As soon as Ingenium got back up, he was punched in the face once more as he was sent flying out of the alleyway before he lost sight of the mastermind. Remember this, Ingenium. Mastermind is not looking for a hero. He is looking for a villain, Mastermind said, before disappearing. Why is he referring to himself in the third person? Ingenium asked, confused. Equals 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 equals. A few days later, we find Mastermind out on the prowl again as he is fighting a drug ring that was selling women and children, specifically girls, to gain money for their drugs to continue. He had just defeated an entire mafia group in order to free the women and children as he turned around to find one of the best underground heroes right behind him. "You are coming with me, Mastermind," Eraserhead called out, pulling out his scarf. "You can turn off your quirk. I am a mere quirkless individual after all," Mastermind said, shocking the hero. As soon as the quirk was turned off, Mastermind defeated him in but a few seconds after catching said hero off guard. He walked into the night as he searched for the villain responsible for making him take his anger out on villains like this. He was running down an alleyway as we find him fighting some more villains in the area as we find someone who worked for Shigaraki Tamura in the fight against him. "Don't think you can find Master Shigaraki," the man called out, punching the air where the vigilante used to be. "I should be asking you where he is, but it seems like you will not be talking. No matter, I will make one of you talk about where he is," the vigilante called out, knocking the man out with a well-timed kick to the face. As the villain falls to the ground, he calls the police and tells them where he is as he leaves the area. As soon as he watches the heroes and police arrive at the area where the villains are, he leaves the area fully in search of his prize. He has been going at this for years at this point and nobody has been capable of finding out who he was. He just told them about a key factor in finding him and he can't help but laugh at the fact they don't have a truth detector anymore. Don't get him wrong, he loved the man who was a living breathing truth and lie detector, but he was glad he was dead as of right now, since they couldn't even guess that the vigilante was Izuku Midoriya. He ran over the buildings nearby him as he noticed an occurrence happening near him. Rushing to fight, he was tackled to the ground by someone who was staring him in the eye. "So, you are the mastermind. I want you to join my group of villains," the villain called out, pulling him away. Inside a bar within the city of Tokyo, a portal appears in the area as a man with white hair and hands all over his body walked out with Mastermind in tow. He throws the vigilante across the room as he gets back up and gets into a fighting stance. He looks around the room to find that it was completely ready for a meeting as he looks at Shigaraki Tamura with a rage in his eyes. "So it was you who grabbed me, Shigaraki Tamura," Mastermind called out. "Don't worry, depending on your choice of words, you might live," Shigaraki said, smiling. "To what do you wish from me? I have been in search of you for a while," Mastermind said, cracking his knuckles. "You see, Mastermind, you think a lot like my old master. All for one. You analyze the quirks of your opponents and then you counter them with your skills. But I have a question for you. How would you counter Decay?" the villain asked, with a smile on his face. Before he could get a reaction from the vigilante, said vigilante grabbed a knife from his back pocket and cut off Shigaraki's hands and blew them to pieces on the ground before kicking him in the leg, forcing him to take a knee. "I would take your hands," the vigilante starts, before breaking said villain's legs. "Then I would take your legs," the vigilante continued. Mastermind then cut off both legs of the villain with his sword he had on his back, before grabbing the villain's head and lifting it up off the ground by the hair. "And then I would decapitate you. You have had this coming for a long time. Tenko Shimura," Mastermind said, slicing the villain's head off his body. As Shigaraki watched as his head fell from his body, he looked into the emerald eyes of the vigilante that was burning with hatred as he pulled out a massive flamethrower and burned what remained of his body to ashes and then collected them. Soon after the death of said villain, Mastermind had then taken the glass jar from the bar and walked over to the ocean before throwing it into the ocean to get rid of the body. As the bar sank into the sea, the currents took it out as far as it could go, where it sank towards the bottom of the ocean. "Now that he is gone, I can continue my normal vigilante routine. But first, you can come out now," Mastermind said, looking behind himself to find the pro-hero Uravity looking at him. "Who was that, Mastermind?" the woman asked. "Someone who didn't deserve a second chance at life. Now what are you doing here watching me dispose of a villain like this?" Mastermind asked. "I was told by Mei that you'd be out here. Izuku," the woman said, as Mastermind looked at her with indifference. "I don't know what you are talking about," Mastermind said, staring into the chocolate eyes of the woman he used to love in high school. "Just stop this, Izuku, you know how much this scares Mei. I know that you can't leave her all alone," Uravity said, pleading with him. "Uravity, I have been doing this for years. The moment the number 2 hero was killed under the noses of everyone, I took it personally. I may not have liked him in general, but he was someone dear to my mother's friend," Mastermind said, as his eyes got softer. "You could have become a great hero, Izuku. You could have tried," Uravity said, staring into his emerald eyes. "I did try, I was rejected for something I couldn't even control," Mastermind said, moving to walk away. "Then why didn't you try to ask to be placed in the hero course?" Uravity asked, concerned. "Because nobody would want a quirkless waste of space as a hero," Mastermind said, disappearing into the early morning. "I guess it still bothers you, huh?" Uravity said, as she watched his retreating form disappear into the direction of his store. "I hope you're happy with what you did, Izuku," Mei said, sternly. She couldn't believe that he just went out and killed Shigaraki without telling the heroes about it. He was really starting to get on her nerves about whether he still wanted to be friends with Katsuki or not. He said that he didn't wish to be near the man anymore, but here he was, sitting in front of her with dark circles on his eyes as he was creating some gear for the UA students. I am happy with what I did. He killed the son of my mother's best friend. I am just giving her peace and knowledge that her son didn't die in vain. Izuku said, finishing his weapon for the hero student Marcosia. Mei sighed heavily as she called someone to their home in order to see what was really wrong with Izuku's mind. It was starting to get to her with how reckless he was being with his identity of being a vigilante, and she really wanted him to stop it so they could be a family. Her child was being born in a couple of weeks and she didn't need to worry about her husband overworking himself to the point of dying. I'll be fine, Mei. I have done these many times before. And I am still kicking. Izuku said, looking at Mei. That's not the point, Izuku. You could have died. Do you not care for your own safety anymore? Mei yelled at Izuku. I don't care anymore. I have these voices in my head telling me to do things and I always push them apart as they were Kak-chans in the first place. Izuku screams back at Mei. As soon as they realize their mistakes, Izuku just sits down as he starts to cry. With this, Mei sat down next to him as he lets out everything that he had been bottling up from the death of his old friend. I always told him that he would get himself killed by being the way he was. But he never listened. I tried to get him to be nicer to others, it worked a little bit, but even then, he was still a massive jerk. Izuku said, sobbing, I just wanted my old friend back, isn't that all I need to ask? Izuku mumbled, as he sobbed into his wife's shoulder. You've been holding that back for a while, haven't you? Mei asked, concerned. His voice always talks to me in my dreams, telling me that everything that I am going through right now is just my imagination and tells me to just end it all. I can't get the voice out of my head. It's just there living rent-free, and therapy barely even works. I just don't understand what I even did to Katsuki to warrant him to hate me for my entire life. Izuku said, as he looked into Mei's eyes. She could see the pain in Izuku's eyes as he let out all his frustrations as well as pain as she soaked it in as she rubbed his back. She eventually laid him on her lap as she messed with his hair. He looked at her as tears profusely fell out of his eyes. Kissing him on his forehead, Mei spoke to him. Stop with the vigilante business, you defeated the villain, he couldn't. You need to rest, Izu. I can't let you keep working around the clock if you don't get any kind of rest. Mei said, smiling sadly at him. I'm sorry for yelling at you, Mei, I'm sorry. Izuku muttered, before his eyes fluttered shut. I'm sorry as well, Izuku. I know that you've been feeling awful about his death, and I took it out on you. So you get some rest, I will be here to watch over you. Mei said, as Izuku succumbed to his exhaustion. A week has passed since the recent sports festival that UA Academy have been having every year. Izuku and Mei have been getting harassed by the school in order for them to receive interns for the incoming internships, as Izuku has always rejected any and all interns that were coming in hoping to get recognized by one of the greatest industries that were out at the moment. Izuku, we need to get some help around the shop. Having some kids learn from us would be a godsend in terms of getting projects completed faster as well as more time on our hands as well. Mei said, as Izuku sighed in exasperation. Mei, you already know why I reject any and all offers for UA's students to come here to learn from us. The same could be said for the other hero schools in our area. I would rather not be called out for being quirkless as well as not having my own ideas. Even though most of what society has been using were both our ideas, but they give most of the credit to you. Although I am fine with it, I would just rather be left alone so I could live my life peacefully. Izuku said, looking Mei in the eyes. I know, Izu, but you need to at least come out of your shell. It took me 3 years to do that myself as well as an additional 2 in order for you to ask me out. Mei said, arguing back. Their child, having been born already, had been watching them fight while laughing at them. She had green hair as well as pink eyes that had crosshairs inside them as she watched them with glee. Mei, do what you want. I don't want to fight you on this. If you want to have an intern here learning from us, make sure that they are learning from the person who teaches them at the school, not from me. I am already anxious enough as it is, I don't need more anxiety to be stacked on top of it. Izuku said, sighing. He walked out of the room as Mei had been watching him with a sad look on her face. She looked at their daughter as she sighed and picked her up and walked into the kitchen in order to breastfeed the little munchkin. equals 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 equals. With Izuku, he had been walking among the streets of Musudafu in order to clear his mind of the small fight he had with Mei that morning. Sigh, I never thought that being married would be this difficult. I need to ask my mother for advice. Oh wait, she is dead. Izuku sighed, sadly. He continued to walk around the area as he found the place where All Might's statue was standing proudly as he was smiling proudly over the newly recovered hero society. All Might, what do I do? Izuku asked. I don't know what to do. I have always been wishing to be a hero like you. But that dream never came true. Is there really hope for me to always be happy in the future? Izuku asked the statue. As he looked at the tall statue, he remembered what happened in Kamino Ward 10 years ago. All Might had fought his all-powerful nemesis All for One as they were titans in battle. A battle to the death. Izuku was amongst the crowd of people that watched as the legendary hero fought the evil being to the death, but the ending of the fight had All for One captured as well as All Might dying later due to his injuries. He was also said to retire for the rest of his time as an old man before he became a teacher at UA, but that never came since the man died in the hospital a few days later. Izuku walked away from the statue as he was all gloomy about the life he had as of right now. Maybe in another life he could have been the hero he always wanted to be. But this was reality, and his dream was always cut off before it could even begin to show its fruits. But with his time as a vigilante, he had shown that he could have been a great hero that the world needed, not wanted. Izuku walked back to his shop where he found Mei on the phone with someone as he went to the back and started on his newest project. The Ark. It was a massive ship that allowed people to live on it for years. It was a self-sustaining massive ship that could gain power from the sun's rays as it kept the massive amount of sunlight rays in massive quantities to keep the ship going even during the night. Izuku was going to be spending at least a year or two in order to make sure that it was capable of flight. He had been at this for 4 years alone. Mei had asked him if he needed help to make it as Izuku told her that he wanted to make something that was his to himself. She acknowledged his actions of doing this project alone, and she was glad to see that his dreams of building it was bearing its fruit. It was a massive ship that was 60 meters tall as well as 100 meters long. It was truly a massive ship that could accomplish anything that the creator had set out for it. Izuku was at the end of the building project process as he needed to collect a lot of solar panels, but it was all worth it as all he needed to do was attach them to the ship and he was done. He was on top of the ship as he made the solar panels see through, and it was a sight to behold as it was in their backyard. Izuku was on top of the ship as he was placing the last panel on the roof of it when he heard some movement around the place down below. Looking down he saw that Mei was using their lift to get to his area at the top of the ship, and he smiled sadly at her as she was coming up with food. Izuku sat down on the roof after placing the last panel on the ship before Mei showed up with some lunch for him. I made some katsudon, and I brought little Inko as well. Mei said, smiling. Thank you, I just need to get this thing started, and I think that my project is complete. Izuku said, as he looked at Inko. She had his hair color as well as curly look, but they were in dreads as well to match her mother, Mei. He looked at his daughter with a small smile as he rubbed the little girl's head. She laughed when Izuku did this as Mei chuckled when he rubbed the girl's head. As they ate their food, Izuku noticed another person at the bottom of the lift as he recognized the pro hero Lemillion looking at his ship in wonder. Let's go meet the number 1 hero, Mei, Izuku said, getting on the lift with Mei holding their daughter. It took them a few minutes to get to the bottom to see the odd look on the man's face. Did you guys make this, Mei? Lemillion asked, curious. Nope, it was all Izuku. She called out, as the man noticed Izuku's presence behind the woman holding the child in his arms. Nice kid you got there, so you made this thing, huh, Izuku? Lemillion asked, happy. Yeah, I wanted my mother to see its fully completed look. But since she is gone, I made it to be like her personality in every way. Izuku said, smiling at the ship with tears in his eyes. Well, do you know how to work it? He asked, confused. Yep, I made this thing, and I can definitely get it to move. It just needs to collect enough solar energy from the sun in order to power it up to 100%. Izuku said, looking at the hero. Well, when it is ready for flight. Could I get a ride in it with Sunniator? Lemillion asked, curious. Sure thing, only the number 1 hero duo can get a free ride to see how it goes. Izuku said, chuckling. He forgot how funny the man could be when he didn't wish to be. The 4 of them re-enter the shop as they celebrate the job well done as Izuku was drinking some apple juice while they drank some liquor. Izuku was holding the baby as she was reaching for his cup of apple juice as he gives some to the baby as she drinks it happily before he pulls it away. He then decided to put her to sleep in her baby crib as he walked away from the duo in the kitchen. So how is your marriage with Izuku so far, Mei? Lemillion asked, curious. It's the best thing in my life so far. I just hope that Izuku gets past his mother's death soon. He is still traumatized by it and doesn't ever talk about her unless absolutely necessary. Mei said, sighing heavily. Lemillion could sense that there was tension between the duo since the early morning as he leans in to hear more. Me and Izuku had a fight earlier today about whether or not to have interns, and as much as I would love to have them, Izuku rejects them almost instantly because of his anxious behavior as well as his fear of them rejecting him for all that he has done. Mei said, tearing up a little. What do you mean by that? Lemillion asked, curious. Izuku is quirkless. He is the first quirkless support hero where he can build things that are on par or far better than those with quirks. What do you think would happen when he reveals his best project to ever grace the world with his solar-powered arc? They would think that he stole the idea from someone else and copyright him for it. I have checked, by the way. There have been others who have thought of the idea, but they never voiced it, nor did they try to build it. Said it was too much money to work on. But Izuku persevered through it as he built it from a box of scraps. Mei said, looking at the number 1 hero. I see, then he would need someone who would believe him in that this is his own creation, and not someone else's. But how would one do that? Lemillion asked, concerned. That's what I have been thinking about, and it's all Izuku is worried about. No one has been on his side since he was 4, and the only one who was is now dead because of someone not liking how they were treated recently. Izuku believes that once the interns get here, they will think that all his inventions that he had made are from my personal idea storage. But they would be wrong and discriminate against him for not having a quirk in order to do it himself. Mei said, as soon as Izuku re-entered the room. Couldn't you get UA to sponsor your build? Lemillion asked, genuinely confused. They are some of the quirkiest bastards that Izuku's ever heard of. Lemillion. Mei retorted as Izuku chuckled darkly. What is wrong? Did something happen during your guys' time there? Lemillion asked, worried. I won the sports festival in my 3rd year there. I was 3rd place in my 2nd year. And finally, I made it to the 3rd round of the sports festival in my 1st year and they didn't allow me into the heroics course because I was quirkless. When I got the notification about the fact I could have been placed into one of their classes, they rejected me because of the fact that they thought that I would just get in the way because of my uselessness. Izuku darkly said, and you want to know the worst part? Mei asked, the hero. What? He asked, dumbly. Izuku was placed in my class because of the fact that they allowed someone from Gen Ed with a quote-unquote villainous quirk. Mei said, as she laughed loudly. That's really fucked up. They placed someone who was most likely bullied for his quirk over someone who showed that they could become a hero whilst being quirkless. That is really something that I didn't ever think Nezu would think of. He really likes to cause chaos as I remember him, so to think that he didn't allow you in is really fucked up. Lemillion said, as he got out his phone. I need to make a call really quick. Lemillion said, before leaving the room. Lemillion was on the phone outside the building as he heard the phone ringing on the other side of his line. Come on, pick up, Lemillion wished, and as if his wish was heard the call was answered as an old voice came through the line, very tired as well as monotoned. Mind breaker, we need to talk about something, Lemillion said, with a frown. What do you mean? He asked, concerned. Just meet me at Hatsume and Midoriya Industries. It's just right next to my agency. Lemillion said, as he heard a hum of acknowledgement. After a few short minutes of waiting for the underground hero, said hero showed up in his hero suit as he looked at the number 1 hero with a slight glare. I hope that this is important since you interrupted my sleep. The man said. He had purple hair that was pointed upwards, reminiscent of the voice hero present Mike. Do you know what the hell happened during your sports festival in the first year of UA? Lemillion asked, angered. No, why? What does this have to do about anything? The younger hero asked. Well, as it turned out. UA isn't the kindest place that we have seen in a long time. Lemillion said, slightly more angered now. What the hell are you talking about? He asked. Hitoshi, do you remember that quirkless boy that was in the festival for 3 years? Lemillion asked. Mirio, if you're talking about Midoriya, why are you making a big deal about it now? He may have won the sports festival in our 3rd year as well as gotten 3rd in his 2nd year, but that means nothing when compared to those with quirks. The now named Hitoshi said, a bit annoyed. Well, how did you get into the heroics course? Lemillion asked, even more annoyed now. Aizawa said that I was going to get in because of his recommendation as I was showing promise with my quirk. Not only that, but he had been training me since way before the entrance exams even started. Hitoshi said, slightly concerned. Well, do you think that they were playing favorites? He asked once more as Hitoshi started to see something he didn't like. Can you get to the point of this conversation? Hitoshi asked, angrily. UA didn't allow Izuku Midoriya into the heroics course all because of something he didn't. Couldn't control. He didn't have a quirk to show off to the masses, so they rejected his chances to get into the heroics course every time. They placed him in the support class as they preferred him to stay out of the way from real heroes. Lemillion said, angrily. Hitoshi was now angry at the school for not noticing any sooner. They might have given themselves a villain within their ranks as they rejected someone who wished to be a hero. And not only that, but said person they rejected had won the sports festival in his 3rd year, as well as placing 3rd in the previous. He really needed to talk to Aizawa about this since this is really fucked up in terms of heroism at its finest. I will talk to Racerhead about this, he should be able to shed some light on this. Hitoshi said. As he walked away, Lemillion re-enters the shop as he finds Izuku drinking hard liquor as it seems like he is drinking his sorrows away. Hey, I think you've had enough. Lemillion said, pulling the bottle away from Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku slurred out. Yep, you need to rest on the couch. Lemillion said, as he laid Izuku on the couch in the main lobby. Can you tell me your experience about high school? Lemillion asked, curious. What was there to tell? I was relentlessly bullied by Bakugo during my 1st, 2nd and 3rd years there. He found a way to always bully me when the teachers weren't looking nor where they could see on the cameras. He was always the worst person to ever be a hero. Izuku slurred out, mumbling a little. I see, why do you think that he couldn't be a hero? Lemillion asked. Why? He was my bully ever since I was 4, he physically abused me, mentally too. Not to mention what he did to me when I was 12. Izuku mumbles. What did he do? Lemillion said, as he was not liking this at all. When I was 12, he told me to kill myself and that nobody would ever love me. But it was after school where it got really bad. He literally followed me home and when my mother left for work. Izuku paused as tears started to show up in his eyes. He went into my room. And he literally beat me half to death in there. I was in my own home, where I thought I was safe, and he beat me within an inch of my life all because of one thing. Izuku said, crying now. What did you do to warrant that? Lemillion asked, filing all this down in his phone since it was recording everything. I only saved his life from a sludge villain that had somehow escaped All Might's grasp and attacked him. I used my knowledge of the situation to my advantage as I got him out of the sludge, before I managed to get caught in the sludge as well. He just looked at me while I was slowly losing consciousness and he smiled. It was the scariest moment of my life. All Might came and saved me, but if that wasn't a moment that placed fear into my heart, I don't know what was. It was after that he ran up to me afterward stating that I didn't save him and that he didn't need help. He left me after that, and that was until he arrived at my home. But before that, I had met up with All Might afterward. He had saved me once before Katsuki was held hostage by the same villain. He scolded me for getting in the way of the other heroes as I could have died. This was all in the same day, mind you. I was suicide baited, beaten up outside the school, then attacked by a villain, as well as told that I couldn't be a hero on a rooftop where I could have easily just ended it there. Then he comes back and scolds me about being a hero when he wasn't doing anything at all, and before he even allows me to leave, he asked if I wanted to have his quirk. As it's the essence of a hero, to meddle when you're not supposed to. Hypocrite. He then asked me to be his successor. Izuku ended with an angered look on his face. Let me guess, you said no. Lemillion asked, worried. Yep, and then he thought that I said yes, before I explained to him that I said no, and that I never want to see him ever again. I respect the man as a hero, but not as a human being. He is just as quirkiest as the rest of the world. Izuku ended, before he ranted himself to sleep. Pausing the recording there, Lemillion stood back up as he heard Mei walking over to him as he heard her sniffling. He's never told me what happened in his past. To think that it was that bad. I don't know how he did it, but by now, many others in his position would have become a villain and very quickly. Either that or killed themselves by now. Mei said, tears streaming down her face. Don't worry, I will be getting to the bottom of this with a friend. He is someone to trust, and from what I already know, Izuku is deserving of the title of hero. Lemillion said, leaving the shop as Mei lays down next to Izuku after pulling out the bed from the couch. Equals 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 equals. With Hitoshi, he was walking into his house when he heard someone call his name out to him. Hey Hitoshi, how was work? A man with a lightning streak mark in his hair asked. It is about to get a little more interesting. Hitoshi said, kissing the man. So what is up? The man asked. Denki, I need to call Aizawa, could you give me his phone number? Hitoshi asked. Sure thing man. The now named Denki said, pulling out a piece of paper. As Hitoshi dialed the number on the paper, he waited before the call was answered before he heard his old teacher's voice on the other line. What is it Denki? I am in the middle of teaching right now. Aizawa droned out. Master, we need to talk. Hitoshi said, angrily. As Aizawa answered back, what do you mean? It's about Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi said, with an angered look on his face. Aizawa Shota was many things, but a man who chooses those who are better at certain things he is not. When he got the call from Hitoshi, his student in terms of learning heroics, he knew something was up based on his tone of voice. So he left his house in order to meet up with him as they are going to talk about something about what happened about 10 years ago. And he had an idea about who they were going to talk about, and he didn't know why there was a knot in his heart about the reason why. So he just left his home in the middle of the night as he waits on the building. He meets Hitoshi on every night before patrol. He believes that they will talk there, so he sits there waiting for the brief breathing that belongs to him. Soon enough, about 15 minutes later, Hitoshi shows up in his mind-breaker persona as he sits down next to his master. So what is this about? Aizawa asked, monotonously. Do you remember a kid by the name of Izuku Midoriya? Mind-breaker asked, causing Aizawa to look at him in shock. I guess you do. So do you want to tell me something that happened at the school where he didn't get placed in the hero course at the school? Mind-breaker asked, angrily. To be perfectly honest with you Hitoshi. I wanted him in the hero course. Aizawa said, looking at the man beside him. As the young man next to him looked at him in shock, Aizawa continued. It was Principal Nezu who stated that Izuku Midoriya shouldn't get placed in the heroics program. Mainly because of the fact that he was quirkless, but there was another thing that he told me to never tell anyone until now. Aizawa said, pausing for dramatic effect. Hitoshi stared at him as if expecting an answer from his mentor as to why the man was pausing. The people behind the school thought that a quirkless person should never become a hero. So they made sure that he was never allowed inside thanks to someone who was feeding them information about our students. Aizawa said, knowing Hitoshi will be angry. Who? Hitoshi asked, angrily. It was Toshinori Yagi, otherwise known as. Aizawa started before Hitoshi finished for him. All Might. Hitoshi growled. Yup, when we were about to make the decision to place both you and Midoriya into the hero course, He came up and stated that a quirkless hero would throw everything that heroes stand for upside its head and throw society in chaos. Aizawa said, looking down at the streets. 10 years prior, Aizawa was walking into the teacher's meeting room as he was looking over possible prospects who could take the places of some of his more horrible students. He really wanted to get rid of Minoru Mineta. He had been the bane of the girls' existence in his classroom as he was constantly making them do things for his mental entertainment. He had many times openly leered at their bodies as they were very disturbed by how he looked at them with bad thoughts. He even openly stated that he was perverted and wanted to be a hero because he wanted to get laid. Out of the ones who made it to the final part of the sports festival, Aizawa was looking at these two students closely. One, Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso, had been playing their cards correctly and could become great underground heroes, given the nature of their quirk status. One being Quirkless, the first to ever make it into the halls of UA Academy in the lifetime that it had been open. And the other had a so-called villainous quirk that has the ability to take over your mind and leave you in the clutches of the other. Both students had histories in school as being so-called rambunctious, starting fights, as well as discriminated against others based on their files, but Aizawa wasn't one to be fooled. He knows someone who discriminates others based on their attitudes towards others around themselves. He already knows one of them personally himself, as they are in his class. One Katsuki Bakugo had been found out that he was making comments about another quirk user by the name of Fumikage Tokiyami, and his quirk Dark Shadow. So you have history with this person, huh? Aizawa mumbled to himself. What are you looking at, Shota? A blonde man asked, curious. Just looking at some files on some potential heroes that could enter the underground hero database. Aizawa stated, as he smirked at their potential. What are their names? A woman asked. She was wearing a large suit that covered her very generous chest whilst looking like the buttons were about to break. Their names are Midoriya Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi. They have the potential to become great heroes within the underground, Aizawa said, as one of the names gained the attention of one of their newest co-workers. Midoriya Izuku, a blonde emaciated man asked, concerned. Yes, that is one of my prospects for changing the students out in my class. I can only hope that they get better over time during their tenure in my classroom. Aizawa stated, correcting the files collected in his hands. Don't let that Midoriya kid in the hero course, the man said, as if he didn't want that person to do something bad. What are you talking about, Toshinori? Aizawa asked, angrily. That boy has too much of a hero complex. He will literally place himself between a person and a bullet, and take it before caring about himself. Toshinori said, looking at them with fear. I will have to see about that. If he shows anything about that himself, then I will make sure to beat it out of him. Aizawa said, leaving the room. I can't allow that boy to become a hero. It would throw away what I've told him. Toshinori said, calling up Nezu. All Might, to what do I owe the favor of being called by you of all people? Nezu asked, cheerfully, can you make sure that one Izuku Midoriya doesn't get into the hero course? Toshinori asked, urgently, what is wrong with this student in particular? Nezu asked, curious. Based on his files, from what Aizawa stated, he had been in fights and instigated others to discriminate against him in the past. He also, based on what he said, stated that Bakugo went to the same school as him. Toshinori said, now sweating. I will look into this, Toshinori, but if I find out you are lying, then you will be punished. Nezu said, with a stern voice. Receiving a nod from the other end of the line, as well as camera that was showing All Might's image to the animal, he hung up the phone. Just as if it was timed, Aizawa walked into the room as he held two files that were in his arms. As he closed the door behind himself, he walked over to the animal. Aizawa-kun, to what are you doing here today? Nezu asked, cheerfully, to which eerily made Aizawa unconsciously grab his capture scarf. I have two prospects that have been getting my attention from the sports festival, Aizawa said, placing the files on his desk. As Nezu read the files, he realized something that was really odd. With Midoriya Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi's files, there are many accounts of discrimination on there that clearly state that they are discriminatory against others, and based on the personalities that he has seen from both of them, one may be based on truth, while the other is a complete fallacy. He looked at Izuku's file as it showed him having a nervous expression on his face as he looked into the camera. Aizawa-kun, I was just told by Toshinori that Izuku-kun was very discriminatory based on his files. Did you perhaps choose him because you wish to deal with his attitude towards others? Nezu asked, curious. No, he has potential, as well as based on his information I have reason to believe that he was the one being bullied as well as discriminated against his will. He did nothing based on his mannerisms based on his actions towards Majima. He has a more nervous outlook on life as well as more reasons to become a villain than others. I wouldn't put it past him to even think about ending his life many times before in his life. Aizawa said, gaining the trust of Nezu. Well, I will put these two up for the hero course as they will most likely be evaluated before being placed in there. There is a system that we must go through before they make their entry into the course. Nezu said, placing the files away in his storage drawer. The very next day Izuku had entered the room where the leaders behind UA Academy were sitting as they were evaluating his very dream of becoming a hero. So what is your reason for becoming a hero? One of the leaders asked, curious. I want to become a light in the darkness. I don't care if I am a limelight hero or underground specifically. I just wish to help people and have them feel safe around me. Izuku said, smiling sadly. As he said this, one of the other leaders noticed his sad smile as they wanted to get some information. So, what were you doing before trying out for UA Academy? The leader asked. I was watching heroes and their fights with villains. They are just so cool, the heroes I mean. I wanted to become one ever since I was 4, but I never got what everyone else did and was bullied for it. Izuku said, looking away uncomfortably. Can you tell us who bullied you to the point that you would give up on your dream and enter another class? The leader asked once more. I don't want to risk his future. It would make him look bad. Izuku stated, nervously. The leaders noticed his nervousness and decided to press further, in order to get their answers that they want. They need him to talk. We need to know because we never know if he is doing what he did to you to others around him in our school, and we take bullying very seriously. The leader said, angrily. He would find me later after you find out and would beat me within an inch of my life, please. I don't want to destroy his dream. Izuku pleads, wanting them to stop asking this question. We will not allow you into the hero course if you don't tell us who this person is, otherwise, we will not believe your story. We already believe that you are lying to us right now. The one leader that didn't speak stated, neutrally. Why you wouldn't even believe me if I even told you? Izuku said, looking down now. Well, if you wish to not disclose his name in the way you think that protecting him is alright, we will not allow you to enter the hero course until you tell us who it was. The leader said, calling an end to the meeting. They called in the next person as Hitoshi had walked by an unresponsive Izuku as they were walking in slow motion next to one another as Hitoshi looked in his direction for a minute-second. As Izuku would enter the sports festival with different gadgets every year, he would place the third place slot in the second year, and once again protect the one person he shouldn't have protected, once again being denied. And finally, in the final sports festival, Izuku finally tells them who it was. Are you going to tell us yet? This is getting annoying. We really wish for you to become a hero that we are willing to take any answer right now. The foremost leader said, out of anger. I tried to warn you at least. Izuku mutters. As the leaders all look in his direction because they heard his mutter, they heard him state the name that they never thought he would name. His name is Katsuki Bakugo, and he was my bully ever since I was 4 years old and was diagnosed as Quirkless. Izuku said, receiving silence as an answer. As they were looking at him in shock as well as anger, Izuku took this as his only chance to get in being rejected, so before he could even get an answer, he left the room thinking it was a rejection. How are we supposed to deal with a situation like this? One of the leading teachers of the school board asked. We need to deal with this the way we are supposed to deal with it. We will expel this Katsuki Bakugo and replace him with Hitoshi Shinso, as well as place Izuku Midoriya inside Class 1B, the leading member of the Teachers' Board of Education said, but was interrupted by someone entering the room. To what do we owe the favor of you entering here, All Might? One of the members asked. Did you accept Midoriya Izuku into one of the heroics classes? He asked, more sweaty than usual. Not yet. We were about to make it official that he would enter Vlad King's classroom as he is the better teacher to help him in terms of fighting Quirkless against someone with a powerful quirk. The leading official said, smiling. You can't allow him to enter the heroics classes. He stated, more urgently. Why are you demanding this, All Might? Isn't this being hypocritical about what you tell everyone? They asked, morbidly confused about his decision to allow the quirkless student to not be allowed into the heroics classes. He had been proving that he could be better than most of the class of both classrooms many times over the years, and his self-sacrificial nature would be under complete control by the time he would be graduating. So hearing All Might be so hypocritical right now was not a good thing at the moment. I told him years ago that a quirkless hero would never happen, since it would essentially be sending someone who has no quirk to fall back on to defend themselves against someone who is stronger than them alone without a quirk. I know that this is being quirkist, but he really needs to not be allowed, because I would feel like it was my fault that he dies out there because he became a hero. All Might said, not smiling anymore. From the look on his face, it seemed like he didn't like this decision any more than he did when he said it to their face, but it was out now and there was no going back. Well, if that is what you wish, we will accept your wish. But you will know that these actions will have consequences, correct? They asked, looking at him with an angered gaze. Dock my pay, or not, do whatever you want. Just make sure that he doesn't become a hero. I will deal with the ramifications later, as I will be the only one responsible. All Might said, looking out the window. Back to present. I overheard what the oaf said to the school board, and they allowed it. Now that you know this, how do you feel? I couldn't do a thing, since my opinion doesn't matter, nor does it mean anything to them anymore. When I had heard that Midoriya wasn't allowed into the hero course, I gave up my job to focus on this one. And haven't been the same since. Aizawa said, tears coming out of his eyes. It was really rare to see the man cry, but it was being let out now since he couldn't do anything to save the career of Izuku's dream. That conniving bastard, he basically ended his dream before it could even begin. Hitoshi called out, angrily kicking some gravel off the roof. I know, but when Midoriya heard about it, he was worse than you. He openly stated that if he couldn't become a hero, then how would the school like it if he became a villain? He openly stated that in front of everyone, and most of them actually took it seriously. Why do you think he wishes to be left alone most of the time? He really hates people right now, but once he hears of this, his view of All Might will plummet to non-existence. Aizawa said, getting up. Now that you know, be sure to allow him to know that the hero he all but worshipped in his younger life ruined his chance to ever be a hero. Aizawa said, but just as he was about to leave, they looked to their right and found someone moving about the night. Taking off, they head over to the person jumping from roof to roof as they get the best view they could to see who it was. And they couldn't believe their eyes when they find out that the person they're tailing was Mastermind himself in the flesh, fighting some bad guys out on the street. Mind Freak just couldn't count his luck that he and his old master had to just run into Mastermind at this point as well as time of night. They took off towards the brutal vigilante in order to stop him from brutalizing more people of the night as they run from roof to roof. Mastermind seemingly notices their presence as he picks up his pace as they are forced to go into a full sprint as he jumps from another building into one that doesn't have an exit unless he goes down. This is where their fight will begin, and they will stop this menace. Mastermind seemingly noticed his problem as he pulled out 2 batons from his holster as they lit up with electricity. I didn't want to do this to you both, but it seems like you aren't giving me a choice. An older voice said, coming from the vigilante, called out. So he is around the 50s or late 60s in terms of age. Good to know, now we can take him without damaging property. Mind Freak thought to himself. Eraserhead and Mind Freak teamed up as they fought the vigilante with techniques as well as their quirks. But it just seemed like Mastermind was all around fucking with them as he let himself be taken advantage of with his inexperience with pro heroes. Their fight lasted a while as both parties had become stressed as well as tired from exhaustion, but it seemed like Mastermind had gotten them beat with endurance. As he stood tall as Mind Freak and Eraserhead were slouched and hunched over as they stared at Mastermind. Just then Mastermind went on the offensive as he kicks Eraserhead in the arm, launching the hero away from their area as he looks over at Mind Freak. The duo stared at one another as Mind Freak had noticed something similar about Mastermind's form. It was extremely similar to someone who he knew personally, and it wasn't a good sign, but he needed to make sure that this wasn't him. Are you Izuku Midoriya? Mind Freak asked, as he was greeted with silence. I am not Izuku Midoriya, but at the same time. Mastermind said, taking off his helmet showing off his green locks of hair and some freckles on his face. Mind Freak had then noticed that the eyes of the vigilante was emerald, green, the same ones that belonged to Izuku Midoriya. But at the same time, I am also him. It was nice to meet you Shinso Hitoshi. But I personally think that our time has run out. Izuku said, throwing a flashbang on the ground as he ran off. As Mastermind left the area, he failed to notice that Eraserhead was running after him as Shinso was lying on the ground covering his eyes. As Izuku was running from roof to roof, he landed on another rooftop as he was kicked in the back sending him towards the edge of the rooftop as he held onto the ledge with his left hand. HRGN. Izuku grunted as the person who attacked him from behind walked over towards Izuku as he looked down. Only to be met with the helmet of the vigilante hitting him in the face as he backed off, allowing Izuku time to get up from the edge and jumping back and placing his helmet back on. When Eraserhead regained his bearings, he found Izuku's eyes staring him down coldly. Why did you become a vigilante, Mastermind? Eraserhead asked, as he used his cell to call for backup. Why do you think? I wasn't allowed into the hero course because I was quirkless. Izuku said, his true voice coming out to the man. Izuku's voice recorder was broken as it had Eraserhead knowing his true voice now. Did you even try to get in? Eraserhead asked, concerned. I did, every year, they never let me in. I was rejected because someone else with a quirk needed to get in over the quirkless reject. Izuku painfully said, it was making sense to Eraserhead now, this person was in the general education department and tried to enter only to be rejected. What makes you think that quirkless means that you'd be a reject? Eraserhead asked, stalling for time. What makes me think that? Oh, because everyone in this damn world wished death upon me. Nobody wanted to be my friend, nobody asked if I was okay. Nobody even gave a damn about my choices, nor did they give a fuck about my life to the point I was abused constantly for it. Question mark. Do you really think that I don't know you Aizawa Shota? Question mark. You are the only hero besides Lemillion, Suneater, Mind Freak, as well as his allies that he is close with that are true heroes. Izuku screamed. As Aizawa was going to ask what he was talking about, Izuku continues on. I just wanted to be a light of hope for the people. I just wanted to be a hero for them, to just see them smile. Izuku said, dejectedly sitting down. He slammed his fist on the brick wall behind himself as he moved forward and slammed his head on the ground. Hard. It was enough to break his helmet as he wasn't seemingly in the right state of mind to be aware of his identity being revealed. Stupid, stupid, quirkless freak, worthless, waste of space. I should have just listened to Kachan when he told me to kill myself. Exclamation mark 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 quote. Izuku screams, venting out all his frustrations about the world and his life. Eraserhead watched on in horror as Izuku's identity was revealed to him as he continued to slam his face into the ground, making blood spurt out from his forehead. Running over to him, he pulled him into his capture gear as he held him down on the ground to prevent him from doing anything more that could harm himself. Mind Freak, come in. Eraserhead called on his transponder. Mind Freak here, did you catch Izuku? He asked, concerned. He isn't in a right emotional state. He really seemed to be hurting right now. He just had a mental breakdown to the point his darkest memories came out. You need to tell me more about him since he just stated something horrifying. Eraserhead said, nervously. What was it? Mind Freak asked, concerned more now. He just started talking about someone named Kachan telling him to kill himself. Eraserhead said, looking down at the now sleeping Izuku. Feeling for a pulse, he found that Izuku's pulse was weak, but it was still showing that he was alive. equals 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 equals. Mind Freak and Tsukauchi arrived in the hospital as they looked at the vigilante that was undergoing surgery on his skull. "How is our vigilante?" Tsukauchi asked, concerned. "Do you want the good news or the bad news?" Eraserhead asked. "The bad news first," Tsukauchi asked. "Well, he had a mental breakdown while fighting me, as he stated someone named Kachan told him to die, which means that this person is either dead and haunting him to this point, or he has some serious demons in his mind, and they aren't leaving him alone. But the worst part was that he slammed his head on the brick wall so hard that he left a dent in his skull. I don't know what happened to him to make him have that mental breakdown, but he was seriously scaring me with how he described his life. It wasn't pretty," Eraserhead said, causing Mind Freak and Tsukauchi to look at him in shock. "That is the bad news, huh? What's the good news?" Mind Freak asked, concerned. "His skull will be capable of being repaired once he gets out of his concussion. But other than that, we are to not arrest him," Tsukauchi. Eraserhead said. "Why? He was a vigilante for a few months to a year. He broke some kind of law, right?" Tsukauchi asked, incredulously. "That's because he can't get in trouble with the law as long as it's self-defense, especially without a quirk." A feminine voice called out, "Oh God, it's the explosive beast, run for it." Mind Freak runs off screaming. "Well, now that he is gone, I know about the person who made Izuku like this," the woman said, garnering the attention of Tsukauchi. "Who fucked up his mind to this extent?" "It is someone who was actually evil," Tsukauchi asked, sternly. The woman stepped up to them as it was revealed to be Mei Hatsume of Midoriya and Hatsume Industries. "The person who fucked up his mind to this point is Katsuki Bakugo," Mei claimed. "What are you talking about? He's been dead for at least a couple months," Eraserhead said, a bit angered. "Oh, I am not talking about recently. I mean a few months ago he found our shop and basically demanded that our child becomes friends with his daughter in order to make her bully our kid as well. He even stated it to my face. But what he just witnessed," Mei said, pointing towards Eraserhead with emphasis on the witnessed. "As Izuku breaking down after a fight we had earlier today. I wanted him to stop being a vigilante because of the fact that his old friend's death got him really hard. Even though he had a restraining order on him, he never really truly hated him. He just wanted him to apologize, and they could start over as friends. Not to mention during his middle school years bullied, mentally abused Izuku all the way until graduation of every school ranging from elementary to now. So yeah, him getting hit with a quirk that recovers most of those nightmares that he has of that man would be most likely brought back to the surface, as he would be in a state of mind similar to how he was when he was in middle school." Katsuki Bakugo told Izuku Midoriya that he should jump off a roof and pray to get a quirk in his next life because of the fact that he hated him. Mei said, breathing in a gulp of air. "Since he's dead, there's nothing we can do about him," Eraserhead said, now looking very, very angered as well as regretful. As Tsukauchi looked at Mei, he found that his quirk never told lie, and was constantly saying truth during the whole explanation. "That is just wrong. How did he even become a hero in the first place?" Quote, he called out angrily. "Because Izuku never brought it up. He was trying to give his old friend every olive branch he could to put him back on the right path to heroism, but they never really worked. Hell, he tried to kill him in the first sports festival," Mei said, angrily. "So that's why he was so adamant about beating him. He was just trying to kill him so he wouldn't have to deal with him anymore," Eraserhead said, angered now. "How long until he is awake?" Mei asked. "It should be a few days before he wakes up. He hurt his head really bad. Not to mention his mental state isn't in the right place," Eraserhead said, looking out the window. "I know that he has mental issues, it's just getting harder and harder in keeping him down to talk about them. Just yesterday he had a nightmare that showed that Katsuki had killed his mother," Mei said, looking away. "He wouldn't have viable reason to kill her though," Tsukauchi said, confused. "Oh, he did, you just didn't realize it," Mei said, entering the room. As they watched the woman walk up to her sleeping husband, they looked at one another before bringing up the case of Izuku Midoriya. It's time to put her soul to rest. Mei had left the hospital that Izuku was in. She was really worried about his mental health since he hadn't talked to her since the previous night as well as before he went out on his nightly endeavors. He had hidden the fact that he was feeling this way from her for years, and this would definitely put a strain on their relationship. She didn't like when he didn't tell her things. So when she found out about his deteriorating mental health, she couldn't find out what to do, so she went to the only place where she could figure out what to do. Go to school. She still had students to teach as well as mold for the future. She just wishes that Izuku was there to assist her in that endeavor while she did what she loved most: inventing. But since she really needed help, she could only find the best person possible to assist her in her plea of needed help. Principal Nezu was the man, bear, dog, mouse being that was smart enough to know how long Izuku had been suffering like this. And she would get to the bottom of this so she can find out what the hell happened to her husband and find a way to help him gain his mentality back. She knows how Izuku is when he isn't mentally strong at the moment. He will do anything to try and feel pain or some semblance of it in order to feel alive. So she needs to do this fast enough so that Izuku doesn't go down the mental gymnastics that is suicidal thoughts. Arriving at the place of work she had for a few months, she entered the school grounds and headed for the school's principal's office. As she entered, she found the principal sitting on his couch reading one of the newspapers that he earned from one of the stands outside of his school. "Ah, Mei Hatsume, to what do I owe the pleasure of speaking to you?" he asked jovially. "Principal, I need your help with something that might be a bit controversial in order to save someone I love," Mei said, looking at the mouse. "Oh, who might need my help?" Nezu asked curiously. "It's Izuku," Mei said, as Nezu immediately frowned. He had heard about Izuku from his past years in the school, and to hear that it was Izuku who was in trouble, he couldn't understand why the young man was in need of any help. "Why do you want me to help you save your husband?" Nezu asked. "He's mentally declining in terms of life expectancy. And I don't want him to continue wishing that he died. He's had a really bad life, and high school only cemented his normal behavior today. Ever since he never got into the hero course when we both were here during our high school years, he hasn't been the smiling happy man I fell in love with ever since. And it only got worse after the death of his high school bully Katsuki Bakugo," Mei said, looking at the creature. "I see. Then what has been done in order to keep him away from those kinds of thoughts?" Nezu asked. "I have literally tried anything to get him to talk to me, but he just doesn't anymore, stating that he doesn't want to burden me with something that isn't worth talking about. When I heard that his mental health was going on the decline, I couldn't understand why he didn't tell me. I was his wife, and we have a kid on the way, and I don't want my kid to grow up only to find out that their father is either dead or in the hospital dying from his mental issues," Mei said, breaking down in front of her boss. "I can see where you're coming from. Mei Hatsume, do you want to know something that happened in the past with the males of the world from a time long forgotten to us?" Nezu asked, curiously. "Sure thing, if it will help me understand why he didn't tell me." I will understand," Mei said, sitting down. "Well, the thing about the human psyche is that most people in the past have stated that only women can show their true feelings while the men of the world cannot. It will be seen as a sign of weakness towards others. Even though that kind of thought process isn't good, it has made the reason why most male children nowadays never tell their parents about why they feel bad and either go the route of being an asshole to their family, or just ignore their presence in the first place. I have noticed Izuku's decline in mental health since he was rejected from the heroics course 3 times. I knew that it would only be a matter of time before he eventually snapped and his true feelings would be on show for the whole world to see. But for him to think suicidal thoughts, someone had to have placed those thoughts inside his mind in order to make sure that his mind deteriorates to the point that Izuku is in the hospital," Nezu said, staring into Mei's eyes. He watched as her face went from shock to anger, and back to shock as she seemingly remembered something that happened in the past. "Nezu, what is your policy about bullying in your school?" Mei asked, hypothetically. "Well, we do not take it lightly. We make strides to know that our students are not bullied in the slightest and make decisions based on the parties involved to either expel them or place them in a different course," Nezu said. What about if the bullying happened before coming here? Mei asked. Well, there unfortunately wouldn't be anything we could do. While we could keep a better eye on the students involved, it would take too much resources to make sure that we keep them under wraps as well as control. Nezu said, as Mei sighed. Well, that explains that. Mei said, as Nezu gained a curious expression. What explains what? Nezu asked. Well, you never found out about Bakugo still bullying Izuku in your school because of the fact that it took place while school was not in service for the day. You see, Bakugo would always come after Izuku after school and beat him to high hell. You should have seen the look on his face while he did it. It was as if he was a demon in disguise as he smiled the entire time he beat my friend at the time to death. He even tried to hit on me while he was on the ground bleeding out. To think he had the gall to beat my friend up right in front of me, and then ask me out in front of him. It enrages me to this day that he thought he could get away with it. Mei said, looking away angrily. I see, well, I will make sure that no more students are hurt in this way in the future, all right. Nezu said, smiling. I will see to it that it happens, principal. If it doesn't, you know who will come knocking. Mei said, leaving the office. When she had fully left the office, Nezu looked around with a sigh of relief. He looked at his wall of trophies that he had earned during the war against the villains as he was saddened by the deaths of those involved. His most prized student was in the hospital now because All Might had prevented him from entering the course himself, and Izuku's mentality had deteriorated to this point because of it. All in the name of keeping him safe. I wonder if you truly felt that in the moment you ruined the dreams of a young boy seeking out his way to change the world. All Might, Nezu said, as we switched to Mei. Mei entered her classroom as she noticed how the students were more wary of her now than ever. Is there something wrong, kids? Mei asked, curious. They all pointed to the person behind herself as she turned only to come face to face with Ingenium himself as he looked around the students. Hello Hatsume, I hope I am not bothering you at the moment. Ingenium asked. I was about to start class, what is it? Mei asked, curious. Well, I wanted to know if you'd like to get some dinner with me later on today. He asked, a little nervously. Well, I could go out to eat, I just wish Izuku could come with me. Mei said, looking at him. So is that a yes? Ingenium asked. Yup, and it will be as only friends. I am hurting at the moment, so I will need some support from my friends. You could also lend your support to Izuku as well. Mei said, as Ingenium nodded. I will see you later on tonight. He said, leaving the place. Mrs. Hatsume, aren't you married to Izuku Midoriya? One of her students asks. I am, but that doesn't matter right now. He is probably trying to get me to calm down for the day. A lot has happened this week for me, Mei said. Outside the room, Ingenium looked around as he smirked underneath his costume. With Izuku in the hospital, his plans of taking Mei from him were coming to fruition. It's only a matter of time before you're mine. Mei Hatsume, Ingenium said, laughing. A few days ago, Izuku was on patrol when he encountered a certain villain that was attacking civilians. Stop. You will be defeated in the name of the law. Izuku called out. As the villain turned around, he noticed the attire of the young man as he laughed. Ah, it's just the guy the first was looking for. Mastermind, how would you like to become one of my suicide victims? The villain called out. I will not fall for your feeble tricks. I am Mastermind, the bringer of justice. The symbol of harmony. Izuku screamed out, attacking the villain. Mei was getting herself through her day. She hadn't expected the high-class person of Tenya Iida to enter the school and ask her out, knowing that Izuku was her husband. But overall, she could just talk about Izuku the whole time because she still had to raise their child, who was really showing their quirk abilities already with their crosshairs for eyes as well as a mix of dreadlocks and curls for hair. Not to mention the fact that they have a dual quirk. crosshairs as well as telekinesis. Sorry for the interruption, could someone tell me the name of their child, because I can't remember what I named her. So from her on out until I find out her name, I will refer to her as Shiro. Inko was the greatest thing to ever grace her life, as she was adorable as well as had her father's tendency to mumble, but it was in her sleep. Although it was mostly incoherent since she was a baby, Mei still found solace that her daughter was showing signs that Izuku was making an impact on her based on his genes alone. She got herself ready for the date, as she had been slowly but surely making sure that she had her recorder on her in case Ingenium tried anything with her and would attempt to blame her if anything happened. She left her home and child in the care of Mitsuki as she went on her way to meet Ingenium at the restaurant as she thought about Izuku. He was still in the hospital as he was recovering from his moment of clarity as he tried to kill himself during his night of vigilantism. She knew that he acted that way mainly because of a quirk, but she never thought that he would go that far. So when she arrived at the restaurant, she found the young man standing at the table as she sat down in said seat, and they began to talk to one another. "So how is Midoriya? I heard about what happened the other day," Iida said, sorrowfully. "He's still in the hospital, and I can't believe that he nearly killed himself because of a quirk that affected his mind." Mei said, sadly, "It is rough, but that is what it is like out there on the streets. Many villains look to take someone out and use their quirks to make it that much easier, and without one, he is a much easier target for villains." Iida said, eating his spaghetti. "Well, you'd be wrong about that," Mei said, as she drank some wine. "What do you mean?" Iida asked, curious. "Izuku's been training for the last 10 years, and he has entered some fighting tournaments against those with quirks and defeated them with pure skill alone. He is a formidable opponent to fight, especially with his skills as an analyst. If I remember correctly, he gives out analysis to Racerhead every other week so he could help the man out in a mission." Mei said, "I see, so he makes his money through analysis. Does he do anything else?" Iida asked. "He earned his way into my class with his creations. His babies were the most adorable. He made this one plushie that popped out of a grenade before. And he said that it was for kids," Mei said, as she smiled happily. "He must be some man," Iida said, looking at her body a little. "He is, and please keep the eyes on mine own, please. I get enough of that with some of the male heroes out there enough, I don't need it with you," Mei said, causing Iida to look away. The night continued on as the duo were sitting at their tables as they were about to leave. Mei had gotten up from her seat prepared to pay for her half of the dinner when Iida paid for it all. "Why are you paying for it?" Mei asked. "I only wished to be the gentleman and pay for our food. I will make sure that you get home safe as well," Iida said, pulling her by the arm. As they were walking, Mei noticed that her home was long since passed as she made it known to him that they are past it. Iida, we already passed the place I live at. I know, you will be going home with me," Iida said, causing the girl to look at him in shock. "I'm not going home with you," Mei said, pulling her arm from him. "You're going home with me, or your husband gets pulled from his cord," Iida said, threatening her. "You wouldn't kill my husband. You were really here to kidnap me, huh?" Mei asked, accusingly. "I was only here to take you out on a date and ask you to marry me instead of that quirkless person." "He probably has information on you, doesn't he?" Iida asked, staring at her. "He doesn't have anything on me except my quirk. But other than that, he loves me with all his heart," Mei said, angrily. "Well, he is unfit to be your husband at the moment," Iida said, as he pulled Mei harder. "Let go of me." Mei called out, "Hey jackass, let her go." A familiar voice called out. "Huh?" Mei asked, turning around to find someone looking at them. He had black hair that had green highlights, and his eyes were emerald. There was also an assortment of freckles on his cheeks that were shaped as a diamond. In mere hospital gown and shoes, we find Izuku standing in front of Mei and Iida as he glares at the young hero in question. "I'm taking your wife as my own, she clearly has been brainwashed by you," Iida said, as Izuku walked up to him and punched him in the face. That was saying that I had a way to brainwash someone who fell in love with me naturally and not artificially. But this, Izuku said, punching the man who was on the ground in the chest while he was on the ground. As for stating that I even didn't like my wife, when I love her dearly. She is quite literally the last thing I have left other than our daughter. I don't need to put a restraining order on you to keep you away from my family, do I? Izuku asked, curiously and filled with rage. You don't deserve to have that brilliant woman with you, Iida said, before Izuku kicked him in the jaw, knocking him out. Jackass, Izuku said, looking towards his wife. Izuku, Mei stutters. It's all right, Mei, just let it out, Izuku said, as Mei hugged him tightly. How are you even here? Aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? Mei called out, confused. Well, Izuku said, looking away. 7 days before last chapter's events, Izuku was running from rooftop to rooftop. He wanted to vent out some frustrations from the argument he had with Mei, as she wanted an intern to teach, and he wanted to just be alone. He really was horrible if he was going to yell at Mei like that. He doesn't even know why she even stayed with him all his life. She may like him, but right now he personally thinks it's because of him being the way he was, and her just wanting to make sure that he can be mentally okay. But the main issue of this problem right now, Katsuki fucking Bakugo. He was the bane of his existence for his entire life up until his death. He really didn't want Katsuki to die. That would be hypocritical of his life's ideal of saving everyone with a smile. But ever since he was told that he couldn't become a hero as well as refused to become one through the sports festival, he was angry ever since then. He even adopted Stain's ideology of killing heroes who only are in it for the money as well as fame. A little pervert coming to his mind as he thought about this, but he glossed over it. Izuku had been beating down villains especially hard tonight. He had already defeated an escaped convict Muscular by using his own muscles against him, as the man effortlessly just jumbled himself up in his own muscle fibers and tied himself up for the police. It was a real tragedy that the water hose duo were defeated by this bird brain of a villain, and he was an SS rank villain. He could take his anger out on the villains for tonight as he apologized to Mei in the morning. He really didn't need to have this attitude when apologizing to Mei because she wouldn't accept it. Jumping over another rooftop, he found himself at the target of his missions for the last week and a half. The Shihasaikai base of operations, the main base that distributed the drugs known as Trigger in order to boost one's quirk's effects to great effect. As he was entering the building housing the drugs he was planning on burning, he found himself surrounded by villains from the remaining Yakuza. He was chuckling at how they thought they could defeat him easily since it was revealed that he didn't have a quirk. But he used this to his own advantage as he used each and every quirk that was used against him and turned them against their owners. As they were crying out in pain and suffering from their own quirk's effects, they were swiftly defeated as Izuku wrapped them up in multiple capture scarves and tied them to the top beam of the building. Taking the drugs outside the warehouse, Izuku dumped them in the ocean as he placed gasoline inside the boxes and dropped a flare inside, causing a huge explosion of water as well as gas and carbon into the air. Walking away as everything burned in the ocean, Izuku was about to climb to a rooftop when he heard someone call out his name. To think that Tutankhamun would grace the Yakuza with his mere presence. Or is it Mastermind now? The villain asked, as Izuku cringed at his old vigilante name. It's Mastermind now. What do I owe the favor of speaking to a high-ranking Yakuza member? Izuku asked using his voice changer. It's just been a long time since someone had managed to defeat us. Last time it was Night Eye and his student Lemillion, but this time it's someone who shouldn't even be alive in the time of quirks. So, why are you here? The villain asked, revealing his slender but buff frame. The man had long brown hair that extended to his lower back, and his eyes were the shape of diamonds. The color of which was a complete dark blue. As Izuku stared at the villain, he made a name that he thought was just a myth for the world as it was now. Shigaraki, I thought that you were killed, Izuku said, looking a little angered by this. Don't worry about that, I was killed by you after all. I didn't want people to know that it was me doing this. So I changed up the eyes. It was a real good decision. Shigaraki called out laughing. You were killed by me. When did you take over the Yakuza? Izuku roared as he attacked the older young man. I wasn't killed by you. I was killed by dynamite. Although my death can't be held back for long. After all, I am immortal. Shigaraki laughed as Izuku punched him in the face. As the two began to fight, the area around them began to decay as Shigaraki was using his quirk to try and kill Izuku. I would never have thought that you'd be capable of surviving this amount of pain that I gave you that day. This time I will make sure that you are placed in Tartarus. Izuku roared as he slammed his bow staff into Shigaraki's stomach, folding the supervillain in two as Izuku kicked the man's face, sending him into the warehouse. The duo continued their fight as Izuku was getting closer and closer to defeating Shigaraki once again, but this time Shigaraki had something to use against the young vigilante. I personally think that you hit harder than dynamite. But overall, your tenacity is worse than his. Shigaraki roared as he kicked Izuku back. Izuku hesitated before looking at the villain again. He watched as the wounds inflicted on him were healed back to normal, but there was something odd about his voice that caught him off guard. It was similar to Katsuki's voice. Izuku struggled to get onto another rooftop. He seriously really needed to get out of there. Shigaraki was about to blow up because he placed a bomb in order to kill him inside his own body made to kill Izuku. But overall, Izuku was really injured as the supervillain had tossed him around like a ragdoll earlier when they were talking. Izuku looked at his lower abdomen as he saw that it was bruising badly. He really needed a doctor as he needed medical attention stat. But as he jumped across the building towards his home, he found that he was being chased by Eraserhead as well as Mind Freak. Today was just not his day, as he jumped from roof to roof, before being forced to fight against both heroes. But something was nagging the back of his mind right now. All of a sudden harsh thought that he had when he was a teenager had come out as he was fighting both heroes. Dodge to the left, counter then kick the other. Worthless. Punch to the left, parry and then headbutt the back of his vision. Quirkless reject. Jump to another rooftop and kick Eraserhead in the back as he turned to meet him. Deku. Worthless freak. Spoiled brat. You'll never become a hero, Deku. You can't become a hero without a quirk. Sorry, but you should give up. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. Izuku then backed into the edge of the building as he held his head, and as he backed away, he slipped off the edge of the building as he griped the edge as hard as he could. Sitting over a large gap of air, Izuku tried to keep the thoughts away, but he just couldn't keep them at bay. So as he was helped back up from the edge, Izuku was thrown to the side as he thumped on the ground. But before the man in front of him could do anything, Izuku spoke up. Shut 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 the fuck up. Izuku screamed. Why do I have to be this way? Question mark. Did I deserve to be ridiculed every single day of my life, all because of something that made me essentially worthless to the entire population? Question mark. All I ever wanted was to become a hero and be like All Might. I never wanted to be quirkless, but it happened. I just can't stand the voices in my head anymore. They're telling me many things I need to do, but I thought I got rid of them back in high school. Izuku mumbled out after his yelling session. It wouldn't be until a few minutes later that he felt a hand chop the back of his neck as Izuku passed out into unconsciousness. Equals 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 equals. 2 days before last chapter's events, Izuku was slowly waking up from his sleep as he looked around the place. He was in a hospital, and he didn't know what to do. Should he hide his identity or just run off before they could arrest him? He couldn't get to think about this more when the door to his hospital room opened up, revealing Eraserhead and Mind Freak entering the room. Behind them was Mei as she ran up to him and gave him a hug. She really loved him. As she sat next to him, Izuku cried his heart out as he let the bottled-up emotions that were inside him out as Mei pulled his face into her chest as she rubbed his head and back. He hugged her like she was his lifeline. As that was happening, Mind Freak and Eraserhead were watching the moment as Izuku cried for what seemed like minutes and hours, but it all ended about 13 minutes later. Alright, now that your emotions are in check, we need to ask you some questions, Eraserhead said, sternly as Izuku nodded his head. We know that you are the mastermind, and we want to know that you would be seeing charges of assault if you weren't fighting in self-defense. All because of a loophole in the law. Quirkless individuals can become vigilantes should they only be attacked first and then defend themselves. You fall into this each and every time we have tried to catch you. So you are off the hook. Just make sure that whatever comes out of your mouth doesn't get you placed in a mental institution. Eraserhead said, leaving the room. Taking off his mask, Mind Freak looked at Izuku and found that the young man was a father as well as a man seeking acknowledgement for his actions of trying to be a hero. I can understand your reasoning to become a vigilante. I was close to becoming what I hated about myself in order to be recognized myself. I just hope that you can forgive me for what happened while we were in school. The man said, revealing himself to Izuku as Hitoshi Shinso. No worries, I was a little angered by the loss in the sports festival in the first year. So you have nothing to worry about. I never really wished anything bad for you when you made it into the course and not me. You aren't who my anger was aimed at, Izuku said, as Shinso looked at him and gave him the answer he needed. Well, I now know why you were never placed in the hero course during our time in UA. Shinso said, looking serious. Who? Mei and Izuku asked, angrily. It was All Might. He wanted to make sure that you were never given the opportunity to become a hero as it would turn everything that he built upside down, and he said it was all to defend you. Shinso said, as Izuku slammed his fist down on the table. That manipulative bastard, Izuku growled. I know, I said the same thing. But he's dead now, and there is nothing we can do about it. Shinso said, angrily. I know that as well. I looked up to him as a hero, not a person. I knew that he wasn't a good person, but to go this far. Despicable, Izuku muttered. Soon enough it was time for Shinso to leave as Mei looked at Izuku with a careful eye. She didn't want Izuku to think that she was looking at him like he was made of glass. His mother already did that before she died. Are you mentally okay? Mei asked. No, I need a couple days to get all this out. Don't let me keep you here when you got students to teach. I'm also sorry about our fight a few days ago. I didn't mean anything I said. Izuku apologized. I know. Well, I need to head out to UA. I hope that you can take the invitation to UA and become a teacher there as well. You could become a teacher for analysis, Mei said, closing the door behind herself as Izuku stemmed on his thoughts. Equals 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 equals. Back to present. So yeah, that was what happened, Izuku said, looking at Mei. Well, how did you get here? She asked, a little angry. I jumped out the window and ran towards your location. I put a tracker in your phone so that I would always know where you are. So when I found Iida trying to take you away, Izuku left the rest for her to analyze. You immediately came to my rescue. My big hero is a man with mental issues, as well as a kind nature that was skewed from all of society. You are my big stupid naive little hero, Mei said, as she hugged Izuku. She then noticed that he was still in his hospital gown as she then brought them home. Sitting in her crib was Inko as Izuku picked the girl up and hugged her as she hugged back happily, loving her father's presence. Mei, I think I want to become a teacher at UA with you. I don't know how well I will do, but can you tell Nezu that I will try to become one of the staff members? Izuku asked, as she nodded her head happily. Also, you can have that intern you always wanted, Izuku said, smiling at her as she smiled back and jumped onto the phone as she chose the specific student she wished to have. They had similar looks to the very same girl that Izuku had met in a park one day, long blue hair with a green fringe in front of her bangs. As well as two tails that were fox-like in nature with the same colored fox ears on top of her head. I know just who to bring here, Mei called out as she smiled happily. Placing the file down, we see her full name on the file. Isha Tadarogan, Hero Course student as well as Support Course student. If you asked Izuku that what he thought he would become in the future, he would have told you that when he was a kid, he would have become the #1 hero of the world. But now, he would laugh in your face and say that he just wanted to make sure that the next generation of kids were having his kind of mindset in order to become a hero. He was now a teacher of the infamous UA, and he couldn't be any happier that his philosophy about heroes will be taken into account for the specific class he will be in charge of. He was going to be the teacher for a new class that focused on the specific quirks as well as attack patterns of villains that heroes go up against. It was a mandatory class that needed to be taken by all grades so that they could learn from an actual analyst himself about how to attack someone with a specific type of quirk, counter them, as well as find a way to make them stronger. It was the only reason Nezu had hired him as one of the UA teachers. He was the greatest analyst in the world and second only to him because of his ability to read someone's quirk without one himself and analyze it to a point that he could even tell you who your mother's quirk was based on little information. So imagine everyone's surprise when the main gripe of the hero world entered UA as if he owned the place with a teacher's uniform on in the form of his vigilante costume. He didn't care if the other teachers found him as a threat, and he just wanted to see what others would do if they found out about his vigilante career. So once entering the class he sat at his desk and started to grab out the lesson plan as he was thinking about what he should start with in order to gain the class's trust immediately. Equals 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 equals. It was 7:30 in the morning and the students were entering the newest class, Analysis Class 1Z. They all sat down in their seats as they noticed someone sleeping at the teacher's desk and were surprised that it was the vigilante mastermind. One of the students immediately went over to the sleeping vigilante and poked his faceplate as they wondered if he was dead. This student was named Bakugo Yuri. She had ash blonde hair that was mixed with brown and had one red eye with one brown eye with a permanent blush on her cheeks. As she poked his cheek to wake him up, she noticed him stir as he stood up to his full height of 6'4" and he towered over the girl as she shivered in his presence as it demanded respect. "To what do I owe the pleasure of meeting you students?" he asked, as he stretched his body. "Are you sure you're in the right place, Mr. Vigilante?" The girl asked the vigilante. I could be in the wrong place, but I know that this class is mine to teach you all. Welcome to Heroic Analysis. I am your teacher, the vigilante mastermind. And just to let you all know, I am most certainly not a hero," Izuku said, staring at his students. "Then what are you?" another female student asked, curious. "I am in between the area of hero and villain. I am a vigilante who takes the law into his own hands." Quote, Izuku said, pausing for dramatic effect. "Illegally," Izuku said, as chaos erupted from the classroom. Almost immediately the girl in front of him got into a fighting stance as she had small explosions coming from her palms, as Izuku stared at her in shock. "What is your name, little one?" Izuku asked, a little angry. "Bakugo Yuri, and you better remember it as I will become the next #1 hero," she called out, releasing an explosion in his face as he sighed. "I never thought that he would inseminate a woman, but what do I know? I did the same thing," Izuku muttered as it went over the other classmates of the girl in front of him except the girl who looked angrily at him. "Are you talking shit about my dad?" she called out. "No, but I am making a comment about how he told me I would never find love. Not only that he tried to take my wife away from me many times before he married Uravati," Izuku said, as the girl lost all fight in her at the name of her mother, who also worked here. How do you know about her?" she asked, scared. "I know about her because I went to this school with her. She was a really nice friend of mine. Before your father told her things about me that were explicitly not true," Izuku said, as he guided her to her seat. Standing at the front of the class, Izuku pulled out a notebook that the young Bakugo remembered her father ranting about a boy her age when he was younger always wrote in that annoyed the hell out of him. "This notebook belongs to me, but this also has ways to improve and upgrade your quirk based on the analysis I made on them years ago. It is how I was more capable of surviving in the heroic climate that is today. I use these things in order to take down an opponent who is many times stronger than me and should defeat me by default," Izuku said, as one girl rose her hand in the air. "Yes," Izuku asked, waiting for a name. "My name is Mono Mashoto, and I wanted to ask about why you said it helped you survive in today's world of heroes." The young lady asked, curious. "Well, that's because of the fact that I am quirkless," Izuku said, as he watched as the students all looked at him in shock. As Izuku sat down in his chair, he looked at the students looking at him in either shock as well as surprise or complete and utter disbelief. That's not possible in this world's collection of heroes as well as quirks. One of the smarter students called out, as Izuku chuckled. Did you know that before I became a vigilante, I was aiming high for the heroics course when I was your age? Izuku asked curiously. The entire class was now in an uproar as they were saying that Quirkless were supposedly still extinct since there wasn't any left in the world, as Izuku merely sighed as he revealed his face to the class. He couldn't care about his identity being found out as he was already ousted to the police, and they couldn't put him away for anything since he had no quirk as well as he fought in self-defense. Wait, you're the bastard that put a restraining order on my dad before he was killed? ? Bakugo called out, angrily. I know about how your father works, Yuri. And to make you understand something, your father killed my mother after the fact that I placed a restraining order on him. I am not going to take anyone talking shit about me to my face as I used to as a kid your age. If you want to talk shit, make sure that you can handle having it spat back at you. Your father may have been the number 3 hero in Japan, but he was far from being a great hero in anyone's eyes because of the damage he caused from his explosions. Izuku said, as he stared at the class. And don't take out what Bakugo's father did to my mother on her. The sins of the father should never be placed on the son-daughter. But you should be more careful if your life was basically being worshipped by others. Izuku said, as he stared at her. The young Bakugo didn't say a word after that as she never really liked what her father did, she just wanted to meet who Midoriya Deku was. And to see that her teacher was Midoriya Deku as her father called him, she was glad that he wasn't as meek as her father made him out to be. But she was really sad that she would never get to rekindle the relationship her father once had with Izuku. She wanted to get to know her teacher, and she will do so in order to repair their family's broken peace. So she waited until class was over and Izuku called her over since he had some words to speak to her about. Sitting down in front of his desk, she was trying really hard to not be breaking out in tears about her situation with her mother. So I guess you would like an explanation about why you thought that I was the worst possible person you could ever meet? Izuku asked, as he sat down next to her. Yeah, my dad always had bad things to say about you. But my mother always told me that you were a dork that she got along with during high school, and if there was a chance she could get with you during that time, she would take the chance now without any and all animosity that was given towards you. Bakugo said, looking out the window. Well, let's just say that your dad and I weren't always at each other's throats. We used to actually be really close friends, to the point that we thought of each other as brothers, Izuku said, as some tears were showing up in his eyes. This was the first time he ever cried about anything regarding the past, and he was freely letting the Midoriya tears come out. He was the closest thing I had to a singular friend back when we were kids. I never really was that social as a kid, and it only got worse when I was announced Quirkless. Izuku said, breathing heavily. What happened after that? Bakugo asked. Well, he turned on me. Izuku said, looking out the window wistfully. Why? Bakugo asked. I was Quirkless, and he thought that I was a mere stepping stone in his path to become the number 1 spot in the world. I don't know where it devolved into him bullying me until I got into high school, but it continued even while I was there. He found me after every single day of school and found a reason to fight and beat me without any reason. He wasn't a good person by far, but with your mother reining him in, he seemed to have softened up recently. But overall, he was still his overly abrasive as well as anger-filled self. Izuku said, as he looked at the little girl with a soft smile as he patted her hair. The girl, when feeling him pat her head with his hand, she only remembered how her father's auntie would do the same for her. Don't worry about a thing. Katsuki-kun is probably having a bad day. A feminine voice called out softly. A younger Yuri looked at the woman with a look of sadness as the older woman had green hair with the same eye color. She then looked at another picture inside the home of the woman and asked her another question. Who's he, auntie? I have never seen him before. Yuri asked the woman. That's Izuku. He's my only son, and I am proud of what he has become. He fought to become a hero, and even after being banned from doing so, he still became a hero in his very own way. The woman said, as Yuri looked at her. What does he do that is similar to heroes? Yuri asked. He helps the heroes by making their support items, as well as making their hero suits. He even made your mother's suit since she loved the design as well as how baggy it was for her. Not only that, but your mother told your father this. She actually was dating my son. The woman said, as she looked at Yuri. What do you mean by Izuku was dating mommy? Yuri asked. Well, before your daddy came along, Ochako Uraraka, your mother, was dating my son. Izuku Midoriya. It made me so proud to see that he was dating a girl his age, and it seemed like she really liked him as well. But I guess she did what most other people her age did to my son. She broke my son's heart. The woman said. What did mommy do that broke Izuku's heart? Yuri asked. She left my son for your father. She had an affair with Katsuki while she was still dating Izuku. And ever since then she had been having an affair with him since Izuku never satisfied her needs. But before you look too far into that, just ignore that for Auntie, okay? The woman asked, softly. What happened next? Yuri asked. Well, Izuku found out about her and he wasn't happy about it. He immediately left her because she had an affair with your father. But it wasn't until your mother told me what happened that I feel sorrier for her than I did for my son. She was forced to marry your father, dear. He was so angry at the fact that your father could have been Izuku that he stole your mother away from him and defiled her. The woman said, as Yuri looked at her in shock. What did Izu do? Yuri asked, incredulous. He left. He changed classes and entered the support course in order to live with the fact that he could focus his anger and sadness into making projects to decrease the mortality rate of heroes. He became the hero of heroes. The woman said, as Yuri's memory showed the woman in her full glory. It was Inko Midoriya, the mother to Izuku Midoriya. I never thought that Kachan would inseminate someone, much less myself doing the same. Izuku's voice came in for Yuri's mind. I'm so sorry about what my dad did to you, Mr. Midoriya. I never wanted him to do those things to you. Yuri cried out, tears streaming down. Don't worry, little one, I am here, Izuku said, as he continued patting the girl's head as she hugged him close, crying. I never knew that he'd bring you to my mom before she was killed by him. But know this, should you need some help, the Hatsume Midoriya family's doors are always open, Izuku said, as he helped the girl calm down. As Yuri calmed down, Izuku looked at her and asked her one thing that he knew she could do. Yuri, I am going to ask you one thing. And I need you to let me know what you can do. Izuku said, as Yuri nodded her head. What happened to Ochako? Izuku asked, as Yuri looked at him in shock. What do you mean by that? Yuri asked. How is your mother dealing with Katsuki's death? Izuku asked, concerned. She's sad that he's dead. She really loved him in his final years. I don't know what he did to make her fall for him, but she's not doing so well. She retired in order to work here as a UA teacher. Yuri said, as Izuku nodded his head. Do you want to know something else? Izuku asked. Sure. Yuri said, as Izuku pulled out a device. This was made back when I thought Katsuki was a close friend of mine. I was in high school during the time, and I didn't want you to suffer the same way he did in learning how to increase his capabilities with his quirk. So I finished upgrading this device to help you vent out your quirk so you don't hurt others. It also regulates how powerful your explosions are. Izuku said, placing the device on the girl's arm. As it transformed into a gauntlet, she looked at it in fear it might go off, when Izuku placed a finger by his mouth. It slowly moved up her arm as it covered it completely, and it then to her surprise cooled her body down whenever she felt the need to release an explosion. Not only that, but it helped her spread her quirk around her body in order to feel the warmth it always given her. How can I even repay you for this? Yuri asked. Just be a better person than your father was. He was always angry about being third place for the hero charts. Being a hero isn't about popularity. It's about saving others at the cost of yourself. Don't go out there trying to die saving others, that doesn't end well. Izuku said, as he got up walking away. Is there a way where I can have this for my hero costume? Yuri asked. Don't worry about that, it was already designed when I first saw you on the lesson plan. Have a great 3 years. Yuri-chan, Izuku said, walking away. Izuku had been working at UA for a month now as he met some of the other staff of the school. He has met Smentos as well as Eraserhead, Present Mike, Vlad King, and a few others, but the one he didn't like the most was All Might's newest recruit from his agency after his death. Mirio Tagata, otherwise known as Lemillion. Now don't get him wrong, he likes the guy as a person, but as a hero he is trying to emulate All Might too much, and to make matters worse he said that he will retire once he saves at least 1 million people of Japan or the world. So once that is done, Izuku doesn't think that the world would remember him, as he would be a temporary hero that came about and just disappeared. But Izuku had been thinking about the guy's quirk. How did it evolve to allow him to phase through pretty much any kind of thing possible? He could even punch while phasing. Now that was what Izuku was trying to get to the bottom of, and he came to the conclusion that he somehow gained another quirk that allowed for that to happen. So Izuku thought that it was just his body evolving to be capable of seeing and breathing whilst being intangible. But there was a different dilemma for the young man at the moment. He was scheduled for his class to meet Uravity for the USJ, and he couldn't help but get some flashbacks to when the school was attacked by villains when All Might was still around. So making sure that he was completely prepared for anything, he had collected his vigilante suit and made his way to the buses as he waited for his class. When they arrived at the bus, he looked at them all as he saw potential in all of them, maybe except for the one who was perving out on the girls, but there was a girl perving out on the men, so he guessed it was the world balancing everything out. So as they got onto the bus, Izuku decided to take a small nap, but made his nap so that he was aware of everything that was happening around him. He overheard what the students were talking about and was surprised that they were talking about him and his abilities as a quirkless vigilante. He was proud that they thought that he was really cool as well as powerful as a quirkless individual, but he was a little sad about when one of them stated that they should be protecting him instead of the other way around. Eventually they made it to the USJ as Izuku got off the bus leading his students to the entrance. When they stood in front of the building, the door opened to Uravity being her open and cheerful self. "Hello students of UA, I hope that you all have been having a great start to your first year," she called out, as they cheered for her. Izuku watched the girl with awe. She was so cheerful since the death of her husband Dynamite, and Izuku looked at her with admiration. "Hey, where is Lemillion? He was supposed to be here today," Uravity asked him. Shaking his head, he stated that Lemillion was busy with another class and simply forgot about them. Nodding, she faced the students as she told them the rules about the place, as she really wanted them to be safe here. It was then that Izuku's thought processing was boosted into overdrive as the lights were starting to go out as he looked down at the fountain. "Are you fucking kidding me again?" Izuku asked, literally too tired to deal with this. "Well, this happened last time, so it should be easy this time," Uravity said, looking at a tired Izuku. "Kids, get back to the buses. You need to evacuate. Me and Uravity will make sure that you aren't followed," Izuku yelled, running into the fray. As Izuku was fighting the enemies, Uravity looked at the students as she told them to get out of there. She was fighting a similar creature to Kurogiri as he was teleporting all over the place while also dodging her strikes. The children had managed to get outside of the place and onto the buses while Uravity was fighting the villains. One of them started the bus as they turned it around and started to drive back to the main school building, this time around going way differently to the last time. Uravity managed to defeat the last of the villains as she tossed the body out of the building, activating the school's defense system, alerting all heroes in the area of the attack happening. Back with Izuku, he was taking out villain after villain in an endless horde as they were using their quirks to their advantage, not knowing his. "So this is the infamous mastermind. Never thought I'd meet him here. A seductive voice called out. Izuku kicked another villain away as he turned to look at the person behind the voice. And he was surprised that it was Himiko Toga of the League of Villains. He was genuinely surprised that she had gotten out of the mental institute since she switched sides and helped the heroes. But now that she was on the villains' team again, he had to be extremely careful with how he fights her. He kept his eye on her the entire time as he fought against the villains as their numbers started to dwindle, and that was when she chose her time to enter the battle. She jumped at him with her knives as he dodged them to the best of his ability as she cackled as she swung her blades. It was here that Uravity made it on the scene as she started to take down the other villains and make sure that they didn't get to the fight between the two hardcore battlers. She was taking down villain after villain as she used her quirk to take away their gravity as well as punch them away from her. She even utilized a gravity field around her to lower it so she could get out of sticky situations that she got herself into. When every single villain was defeated, she heard the scream of Mastermind as he was sent flying towards the stairs of the USJ. Looking back, she saw many cuts and bruises on him as he slowly got back up, and looking across the field, they found Toga with barely any damage at all. She had bruises on her body that were healing up as if she had a healing quirk, and that was seriously pissing off Izuku. "You have a regenerative quirk as well? Seriously?" Izuku yelled, as he attacked her again. "You know, for a hero you sure are attacking with everything you got. Are you sure that you're a hero?" Himiko asked, curious. "Who said that I was a hero?" Izuku asked, as he said the word with venom. As Himiko looked at him incredulously, she started to cackle even more as he punched her in the face, sending her back into a wall within the place. "You seriously aren't a hero? Why are you even working at a place where you can get caught, vigilante?" Himiko asked, curious. "My wife told me to work here, and I am quite fond of having the next generation heroes that have my philosophy. Save everyone that you can that is within your reach. It doesn't matter where they are, so long as they can reach your hand, you can save them. Because heroes always sacrifice their lives in order to defeat villains." Izuku yelled as he launched a multi-combo towards the shapeshifter woman as she tried to dodge every attack but came up short every time. Soon enough, Izuku had enough wounds on his body that he was leaking blood pretty much from every cut on his body. "Ha, ha, ha, that is plus ultra," Izuku panted as he cuffed Himiko and placed her with the others, and just as he sat down, the rest of the UA staff arrived as Uravity sat down next to him. "You know, you make a really good motivational speaker," Uravity said, as she leaned on his shoulder. "Why yeah, sure thing. I guess we make a good team," Izuku said, as he was slowly passing out from blood loss. Mastermind, Uravity yelled as he slumped over on the staircase. "Don't worry about him, he'll be fine. Just need to get him to Recovery Girl," Nezu said, as he had Smintos pick up the unconscious Izuku and led him away from the area. Uravity was looking at the unconscious form of Izuku when another teacher came over as she looked at Uravity with a mirth in her eyes. "Hello there, Ochako," the woman said, as Ochako looked closely at the girl. "Mei, where have you been? I haven't seen you since high school," Ochako said, hugging the girl. "I know, but I was busy being railed by the guy who was taken to Recovery Girl," Mei said, as Ochako looked at her confused. "Railed by Mastermind?" she asked, and that is when it hit her. That new teacher that she was told about was Izuku Midoriya, the guy that her husband hated with a passion while she had a crush on him in high school. She never got the chance to meet him personally. A few days after the incident, UA had told the press that their teachers had been capable enough to defeat the villains that entered the school. And after that, Izuku woke up with both Mei and Ochako sitting next to his bed as he groggily stated while under anesthesia. "I swear if I had a child with you, I would pay child support, but please don't make my life a living hell." And like the dam broke down, Ochako and Mei had started laughing whilst also crying about him. "Do you have any idea what you did to me?" Ochako cried out, hugging him. "And no, what the hell did I do, Mei?" Did I get her pregnant before? Izuku asked, concerned. If you did, I would be forcing you both into a shotgun wedding in order to make sure that the child is safe and sound under our care. Mei said, as Ochako started to blush madly. What are you talking about? Ochako asked, now embarrassed. Well, you had a crush on him during our time in high school and now you have your chance to have him be your baby daddy. Mei said, bluntly causing Izuku and Ochako to blush madly as well as do a spit take. What the hell, Mei? I thought you didn't want a polyamorous relationship. ? Izuku yelled, as he slowly tried to sit upright, with Ochako helping him. Yeah, our relationship is boring now with just the two of us and Inko, so you will be giving this girl a baby, or do I need to do a shotgun wedding in order for the wedding to happen? She said sternly, and Izuku was now sweating profusely, as Ochako stared on in disbelief. Was she really being forced to marry her crush from high school? No, that couldn't be right, it has to be his, as long as Uravity is fine with it I don't mind. Izuku said, blowing everything out of proportions. Why you'd be fine with me? Ochako asked, sadly. Sure, not sure if you knew this but, I may have had a bit of a crush on you as well in high school as well. I just never got the chance to take you out on a date since Katsuki managed to steal you away. Izuku said, muttering the Katsuki part. Great, I am glad we came to an agreement, also you have to be prepared for her child moving into our home. Izuku. Mei said, leaving the nurse's office. I'm not sure how to take that. Izuku said, looking at Ochako. I know, but are you sure that you're fine with someone like me? Ochako asked. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, I'm a widow, I'm getting old in years and not only that, but I think you look good for your age. Ochako said, as Izuku patted her head softly. Don't worry about your body nor your age, you look as beautiful as you did then, perhaps even more beautiful now than before. Izuku said, smiling. Well, I guess I will meet you later. Ochako asked, curious. Sure thing, I just got to get used to having two women in the house with me while I cook. Izuku said, looking out the window. Sure thing, meet you at your place tonight. Ochako called out, leaving him in silence. Sai, you can come out now. Izuku said, as some of his students opened the door. It was Kirishima's daughter, Ochako's daughter, Todoroki's son, as well as Shoji's son. Teacher, are you all right? They asked. I'm fine, just some cuts and bruises. Nothing like recovery girl's healing could get me back to working shape. I will still be here tomorrow. Don't worry, Izuku said, rubbing the girls and boy heads softly. They all hugged him as he laughed at their love and attention they were giving him. Make sure to do your homework later on today. I want you to write an essay on why you listen to the heroes around you as well as make an analysis of the opponent before you fight them, all right? Also, Yuri stays back here for a minute, Izuku said, staring at the kids. They all nodded as they left except for Yuri. She sat next to him on his bed as he looked at her with a sad smile. Your mother and I are getting together apparently, Izuku said, smirking at her. You are, she called out. Yup, was forced into it by my wife. So you will be my stepdaughter. Not only that, but I will be teaching you what not to do from what your father taught you, okay? Izuku said, as she nodded her head at him. Ditto, now go home with your mom, she will be packing your things when you get back. Izuku said, getting up from the bed. As she left, Izuku looked at the door, as Aizawa looked at him through the window. Giving the other a nod, they walked in different directions as Izuku gives the man some good parting words. You were a great teacher to your class, it was a shame that one of them had villainous habits. Izuku said, as Eraserhead looked at him. What do you mean? He asked, or more like demanded. Katsuki Bakugo, he was the one who made my life a living hell, told me to kill myself just before meeting All Might, and then made my life here a living hell as well outside the school. Just letting you know, if he wasn't tamed by you, he would have been a villain posing as a hero. Izuku said, leaving the man with something to think about. Izuku and Mei were sitting at a table in the teacher's lounge of the school. They had just told Ochako that she could move in with them as well as forced the young woman to get into a marriage contract with Izuku because she had feelings for Izuku back in high school. I know that you wanted her opinion on the matter, Izu, but you really need to have your crush self-satisfied. Mei said, angrily. I know that, Mei, but you really had to force her into it. Izuku asked, concerned. I know that you love me unconditionally, Izu, but you really need to allow yourself to get accepted into your younger self, as he was crushing on Ochako during high school. Mei argued. Mei, I know that you love me, and I love you with all my heart, but forcing that girl to marry me through a contract is too low for me. Even if you do it without my consent, I know that if she wanted to leave, she will. I still don't believe that you didn't hate me during high school because of the bullying that I suffered during high school because of Katsuki. Izuku said, as Mei looked at him with a sad look. Izu, I know that you hate this. I do as well. Don't you think that this is extremely hard for me to do, knowing that you lost the love you had for Ochako during high school? Mei asked, as Izuku looked away. I know that, Mei, I know. I can't just have Ochako forced into this kind of relationship without her consent, and it hurts my heart that she is just accepting this without looking at the form. Izuku said, as he looked at Mei. God, why the hell are you so against this? ? Mei screamed as Izuku screamed back. Because I don't want to lose you. ? Izuku screamed, angrily and filled with sadness. You, what? Mei asked, confused. I lost my first love already. I don't want to lose you too. Izuku said, as he started to cry. Mei then sat next to Izuku as he was now crying harder than he ever had in his life. She was happy to hear that Izuku didn't want to lose her with the relationship with Ochako, and he was expressing it by yelling at her. Hey, don't worry about little old me. You need to put a bun in her oven and stake a claim on her. Polyamory is still legal in this day and age, Mei said, as Izuku stared at her. I know, but I just can't help but feel like I am taking away something from Katsuki, even though he deserves it for all he's done to me. I don't like taking something that used to be his. Izuku said, sadly. He still was bitter about Katsuki's death, and with him never being capable of relinquishing their friendship, Mei knew this as well. She knows how Katsuki was towards Izuku and knew that some part of him always wished for the Pomeranian to just apologize for the shit he had done, but now he can't get that chance. It was here that Ochako decided to enter the room as she sits down next to Izuku. Hey, don't worry about losing her. If she left you, then that means that she wasn't for you. Ochako said, right in front of Mei, as said girl nodded her head. If I left you, Izuku, then that would mean that I lost someone who was the world to me. Someone who was kind, generous, as well as a smart cookie in terms of support. You were also the very first friend I ever had in my life. So me leaving you for someone else would be me spitting on the promise I made to your mother. Mei said, as Izuku stared at both of them. I'm sorry for throwing a hissy fit about this. I just never had more than 2 people believing that I could have a family in my life. Not to this point of a family, of course, Izuku said, as he sniffled. Well, in terms of this marriage contract, I will take it. Katsuki was very abusive towards me anyway, and I was waiting for something bad to happen to him eventually. Ochako said, signing the paper. Wait, Ochako, you need to read the fine print first. Izuku said, as Ochako finished signing it. No, Izuku said, as his face lost all color. What is wrong, Izuku? Ochako asked, concerned. Izuku pointed at a certain line in the paper and Ochako read it, and she wasn't happy about what it said. Basically telling her that within the minute that this paper was signed she would need to have sexual intercourse with him to the point that she gets impregnated. Why is that in there? Ochako yelled, looking at Izuku. I tried to warn you. It was Mei's idea, Izuku said, mumbling the last part. What did you do? Ochako asked. No, demanded. I may or may not have changed the paper to where you had to have sex within an hour of having the paper signed, Mei said, as she whistled. Well, since I already signed the paper, let's head to your place. I need to get some stress out anyway, Ochako said, as she pulled Izuku away from the school. Have fun, Izu, Mei called out. No soba for you tonight, Mei. Izuku screamed as he was hauled away from the school whilst the students were looking on in awe. Izuku woke up in his bed next to Ochako and Mei. Both women were sleeping soundly as Izuku rubbed Ochako awake as she groggily woke up looking at him. When she saw his face, she smiled goofily as she hugged him. Morning, she called out. Morning, Ochako-chan. Want to go out on a date today? Izuku asked, looking into her chocolate brown eyes. Sure, just let me get some food as well as a shower done, she said, leaving the room as Izuku went to the kitchen. When she arrived in the kitchen, she found him cooking some mochi as well as eggs and bacon for breakfast. How did you know that mochi was my favorite food? She cried out as she started to eat the mochi. I didn't know about mochi being your favorite, but I guess it was just luck on my part, Izuku said, smiling. They started to eat breakfast together when Mei came down from their room and started to eat some breakfast with them as well. So, what is up, Izu? I am going to be heading to class to teach them today. From what I know, you have the day off and you should use that time to get to know Ochako, Mei said, as Izuku stared at her. Mei, I was going to take Ochako on a date today, since today is my day off. And I wanted to get to know Ochako-chan without your presence. See you when you get off work, Izuku said, walking out the door with Ochako. Izuku and Ochako were walking around Kyoshiya Mall as they were out on their date. Izuku had bought some clothes as well as souvenirs for Ochako. They were out talking about heroes and how to increase their defenses against villains when the place they were eating at was attacked by a villain. A specific one, to be precise. It was an escapee muscular. He had escaped from the police and broken his quirk suppression cuffs as he went out on a rampage against the police as well as local heroes. But almost as soon as he started to fight with the police, he was attacked by two underground heroes who fought in the early hours of the morning and the late hours of the evening. It was the underground duo Dekiru, as they were a duo who fought villains as well as defeated them whilst healing the other with their abilities. Kota was the main enforcer of the two since he had the attacking power with his quirk while Eri had the healing effects in order to heal any damage to them as well as civilians. Well, that was settled really fast, Izuku said, as he looked at the young heroes. Yup, children grow up so fast these days, Ochako said, smiling. I know, I gave Kota the idea of going underground a few years ago, Izuku said, smiling as well. How so? She asked, as he told her about his encounter with the boy a few years prior. They were walking over to a park when they ran into the next generation of quirk users as Izuku smiled sadly at them. What's wrong, Izuku? Ochako asked, concerned. I am just glad that the children of this day and age don't have to worry about not having a quirk in this day and age. With the previous generation like us, I was the only child who was born quirkless. I was bullied relentlessly for it and was told to kill myself many times over for it. I proved them wrong that someone quirkless could become a hero if they only applied themselves in order to do it through the sports festival, Izuku said, looking at Ochako. You won the sports festival? She asked, as he looked sheepish. I won the third year's sports festival. I literally brought a wrench as a weapon into the arena and literally smashed Katsuki's face in with it, Izuku said, chuckling about it. You did that? Ochako asked, incredulous. Yup, and I don't regret it at all. He treated me as shit on the bottom of his shoe, and he was one of the people who told me to kill myself in my middle school years, Izuku said, as Ochako's hurt eyes then began to see reason about his smashing Katsuki's face in. As much as I don't like how you smashed my late husband's face in during the festival with a wrench, I can't believe that he allowed you to get away with it, Ochako said, laughing. Don't worry, he got me back for it after the festival. He claimed that I was cheating with the wrench to my face after the festival was long over when he came over to my house. He beat me half to death there before he even left, Izuku said, sighing. I'm sorry that happened. Had I known, I wouldn't have stayed with him, Ochako said, as Izuku waved her off. Don't worry about that, it was in the past. He never really wanted me dead even though he told me to. If he did want me dead, he would have killed me during our childhood when he lost all respect for me, Izuku said, as they walked further around the park as they sat down at the beach and looked at the horizon. The view is great, isn't it? Izuku asked. It is, I can't believe that Katsuki never brought me to a place like this. Ochako said, smiling. The sun was now setting as the duo were walking around at night as they were on their way back to the house where Izuku and Mei lived at. They were around the corner when Izuku was knocked down to the ground from behind as a villain stood over him. "Get back, lady, he's quirkless. I need to kill him," the villain called out. "What are you talking about?" Ochako yelled back as she got ready to fight. The villain said nothing as he pulled out a gun and placed it at the center of Izuku's chest and moved it a bit to the right, aiming for a long and painful death for Izuku as he pulled the trigger. As soon as the sound of the gun went off, Izuku felt the pain of the bullet entering his body and exiting on the other side of his chest as it was crushed by its own force into the ground beneath him. As soon as Ochako was about to fight the villain, said villain was about to run off from what he was about to do when Izuku got back up from the ground as he looked at his wound. Just a flesh wound. Nothing that the healing spray at home won't fix," Izuku said, as he pulled out a small gun of his own as he pulled the trigger back at the villain, knocking him out instantly. "Seriously, can't even leave my home for a few hours on a date and get attacked at the end of the day. Man, I really need to talk to a therapist about my abhorred luck," Izuku mumbled as he slowly cuffed the young man as he placed the young man against the curb as Ochako called the police. Once they arrived at the scene, Izuku gave his card as they looked a little angered at his vigilantism against the villain, as Izuku clearly told them that he did it in self-defense since he was attacked. They let him go with a small warning to not do it again as he nods. When they arrive at the home, Izuku and Ochako head off to the bedroom as they were too tired about the day. As Izuku laid down in the bed, Ochako and Mei moved over to both sides of his body in order to gain as much warmth as possible from him as they all fell asleep. Izuku wouldn't get sleep that night since their bodies made him extremely needy in sexual needs. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop yellow hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.